Hello, hello. Are we live? Can everybody hear me? Let's make sure. Yes, I always have this like OCD checking thing that gets really bad when I when I first get on because I'm like, can everybody hear me? Because sometimes you guys can't hear me. Hi guys, welcome back. Oh, I don't have the book down tonight. I'll get it in a second. We have to write our review for the number 4 that we read. Say Cheese and Die. We didn't write the review because it was like 2 o'clock in the morning by the time we were done with that book, so we were just like, save it for tomorrow. Today's gonna be a good one too. I am excited for this one. I vaguely remember this one. I definitely went through a being obsessed with mummies phase, and I definitely remember that I read this one. But again, I don't remember much from any of these. Like, it was so long ago, you know? So yeah, hi everybody. Hey, all right, roll call. Basilius, Darcidius, Boots the cat, Noah, hi everybody. I didn't stay for the stream yesterday. For some reason, I just felt so tired and needed to listen to music. Dude, I totally get it. I legitimately, I thought I was gonna fall asleep on stream. I had there were 2 moments on that stream. You can go and watch it back where I don't know if anybody else could tell, but I literally was like reading, and you know how like you read to go to sleep at night? So I'm reading and I'm like, I start to feel like myself drifting. Like I feel like I'm starting like the what I'm reading is becoming like a dream, and I'm just like, oh no, am I even making sense anymore? It was pretty funny. So yeah, I totally get it. I hit a wall last night. Hope this one is as good as the last one. Yeah, I was talking to somebody earlier today in the comments. I definitely think so far, Welcome to Dead House, dark as it may be, as much as its pacing wasn't perfect, I think that one and Say Cheese and Die have been my favorites so far. Stay Out of the Basement was super entertaining for obvious reasons, but just like as a does it hold up standpoint, those have been the strongest, I think. What happened in stream? Is it good? Yeah, it was actually very good. It was very like evenly paced. It started like it was I just saw Basilius say it got dark at the end. Yes, it got very dark at the end, but like it was a good kind of horror because it was like this kind of like psychological type of horror, if that makes sense. So yeah, it was pretty cool. Looking at the thumbnail, I like the reprint art better. Yeah, so I know that like reprint is always touchy with things like this because people are nostalgic for the originals, and like the popular theory is almost always like, look how cool the originals were. And to be fair, the artist for the original books was incredibly talented, did a great job, gave it a very specific look. But there are some that I really do think that the cover is better in the reprint, and I'm glad that that's the one that I have in the collection. And honestly, it's not that the original looks bad, but I'm with you. I think this one is just like, look at this, look how cool this is. You can see the detail of the hieroglyphs like on the sides of the tomb. Like it's very cool. The mummy looks scarier. Like I'm scared of the mummy. Probably if it wasn't school night, I get you. I totally get you. My schedule is so weird because I work from home. Oh, camera, I'm not gonna take it today. I'm really just not. I will sell you on eBay. No, I'm just kidding. Please behave, camera. Anyway, I have a weird schedule because I work from home and I have not the best track record with sleeping. I have terrible insomnia. And so my streams tend to go late, and I totally get that not everybody can stay on for the whole thing. New cover definitely looks scarier. It might be a nostalgia talking, but the old cover just stood out so much more on the bookshelf. It's a color scheme thing. This one has a yellow base color scheme. The original one is blue. I think both of them, like, neither one of them is bad. Like, every once in a while I see a cover, like, for the Say Cheese and Die one, I think the reprint is really, really good. I talked about that, but, like, the original is the original. But, like, for some of them, I feel like the originals were just kind of there, and which makes sense because you can't hit a home run on every single one when you're doing so many of these books. And so the reprints kind of gave them some more time, I think, to like decide like what would actually represent the book the best. And I think that's that. My collection's a hodgepodge of all different editions, including the last 3 are the UK editions, because that's what I could find them, because for some reason they're like harder to find. Yeah. So we do still have to rate it, yeah. Today's been such a slog. Glad to be here to wind down with y'all. Glad you're here. Welcome here. I get excited for our reading streams. I get excited for all our streams that we do, but the reading streams that we've been doing have been very fun for me, because it's been a while since I read all these things that we've been reading on stream. There's a stream tomorrow night. I'll be able to stay the whole thing. Yeah, there will be a stream tomorrow night. Yes. It's Wednesday, right? I keep getting messed up because I keep thinking like, oh, we're on the second book of the week. It's Tuesday. And then I'm like, wait, no, it's Wednesday because we have Kingdom Hearts streams now on Mondays. Getting close to book 7, my favorite. Oh, book 7. Wait, which one is book 7? Night of the Living Dummy. Yes, this one, and then Let's Get Invisible, and then Night of the Living Dummy. The book that started it all. The Slappy heard round the world. Sweet. Hi, Patrick. How are you? USPS doesn't know what a PO box is. Oh gosh. No, I didn't get that message, but I will look after we get off of here. I'll remember quite a lot of this one, even though I haven't read it for a while. Yeah. And Hudson sort of fixed my sleep schedule because it was either go to bed at 6 a.m. and get 2 hours of sleep, or get my shit together, LMAO. Yeah. Yep, I know that feeling. My sleep schedule was slightly better. Well, not actually, because I was about to say it was better when I was working out of the house, but I was working on set, so, like, everybody knows that set schedule means nothing to, like, real world 9 to 5 schedules. You know, you'll get there at, like, 5 in the morning, you'll leave at, like, 10 o'clock at night, you know, and then the next day they'll be like, oh, we don't need you back until 11, and you're like, okay, I guess I'll just not ever have the same schedule twice. We'll just always be on our toes. Running theme of chat last stream again. What was the running theme of chat? We were a little more, we were a little less chaotic for a while there, but, you know, it's, you know, I'm trying to think. I'm reading streams a lot. I do miss the Nancy Drew streams. I know. So I'm thinking about, like, we're definitely going to play the Nancy Drew games again. I don't know, like, how, like, do you guys, like, what if we did, like, it could be, like, an every summer thing, or it could be, like, even sooner than that if we just decide that we want to play them again. I don't know. But because I missed them, too, for sure. But Monster Blood was better than it was. You know, I'm having immense fun with all these books, even Monster Blood, which was easily the weakest by far. But it's really just because chat makes it so entertaining, so I'm really glad that I have chat to work through this with me. Amazed that Mr. Stein wrote so many books back to back, and we still got some really good ones. Yeah. Just saw the Little Rascals movie last night. It's better than I remember. Aw, I haven't seen that in forever. Okay. We'll say, yeah, Nancy Drew. Love Nancy Drew. We need to do some Nancy Drew reading streams, too, by the way. It's been a while since the Nancy Drew reading streams, but yes. Yeah. Just because we, like, do something on stream doesn't mean that it has to never happen again. I'll do it as much as people want to watch the streams happen. And I already see that we have some new people since then in the community that weren't there. So maybe we could, you know, be the veterans that have already lived through one Nancy Drew stream series, helping the newbies in. The running theme was Greg and Sherry know nothing about. Yeah, the running theme was just dunking on these kids for being everybody except Bird. We all love Bird. We hated every other kid for the most part. Kids in Goosebump books start out awful and then they get better because trauma, I guess. That's kind of how that works. But, you know, they all started out pretty annoying. I'd pay money to see that movie in theaters. I have a theater, there's a theater here in Atlanta that is like an arts theater, and they do these things routinely where they air old movies like from all decades past in theaters. So like you get to go like cheaper than for like a new movie, but you get to go see like a classic movie in theaters, and it's a really nice experience. Nancy Drew book. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet of you. Bird and Parents and Death, I think. Yeah. Ah, fun. Yeah. Free on TV. Yeah. I'll have to do a video of it at some point. I think that's my catchphrase now is I'll have to do a video about that, but like I do. There's so much I want to do videos about. Slapping and smiling all throughout the stay out of the basement street. Me too. I both hate and love that the thought crossed my mind before you suggested it that if I ever had merch, I would put Plant Daddy on a t-shirt, on a mug, a Plant Daddy mug. Oh no. I probably wouldn't pick up some of the Goosebump books because I do not enjoy reading. That's fair. I mean, my brother's the same exact way. He does not enjoy reading, and that's totally like some people, reading just isn't I used to be way better at reading than I am now. I used to read way more, and as I got older, understanding how my ADHD affects how I'm able to how often I'm able to concentrate on reading, just it's something that I've accepted, but it's definitely something that ebbs and flows. Sometimes I just go a long time without reading. Movie theater I worked at used to do movies in the morning where they would play super old stuff like Plan 9 from Outer Space. Nice. It was nice to see some of those movies on the big screen. Yeah, it's so cool. You don't really think about it, but the experience of seeing them in the movie theater for the first time is a really cool thing. That I got what 2 weeks ago? I'm confused. Sorry. Reading chat is sometimes I should read chat from over here. I always do this where I'm always like leaning into that camera and then I'm like that's not what I wanted to do. I clicked on a comment and I was like, that's not what I didn't want to answer the comment right now, but I'm going to answer the comment right now. Because I'm afraid that if I don't, I'm going to forget, and then that person will think that I answered everybody else except for them. There we go. Okay. Going into stream so I can read comments here, or read chat here. This is live stream 75. Interesting. Hey, Zikamo. Perfect timing. Nope, haven't started reading yet. We're about to write our Goodreads review for the one that we just finished reading. Or not just finished reading, read yesterday. That's what I meant to say. The Nancy Drew Hardy Boys books that you sent a couple weeks ago. Yes, I got those. Yeah, I'm really excited to read those too. Yes, that'll be very, very fun. I haven't done Pokemon Go in forever. Last weekend we were out doing like a scavenger hunt thing, and everybody was out, and there were so many people doing our thing, but also doing Pokemon Go, and I was like, I forgot how much I used to enjoy Pokemon Go. Have fun, catch the shinies, do the things. I'm at work, and my coworker just showed a file. His name is Fish and Ass. What? What? Questions. Oh, gotta go back to watch streams I've missed. Yeah, all the VODs are up, so feel free to go back and watch. Anyone else love the Leprechaun movies? I haven't seen them. Haven't seen them all the way through actually. But I've been meaning. I think next, like around St. Patrick's Day, I think it would be pretty funny to cover at least one of them. I would watch them back, but it's not the same without seeing chat. So yeah, chat is like, you can't talk with chat, but you can see chat, but you're just like, it's like I'm here in spirit. But yeah, I get you. Quite charmed. Oh, thank you, Patrick. Patrick has sent me so much mail, and it's so sweet. You guys are all so great for sending me stuff. I really appreciate it. There are 7 mummy books. There's Curse of the Mummy, there's Return of the Mummy, that's in the original. And then there's Mummy Meets Slappy in the Slappy series. There's a couple other ones in Horrorland, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of mummy ones. If we're talking about Goosebumps books. Wish I was more into Pokemon than I am. I have a ton of cool characters that I'd love to crochet, but I don't want to make something I don't really care much about. Yeah, I know that feeling. Sometimes I feel like that with like stuff. I'm like, oh, I could make a video because everybody's talking about this, but I'm just not like feeling that vibe right now. And I'm just like, now I'm just not gonna have, I'm just gonna like take longer because I'm not gonna be as interested because that's how my ADHD works, and then the video's probably not gonna be as good. And I'm like, choose your own adventure, and other Goosebump books. My favorite Goosebump books is sequel. In the sequel, I have all 7 Goosebumps mummy books. Yeah. Oh yeah, there is a mummy choose your own adventure. I forgot about that one. I think I own that one. I'll have to go check my shelf. Okay, let's go. The Mummy Walks, Diary of a Mummy, Mad Mummy, Mummy Meets the Dummy, etc. Yes. Yeah, Mummy Meets the Dummy. How can I forget that title? All right. Well, thank you guys for all being here in our, as it's been called, book club, which I love. Let's go to, start a new tab and go back to Goodreads because I think I closed out of my Goodreads like an idiot last night. Looking at that mummy cover reminds me of a problematic episode of either Goosebumps or Haunting Hour where the main character contemplates killing himself because of some what? Oh wow. Oh wow. Yikes. I don't remember. That might be Haunting Hour because I don't remember it as, yeah. Maybe it was, I can't remember. I don't remember that, but oh boy. When I come up to it, I'm sure I'm going to be like, what the hell is this when I'm covering it? Last night's stream was great. Thank you for hanging out, Justin. Last night's stream was fun. I was so exhausted that I didn't know how I would get through it, and then I got so invested in what chat was saying and also the book itself, and so then I was the most like amped up. I was like, let's finish the book tonight. On a side note, I think there was only one Horrorland book I couldn't get through, the one with the evil superhero. Ooh, evil superhero. I think I know which one you're talking about. Wait. Maybe not. No. We haven't started. We haven't done the review yet. We're just going on to the review. We all know I get sidetracked and spend 1,000 hours talking. I really should just do just chatting streams sometime because God knows I love talking to stream. I'm going to start addressing future books. Home for Misfit Books. Yes. The Home for Misfit Books. And now you say cheese and die. Dun dun dun. So I think, let me start a poll. Can I start a poll from here? Or do I have to go? I think that one was, yeah, I was thinking hangout stream with like, maybe we could even like, if it's like, oh, we'll just pick like, it could be like a hodgepodge of like fan theories from all the different stuff that we cover, or we could pick like, oh, tonight we're talking about Disney or the Marvel, or I don't care. I don't know. Something like that would be fun. Okay, so I logged Say Cheese and Die as read. I haven't been really picky. I haven't been like going in and like give me the other edition so that it's the exact one that we read because I've just been leaving. Also, these are the Goosebumps Presents, which are just novelizations of the episodes, which are based off of the book. So it's basically just a shortened version of the books with pictures from that episode. I don't think I have any of these in the collection. Just haven't gotten around to them. Like, I'm gonna buy new ones. I might as well buy stories that I don't own yet, and then we'll get around to those. What do you guys think? I think either 4 or 5 stars. I don't think anything less than 4 stars would be fair to this book. I know we gave Welcome to Deadhouse 4. This one has a 3.77, which is actually pretty, I think, higher than a lot of the other ones. It's got almost 4. I moved to the phone. I ended up like a minute and a half behind and didn't realize till I tried to say goodnight. Oh, sorry. That happens to me sometimes when I'm watching streams. Someday you and I need to do a review together. I know. We're very busy. Yeah, someday we'll have time. Someday we'll be like, yes. This month has been the month of reviews, and I'm so grateful because I love that people are willing to work with me. Because Anton and I are working on a project that's very big and won't come out for probably a couple of months, honestly. But that's been fun. We've been doing that in the background. And then Natasha, I did another whodunit with Natasha. I got to film with Daniel, which was so much fun. I got to film with Maddie, which will be salvaged. My brother has, thank God, volunteered to work on it and salvage it so that we can still release that video. With just slightly fucked up audio. And then Nate from Scoobytopia and I are working on a project right now. So like it's just been a lot of fun getting to work with all different people. And my friend Gabe, who you guys haven't met, but who has been in some of our short films, has said that he wants to do videos. So that'll be fun. Oh yeah, what's the tagline? Again, whenever we have I should really start keeping like a Google Docs of all the taglines, shouldn't I? Because I find the taglines of the original ones very silly and fun. And this one is a reprint. So whenever we have the reprint, I don't have. This is the 3rd out of the ones that I own that is a reprint. Most of them are actually not reprints. Most of them are beat up originals. But it's funny because most of them, this was like the first set that I got, and it was a bunch of reprints. And they're all kind of skewed earlier in the series. Hard shit for no reason. Oh gosh. I luckily have you know, I don't typically get into spats with my neighbors. I live in a pretty chill street. I mean, I'm making a slasher Nancy Drew movie. You won't be the slasher. I'm casting you. Oh, thank you. I've always wanted to play Nancy Drew. So yeah, what do we think as far as like here, let me start a poll. Let's go back to desk cam for a second so I can get back here without putting us all in the you know, black hole of OBS. There we go. 24 concurrent viewers right off the top. That is amazing, you guys. You guys are so cool. Also, don't think I've forgotten about the Scooby-Doo books, by the way. I need to ask you guys when we're gonna have to find some time in the middle of all the Goosebump mania to read those too. Because we've still got like 14 more of those, I think. Yeah, looks like it. Okay, anyway. Let's start a poll. How many stars do we think? And why do we think? Because I think either 4 or 5, but yeah, Scooby. If you haven't watched, we have in past streams, we've read about 10 of these Scooby-Doo and You books. They're all sitting here on this shelf down here at the bottom. And they're really great. And we didn't mean to stop in the middle for good. But Goosebumps started being something that people were really asking for. So we took a break and we're like, we'll give Scooby a break. We'll come back. But we will have to figure out, maybe like next week, I'll have like different days of the week for different books. Like maybe that's how we'll do it. Because there's other things too that I want to read, and yeah. It was a haunting hour episode. Oh, that's very disturbing. Oh gosh, that's horrible. I have no say in the review since I wasn't there for most of it, unfortunately. Fair enough. The Nancy Drew show before they cancel it. I mean, I've done so. I also, they did a Nancy Drew movie here a few years ago. And somebody that I knew, I think, was actually the stand-in photo double for Nancy, and I was working on something else, so I just never did it. But I also think it was just at that time I had a better paying stand-in gig than extra gig, so I was just like, I love you, Nancy, but extra work is bad. I have to go, but I wanted to drop in, say hi, and say I'm looking forward to BSC, Babysitters Club on Sunday. Yes, Sunday, guys, we're doing a babysitter club. I have 2 babysitter club books, and I'll keep my eye out and collect more of them. Yeah, we're gonna do one of the 2 that I have. I'm not sure which one on Sunday. No, not the movie with Emma Roberts. That was way before my time working on set. It was the one, I don't really know that a whole lot of people watch. It's the one with the girl from who plays Bev in the new It movies. She plays Nancy Drew, and Nancy Drew has a skateboard. Remember, we watched they played the commercial at the end of that of the newest Nancy Drew game that we played, and then I got demonetized for that whole stream because they were like, "You played our commercial." If anybody saw that. Bruce Willis was in the Emma Roberts. I don't remember that. How do I not remember that? Hi, Cameron. Yay! The Box Cutter podcast is such a fun podcast, right, Patrick? I will never stop hyping up this podcast. It's just so like chill and nice, and I love it. Okay, I'm seeing 4 out of 5 be the. So let's see what. So like the Welcome to Dead House. We gave it 4 out of 5 because pacing was a little messed up. I think I'm trying like, so what's a like, I guess what if this book is not if the one that we read was not 5 stars, then what would be 5 stars? I guess I don't know why I'm being so litigious and trying to be so fair-minded to a Goosebumps review that nobody's probably going to read, but anyway, 4 out of 5 because it's pretty cheesy. I like that. Very, very nice. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can see 4 out of 5. I can see 5 out of 5. Yeah. I think it's honestly more of like a 4.5 to be fair, so either. Ooh, we're gonna have a Patrick Daniel collab. I'm here for it. Watching a collab be brewed in front of me. I love it. Okay, let's do 4 out of 5. This review just says, "What do you think of the Goosebumps on TV? I don't like." This was from 8 years ago. I don't like it as much as the book. That's the whole review. That's the review. Oh no, this is a question. What do you think of? Okay, that's a question. I was confused. I was like, "That's the review." Okay, gotcha. Okay, let's write our review. Well, technically, we finished on the 19th. I'm gonna be pedantic. We finished reading this one 2 o'clock in the morning this morning, so that was the 19th. Anyway, let's see. BSC, who do you guys identify with? Totally a Claudia. I don't remember any of it enough to like have one that I identified with. I'm sure as we start reading them on stream, I'll have one. Okay, so I'm gonna start writing the review. Feel free to, if you haven't been here before, I let everybody throw out suggestions for what to add in the review. I'm gonna say 4 out of 5 right now, I think, because that's what's winning the poll still. On split screen because Maddie isn't here, and then I'll be sad. I'll be sad that Maddie isn't here. Let's see. Yeah, so we're gonna do 4 out of 5 because that's winning the poll. That like Kermit the Frog, but you know. There we go. Second episode of Disney's Out of the Box and see if its educational content still holds up. Yes, anybody who loves Out of the Box or really just that era of Disney would love the Box Cutter podcast. More going on than Monster Blood. Kept our attention better. Wasn't an absolute chore to read through. Yeah, definitely better than Monster Blood for sure. Did the way YouTube looks change for anyone else today? So I had it change where all of the videos, like the layout of the videos, like we got these like rounded edges instead of like corners. Like, and that was a couple weeks ago, and then it changed back a few days ago. And I was like, aw, I kind of liked the rounded edges. It looked nice. I was adapting to change, YouTube. Darth City, is there anybody else who wants to see Box Cutter podcast? It's linked on my homepage. I have a shelf where I link all the channels that I've worked with in the past. And so it's there. The results were close. That's how it looks for me now. How does it look for me now? Sorry, getting distracted. No, not split screen. Maddie's not here. Just wanted to see. Let's see. Go to YouTube. Did it change? Did they like do a rollout and then everybody got it? Nope. I have the corners again. I guess they're just like testing. Like, I guess they're just showing groups of people and being like, do you like the way this looks? Do you like the way this looks? They'll probably change it back in a couple of weeks if they did the same thing to you. We're almost 50-50. I see that. Yeah, I feel bad. We're gonna give it a 4.5. We're gonna say 4.5. A huge crush on Vivian from Out of the Box when we were little. Oh, that's cute. I thought she was dating Tony because of that. He didn't like him. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about this in I think in both videos that Danielle and I did together, the podcast and my video. In our headcanon in the show, they are dating. They will always be dating. That's just the way that is. All right, so I'm gonna start this off by saying 4.5. Oh, I'm on split screen. Hang on. That's the wrong one. Everyone thought of them as a couple. Coin toss. I have to pull out one of Natasha's folded crane coins. I'm gonna start off and say 4.5 because our poll was really close. Oh yeah, and we have this thing that says we always put this thing here that's like, or we've been trying to lately. That's like the reading of this book was filmed in front of a live. I can't type. Live studio audience. Jesus Christ. All right. Sending a couple is canon. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I always, as a kid, thought they were married, and then like Tony would say, like, "Oh, Viv's house," and I'd be like, "Oh, but they're married." um, in the Out of the Box cinematic universe, they are a couple. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, I don't think you can convince many fans of Out of the Box that they're not a couple in universe. What was I gonna say? How do we want to start this one? Honestly, one of the best we've read so far. creepy psychological. Or without being too graphic or gross. I think that's fair to say. Well, there's literally a series of movies from the 50s too called The Curse of the Mummy's Tomb, because I went to Google it to find the I was doing the thumbnail today, and so I was trying to go pull up images of the book, and all it was coming up with was movies, posters for the movies from the 50s, and I was just like, R.L. Stein. It's not a very unique. Curse of the Mummy's Tomb feels very intuitive for a name for a book about mummies, so probably just a coincidence. 911, what is your emergency? I was gardening and I saw the neighborhood children follow two adults to a pile of boxes. If only Bird was the main character, it would have been 5 out of 5. Yes. Yes. If only Bird. Right, we have to talk about how we hate all the other kids. Had been the main character, this would have been a 5 out of 5. All of the other kids are annoying and bully Bird, and we don't care for it. Yeah, Bird kept pretending to die. But his friends were just ruthless. Never let up. There we go. Greg is dumb as rocks and Sherry. Yeah. Greg is dumb as rocks and Sherry is a gaslighter. Yeah. I'll agree Renee is a bitch in Club Stephanie. Probably. I'm excited to read those two. What happened in the rest of the book? How far did you see? I or somebody in chat could probably fill you in. 4 out of 5 is a very good rating. Bird is not being the main character brought the rating down a bit. Yeah, Bird is the best. We love Bird. Bird is our boy. The book called House of Secrets. What a pain logging it into the library days reading thing. The list is like 1 million books long. Oof. Yeah, sometimes, because I have this thing where, like, maybe it's just my OCD kicking in, but if I start a book, I have to finish it. Like, I have to finish it. I can't just leave it. I can't, DNR it. Whoops. And so, like, I have slogged through some really bad books. I think it was at the part where Sherry was back and they were going to go put the camera back. Yeah, so they went back to the house. They put the camera back. Spoiler alert for Say Cheese and Die. They went and they put the camera back, and then they ran into this old man, the one that had been presumably stalking them around, and he informed them that he had stolen said camera from his friend, and his friend had been into the dark arts and cursed the camera so that anyone who, since he stole the camera, it would bring misfortune with it everywhere. And then they stole the camera from him, so the misfortune followed everyone else. Slap that on some merch. Bird is best. Yeah. My sister is letting me borrow her copy of I'm Glad My Mom Died, and I'm so excited to read it. I really want to read it. I just also know that it's going to be a very triggering experience, and so I'm waiting. I'm trying to be in the right headspace, but I really want to read it. I've heard it's fantastic. I'm really happy for her that she was able to write it and just, like, be honest about all that stuff. Oh yeah, Greg is the thief. Oh yeah. Craig straight up stole a camera from a dude because he thought he was weird, and that made it fine, and then got mad when the same guy tried to take it back. Odd take, but okay. Oh yeah, and then the guy tried to kill them because they knew too much about the camera, and then they escaped at the last second. The camera took a picture, and we don't know if it took a picture because it, every time it takes a picture, something bad happens to the person in the picture. We don't know if it took a picture. Well, actually, we do, because the picture was of the guy who tried to kill them, who had the camera that they stole it from, dead. And they basically think he died of like a heart attack because he was scared because he knew the camera could kill him. So the camera basically killed the guy. What happened to Bird in the rest of the book too? Bird was totally MVP. Bird just was like, Bird and Michael were both just like, fuck it, I'm not going back into the house, which honestly logical. And so Sherry and Greg went back. So presumably Bird and Michael are just, they all rode off at the end and presumably are living their best lives. I hope the best for Bird's life. That's the main child characters are complete buttholes, and the side characters are sometimes more memorable. I've noticed that R.L. Stine writes, well, Sherry was just not enjoyable. She was super mean. But R.L. Stine, if you notice, always writes, like, there's always a boy and a girl pair, like we were talking about last night, and then R.L. Stine always writes the boy to be, like, more annoying. If that makes, like, Sherry was awful. Sherry was also annoying, but it's, like, usually, like, especially in Stay Out of the Basement, Welcome to Dead House, Monster Blood, like, the girl was the more supportable character, if that makes any sense. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like, it seems apparent to me that R.L. Stine, it's just funny. I just think R.L. Stine was just like, oh, this character is smarter. And then was like, I don't know. There was like a gender lines thing where the girl was always the one thinking of stuff. I don't know what that means. Wait, what? I'm lost. I just saw my name in chat and I don't know what that means. I'm lost. Greg really thought he could waltz into someone's place of residence and steal something because it was unattended. Yeah, he really did. He really did. I have a theory Michael in this went off to get a job at Freddy Fazbear's and found he had a dad named William. Oh my god. Just kidding, lol. That's funny. Good thing Bird sense of humor. If he didn't, his friends would have ruined his life forever. Oh yeah. He could have been Cameron from Ferris Bueller's Day Off real easy. Writes friend groups to be felt toxic to each other. Yeah, the friend groups are always so interesting. Michael step on a nail. I think so. He fell. He did something. I don't know if he stepped on a nail and that's why he fell, but he fell off the banister. And then, like, fucked up his ankle. He never would have recovered from the trauma. Exactly. Okay, so, I mean, yeah, honestly, there's not as much, like, hot takes for this one because this one was pretty good. Overall, really strong writing and pacing. I can totally see why this one is a classic amongst the fandom. That's not how you spell it. Fandom. Does anybody have anything else to add, or are we ready to start reading the next one? Sincerely, I always sign the Scooby-Drew crew. And it's 2022. Which when it's the Scooby-Doo crew, when it's a Scooby-Drew crew 2023, that's gonna be kind of a letdown. Start the book. Okay. It was a step up compared to the previous one. I shudder for what the quality is for the next one. Like a game of Russian roulette. Okay, I like that. I'll put that in. It's a step up compared to the previous one. Monster blood. Making us fear for the quality of the next. Okay. A game of Russian roulette with kids. Horror. All right. Post haste. Yay! Okay, so yeah, let's post this. Unless I own this. I need to go in one day and just spend... honestly, one day I could just do a stream where I log all of the books that I have for the stream collection. Just so that... Because I want to use this as a database, so if anybody ever wants to, like, send me something in the future, because sometimes people ask me, like, hey, do you have this book? Do you have this book? This can be, like, a database so that, like, we all can be on the same page about, like, which ones I have. So, like, I need to go in and just, like, log all of the books that I have for stream. But it could probably take me a couple of hours, so maybe that could be a stream all by itself. Okay, let me go back to this page. Psych, bum, 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 this thing. There we go. All right. Hi to the 22 people in chat. I love you all for being here. I'm so grateful because, like, most people I know that start streaming have to go through a phase where, like, they had to, like, suffer through... Ooh, this one was written in 1993. Sorry. They had to suffer through just kind of streaming just by themselves because nobody knew who they were, and there was really nobody there to just kind of, like, hang and chat with them. And I got to skip that because by the time I started streaming, the channel was already big enough that, like, you guys all came to hang out, and I've just always appreciated that because I think I'd be really sad and probably would never stream ever again if I had to just sit here and be like, I'm alone. It's as old as Hocus Pocus. Yes, yes, it is. The fact that we're, like, a couple years away from Hocus Pocus being 30 is insane to me. Okay. Who's ready? Let me read the back. I always read the back. Introducing the Mummy. Gabe is exploring the tunnels of an ancient Egyptian pyramid. But Gabe is not alone. Someone else is in the pyramid too. Someone or something. Look in the back of the book. Oh yeah, these reprints that I have like extra stuff in the back, like no, I don't want to. I think chapters of the next book. Ooh, look at this, a history of hieroglyphs translation. Very nice. We were gonna look in the back of this, but then it wasn't that we forgot, but I just was so tired. Yeah, Who's Your Mummy is the Goosebumps Horrorland mummy book that I was thinking of. Another revamped cover. The book that looks cool. Yeah, we were just talking about this. I actually really do enjoy. I think this one is the better out of the two versions. When I said it's Avery and you didn't get it, it was just me saying it. Oh, sorry. I thought it was like a joke that I was supposed to understand, and then I felt bad for not understanding it. Apologies. For less than 1 year. I know, right? I know. It's so crazy. I said a couple of years, right? Yeah, it is less than 1 year. Why did I say a couple of years? I think I'm just in denial. Excited to see the stream. Yeah, let's start. Gabe, what was the name of the character in the last one? Didn't it also start with G? Greg. Yes. Do we think R.L. Stine was writing books so fast that he had one of those 1001 baby name books like next to him, and he would just kind of randomly pick names and then be like, that's the character's name? The tagline for this book is "What Will Wake the Dead." Okay, once I read the first chapter to somebody remind me, I'm gonna put all of the ones so far into a Google Docs because I want to keep track of them just because I think it's funny, but also because when I do the big video that I'm doing at the end of all these streams, I think it would be funny to have the weirdest taglines in there somewhere. Because you're in denial. I am in denial, yeah. Yeah, okay, so hey, Derprex, you are just in time. We just submitted our Goodreads review, and we are about to actually start reading. Back of the book, you'll see where it says R.L. Stein's favorite movie is Abbott and Costello's Meet the Mummy, like I told you last night. Oh, yeah, that's really cool. That's really, really cool. Yeah, he definitely was inspired, for sure. He went through a names beginning with G face. Yeah. He wrote so many of these. I can just see being like, yeah, just make it easier. They all start with the same name, like the Duggars, but before that, and not as problematic. I don't know. All right, let's read the book. Goosebumps: The Curse of the Mummy's Tomb by R.L. Stein. Copyright 1993. Now I feel like I'm reading an Audible book. Chapter 1. I saw the Great Pyramid and got thirsty. Maybe I was all the sand, so dry and yellow. It seemed to stretch on forever. It even made the sky look dry. I poked my mom in the side. Mom, I'm really thirsty. Not now, she said. Great parenting. We have struck out on good parenting again, unless the dad is a good parent. Mom, I'm thirsty. No. You're not. Now I'm thirsty. She had one hand up on her forehead, shielding her eyes from the bright sun as she stared up at the enormous pyramid. Not now? What does not now mean? I was thirsty. Now! Someone bumped me from behind and apologized in a foreign language. I never dreamed when I saw the Great Pyramid they'd be so many other tourists. I guess half the people in the world decided to spend their Christmas vacation in Egypt this year. I am already concerned for how culturally insensitive this could potentially get. Drink your spit, swallow your spit. Yeah. Great parenting, really. But Mom, I said, I didn't mean to whine. It was just that my throat was so dry. Oh, God. I'm really thirsty. This poor child? I feel concerned. We can't get you a drink now, she answered, staring at the pyramid. Stop acting like you're 4. You're 12, remember? 12-year-olds can also die of dehydration, Mom. 12 years old. 12-year-olds get thirsty too, I muttered. All the sand in the air, it's making me gag. Look at the pyramid, she said, sounding a little irritated. That's why we came here. We didn't come here to get a drink. But I'm choking, I cried, gasping. Sorry, it's just so ridiculous. Oh my God. Gasping and holding my throat. Okay, so I wasn't choking. I exaggerated a little. Just trying to get her attention. But she pulled the brim of her straw hat down and continued to stare up at the pyramid, which shimmered in the heat. I decided to try my dad. As usual, he was studying the handful of guidebooks he always carried everywhere. I don't think he'd ever looked at the pyramid yet. I don't think he'd even looked at the pyramid yet. He always misses everything because he always has his nose buried in a guidebook. Dad, I'm really thirsty, I said, whispering, as if my throat were strained to get my message across. Wow, do you know how wide the base of the pyramid is? He asked, staring at a picture of the pyramid in his book. I'm thirsty, Dad. It's 13 acres wide, Gabe, he said, really excited. Do you know what it's made of? What a dad. Oh my God. What a dad's dad. Hi, Amanda. I'll read chat in a second. I wanted to say silly putty. He's always testing me. Whenever we go on a trip, he always asks me a million questions like that. I don't think I've ever answered one right. Some kind of stone, I answered. That's right, he smiled at me, then turned back to the book. It's made of limestone. Limestone blocks. It says here that some of the blocks weigh up to 1,000 tons. Whoa, I said, that's more than you and Mom put together. Oh my God. Holy shit. This is already the sassiest kid we've had so far. He turned his eyes from the book and frowned at me. Not funny, Gabe. Just kidding, I said. Dad's a little sensitive about his weight, so I try to tease him about it as often as I can. Yeah, that's where it really hurts him, so that's how you know you can get him. Jesus. How do you think the ancient Egyptians moved stones that weighed 1,000 tons? He asked. Quiz time wasn't over. I took a guess. In trucks? He laughed. Trucks? They didn't have the wheel. They didn't have the wheel. They had... The ancient Egyptians didn't have the wheel? That doesn't sound correct. Maybe I don't know anything. I don't mean to argue with this fictional father. I shielded my eyes and stared up at the pyramid. It was really huge, much bigger than it looks in pictures, and much drier. I couldn't imagine how they pulled those big stones across the sand without wheels. I don't know, I confess. I'm really thirsty. No one knows how they did it, Dad asks. So it was a trick question. Dad, I really need a drink. Not now, he said. He squinted at the pyramid. Gives you a funny feeling, doesn't it? It gives me a thirsty feeling, I said, trying to get my point across. No, I mean, it gives me a funny feeling to think that our ancestors, yours and mine, Gabe, may have walked around these pyramids or even helped to build them. It gives me kind of a chill. How about you? I guess, I told him. He was right. It was kind of exciting. We're Egyptian, you see. I mean, both sets of my grandparents came from Egypt. They moved to the United States around 1930. That's the year that everybody was obsessed with mummies and Egyptian things, because they found all the mummies in the 30s and 20s. I'm pretty sure. My mom and dad were both born in Michigan. We were all very excited to see the country our ancestors came from. I wonder if your Uncle Ben... Uncle Ben? Is he okay? Has anybody checked on Uncle Ben? Is down inside that pyramid right now, Dad said, shielding his eyes from the sun with one hand. Uncle Ben Hassad. I had nearly forgotten about my uncle, the famous archaeologist. Uncle Ben was another one of the reasons we had decided to come to Egypt. Over the holidays. That and the fact that my mom and dad had some business to do in Cairo and Alexandria at that time. It just hit me that the uncle is down in the pyramids because he's working as an archaeologist. I thought they meant like he was buried in the pyramid potentially, and I was like, oh, he died like Uncle Ben always does. Anyway, moving on. I'm glad that he's not dead. Mom and Dad have their own business. They sell refrigerator equipment. It usually isn't very exciting, but sometimes they travel to neat places. Jeez, sorry guys. Like Egypt, and I get to go with them. I turned my eyes to the pyramids and thought about my uncle. Uncle Ben and his workers were digging around in the Great Pyramid, exploring and discovering new mummies, I guess. He had always been fascinated by our ancestors' homeland. He had lived in Egypt for many years. Uncle Ben was an expert on pyramids and mummies. I even saw his picture once in National Geographic. Ah, yes, this is my uncle. Disturbing the final resting place of a person. When are we going to see Uncle Ben? I asked, tugging Dad's arm. I accidentally tugged too hard, and the guidebooks fell out of his hands. I helped him pick them up. Not today, Dad said, making a face. He didn't like to bend over to pick up things. His stomach got in the way. Ben's going to meet us in Cairo in a few days. Why don't we go up to the pyramid and see if he's there now? I asked impatiently. We're not allowed, Dad replied. Look, camels! Mom poked me on the shoulder and pointed. Sure enough, some people had arrived on camels. One of the camels seemed to be having a coughing fit. I guess he was thirsty too. I love the dedication to just not letting this go. You do you, kid. The people riding the camels were tourists, and they looked very uncomfortable. They didn't seem to know what to do next. Do you know how to get down from a camel? I asked my dad. He was squinting at the pyramids, studying the top of it. No, how? I said, you don't get down from a camel, I said. You get down from a duck. I know, it's a very old... I know, it's a very old joke, but my dad and I never got tired of it. Oh, because the feathers. I was so confused. Okay, that's how you know it's a great joke. Do you see the camels? Mom asks. I'm not blind, I repeated. Being thirsty always puts me in a bad mood. Besides, what was so exciting about camels? They were really gross looking, and they smelled like my gym socks after a basketball game. Hey, camels are adorable. Don't make fun of the camels. Don't insult them. What's your problem, Mom asked, fiddling with her straw hat. He's thirsty. I told you, I said, not meaning to sound so angry. I'm thirsty. Gabe, really? She glanced at Dad, then went back to staring at the pyramid. Dad, do you think Uncle Ben can take us inside the pyramid? I asked enthusiastically. That would be really outstanding. No, I don't think so, he said. He tucked his guidebook into his armpit so he could raise his binoculars to his eyes. I really don't think so, Gabe. I don't think it's allowed. I couldn't hide my disappointment. I had all these fantasies about going down into the pyramid with my uncle, discovering mummies and ancient treasures, fighting off ancient Egyptians who had come back to life to defend their sacred tomb, and escaping after a wild chase, just like Indiana Jones. I don't think Indiana Jones ever fought mummy, but okay, sorry, being pedantic. I'm afraid you'll just have to appreciate the pyramid from outside, Dad said, peering over the yellow sand, trying to focus his binoculars. I've already appreciated it, I told him glumly. Can we go get a drink now? Little did I know that in a few days, Mom and Dad would be gone, and I would be deep inside the pyramid where we were staring at. Not just inside it, but trapped inside it, sealed inside it, probably forever. Jesus Christ. So far, I think all of the other kids, we've had such annoying kids in the beginning, in the first 4 books, because for the most part, this kid is all but a saint, especially compared to the other ones. It's like, oh, sorry, I don't mean to complain, Mom and Dad. I'm just over here dying of thirst. Don't mind me. Gosh. Now I have to go to bed because I have to work early tomorrow. I'll watch playback later. Bye, Patrick. Or actually, you're probably in bed. Hi, Patrick, returning from wherever you were, whatever you were doing, and coming back to finish the VOD. Because you had to go to bed because you had an early call time tomorrow morning. Hi, glad to have you here. Glad to see you again. First person again, cool. Yes, I always prefer when they're first person. Drink your spit, then yeah, right. First sentence. I looked at the pyramid and got thirsty. I don't know. I really don't know. But like the poor kid's about to get heat stroke. I think we can give it to him. Here we go with the parents again. Oh yeah. I hunger, mother. Kid, I'm dying, mom. Can you shut up, strange child? I know, right? Great parenting. Bro, like what kind of parents don't have like 4 water bottles and a right? My mom has like, if we leave the house just to like go to the library, she's like, bring a water bottle. Bring a water bottle. To this day, I'm 25 and she's still like, oh, you want water? I have water. Already getting into the suggestive verbiage. Oh, joy. I've started to go numb to it, honestly. I think parents forget their children are constantly growing and scarf down food and drinks like nothing. Yeah. They forget that it's different than like an adult's need for food and water because they're literally growing. Dramatic child, but mom is a typical dismissive Goosebumps parent. Yeah, the child is dramatic, but I feel like it's warranted because the child is also being denied water, a basic human right, necessity. Most of us had better parents than the ones in these books. Goosebumps parenting, negative 100,000 million points out of 0. Yeah. My life had been a Goosebumps book when I was 12. I'd be dead, right? What if the boy is thirsty as a puss? Oh gosh. Not that kind of thirsty, he's a child. Talking about water. Nothing more. It is so sassy. I'm loving this main character. So far, I actually love Gabe, the sassy, dying of thirst child, very much. Nursing home for both of them if they survive the books. Yeah, that's a. The dad at least seems just oblivious. The mom seems straight up evil. The 34th Goosebump book we're probably going to get. Kid, mom, please take me to the hospital. I think my appendix burst. Mom, uh, come on now, stop complaining. You're 12, not 4, so suck it up. This is the second. Also in Monster Blood, the mom said to the kid, you're not 5 or you're not 4, so suck it up, basically when he was like talking about how he felt about moving, which is like, whatever. Yeah, that kid was a complaining kid, but like, really? Like, don't make them feel like they're too old to have feelings. Gabe's got no chill. His parents have had it up to here with him. Yeah. Egyptian concept of marriage wasn't even really a solidified idea. I've read about this. It was more a business partnership. And while yes, men and women had different tasks in life, they were equal. Yes, women, Egyptian women had the ability to own land. And they were one of few societies at that time in history that would actually do that, which I always thought was interesting. They got full personhood. What do you know? Uh, there's in the heat, whether it's dry or not, can be very serious, right? His parents would be at fault if Gabe, right? This is like child abuse or neglect, at least. Yeah, they say that if you're thirsty enough to feel thirsty, that's bad. Like your body shouldn't have to tell you that you're thirsty. You're already dehydrated. If you're feeling like, oh, I could drink something right now. Mm. By the way, I'm drinking black tea with lemon and sugar. My go-to. I'm going to be reading for a while, and I need to not lose my voice drink. My dad taught me that trick. There's more two people who live together. Yeah, I've always been fascinated by that. Please give this child some water for fuck's sake. We were all thirsty and stay out of the basement, all of us. Who could it be? Kid is like Anakin Skywalker. I don't like sand. It's rough and coarse and gets everywhere. Or whatever he says. With logs, they rolled it on logs and would switch out of the log at the end. See, yes! I was hoping I knew Cameron would have this information. Thank you, Cameron. Cameron's the ancient world super genius. Plant Daddy? Oh no. Oh my god. Uncle Ben, ugly sobbing. Oh god, if Peter was here to read this book, he'd start crying. We'd have all 3 Peters just sobbing. Down the right spot. Basement plants in Egypt books are gold mines for suggestive sentences, apparently. I guess so. Kid is harsh, Dad. You know how heavy that is? Kid, more than y'all, probably. Dad, excuse me? You have been excused. The kid has no chill. At least his parents deserved it. Yeah, they kind of do. They're literally not giving him water in the desert. No, I swear, if this damn kid gets spider powers, then I'll quit the stream. Don't quit the stream. But I wouldn't blame you. I can think of a million cooler things he could be in. I know, right? You know how kids love National Geographic. Spider scarab. Yeah, probably something very cliche. What about Scorpion powers? Scorpion King, and then Dwayne Johnson just comes out. Aunt Daddy is a cactus. Well, sign joke. You got those in every Goosebumps book. Also, the word riot, as if kids in the 90s called everything a riot. I know, it's true. Have you read all of the Goosebumps, Amanda? I know you've read a lot of them. What is this kid's deal about being thirsty? Give him some water. Stupid parents. I know, right? Kids these days always wanting water in the desert. Really? You're thirsty? So ungrateful. That's not how I raised you at all, to be thirsty. Oh, hell no. You messed with Brunarius. He needs a drink. All his moisture has been sucked out of him. If this book ends with the kid being a mummy, I'm gonna lose my mind. Like the idea of Spider-Man in every country. I'll catch back up to chat in a second. I'm going to read the next chapter. I need to basically do like Pomodoros with chat because I always get distracted. All right, chapter 2. Everybody just has such interesting things to say in chat. We drove from Aljaza to Cairo in the funny little. Oh, by the way, apologies for any now past, present, and future mispronunciations of anything Egyptian. We all know that I'm bad at pronouncing things. We drove from Aljaza to Cairo in the funny little rental car Dad had picked up at the airport. It wasn't a long drive, but it seemed long to me. The car was just a little bit bigger than some of my old remote control cars, and my head hit the ceiling with every bump. Yeah, because you're probably dying of dehydration. I had brought my Game Boy with me, product placement, but Mom made me put it away. Oh, so I could watch. Sorry, I'll stop. So that I could watch the Nile as the road followed along its bank. It was very wide and very brown. No one else in your class is seeing the Nile this Christmas, Mom said, the hot wind blowing her brown hair through the open car window. Can I play with my Game Boy now? I asked. I mean, when you got right down to it, a river is a river. An hour or so later, we were back in Cairo with its narrow, crowded streets. Dad made a wrong turn and drove us into some kind of market, and we were trapped in a little alley behind a herd of goats for nearly half an hour. I didn't get a drink till we got back to the hotel. Oh no! Poor kid. And by that time, my tongue was the size of a salami and hanging down to the floor, just like Elvis's. He's our Cocker Spaniel. There's always a Cocker Spaniel. How many Cocker Spaniels have there been? I love that. He's our Cocker Spaniel back home. I'll say nice things about Egypt. I'll say one nice thing about Egypt. The Coke tastes just as good as the Coke back home. What an American take. The classic Coke, too. Not the other kind. And they give you plenty of ice, which I like to crunch with my teeth. Okay. We had a suite at the hotel, 2 bedrooms and a sort of living room. If you looked out the window, you could see a tall glass skyscraper across the street, just like you'd see in any city. There was a TV in the living room, but everyone spoke Arabic on it. The shows didn't look too interesting anyway, mainly a lot of news. The only channel in English was CNN, but that was news too. That is typically what CNN airs, yes. We had started to talk about where to go for dinner when the phone rang. Dad went into the bedroom to answer it. A few minutes later, he called Mom in, and I could hear the two of them discussing something. They were talking very quietly, so I figured it had something to do with me, and they didn't want me to hear. I always was afraid that if I heard my parents talking quietly in the next room, I was, like, this far away from being punished or something. As usual, I was right. They both came out of the bedroom a few minutes later, looking kind of worried. My first thought was that my grandmother had called to say that something bad had happened to Elvis back home. Is Elvis okay? Is Grandma okay? What's wrong? I asked. Who called? Your dad and I have to go to Alexandria right away, Mom said, sitting down beside me on the couch. Huh? Alexandria? We weren't supposed to go there until the end of the week. Business, Dad said. An important customer wants to meet with us first thing tomorrow morning. We have to take a plane that leaves in an hour, Mom said. But I don't want to, I told them, jumping up from the couch. I want to stay in Cairo and see Uncle Ben. I want to go to the pyramids with him. You promised. We argued about it for a short while. They tried to convince me there were a lot of cool things to see in Alexandria. Not the Library of Alexandria. Sorry, not over it. But I held my ground. Finally, Mom had an idea. She went into the bedroom, and I heard her making a phone call to someone. A few minutes later, she came back with a smile on her face. I talked to Uncle Ben, she announced. Wow, do they have phones in the pyramid, I asked. No, I talked to him at the small lodge he's staying at in Al-Jazaa, he replied. He said he'd come and take care of you if you want, while your dad and I are in Alexandria. Yeah? This was starting to sound outstanding. Maybe Uncle Ben will give me water. Uncle Ben is one of the coolest guys I've ever known. Sometimes I couldn't believe he was Mom's brother. Damn. It's your choice, Gabe, she said, glancing at my dad. You can come with us, or you can stay with Ben till we get back. Some choice. I didn't have to think about it for more than 1/18th of a second. I'll stay with Uncle Ben, I declared. One other thing, Mom said, grinning for some reason. You might want to think about this. I don't care what it is, I insisted. I choose Uncle Ben. Sari is also on Christmas vacation, Mom said. And she's staying with him too. Barf, I cried and flung myself down on the couch and began pounding the cushions with both fists. Sari is Uncle Ben's stuck-up daughter, my only cousin. She's the same age as me, 12, and she thinks she's so great. She goes to boarding school in the United States while her dad works in Egypt. She's really pretty, and she knows it. And she's smart, and the last time I saw her, she was an inch taller than me. That was the last Christmas, I guess. She thought she was really hot stuff because she could get to the last level of Super Mario World. But it wasn't fair because I don't have Super Nintendo, only regular Nintendo, so I never got to practice. I think that's what she liked about me best, that she could beat me at games and things. Sari is the most competitive person I know. She has to be first and best at everything. If everyone around her is catching the flu, she has to be the first one to catch it. Why wouldn't you just want to be the one person that doesn't have the flu? Then you don't have the flu. Stop pounding the couch like that, Mom said. She grabbed my arm and pulled me to my feet. Oh, now we're getting vaguely violent with our children. All right. Does that mean you changed your mind? You're coming with us? Dad asked. Thought about it. No, I'll stay here with Uncle Ben, I decided. And you won't fight with Sari? Mom asked. She fights with me, I said. Your mom and I have got to hurry, Dad said. They disappeared into the bedroom to pack. I turned on the TV and watched some kind of game show in Arabic. The contestants kept laughing a lot. I couldn't figure out why. I hardly know a word of Arabic. After a while, Mom and Dad came out dragging suitcases. We'll never get to the airport in time, Dad said. I talked to Ben, Mom told me, brushing her hair with her hand. He'll be here in an hour and a half. Gabe, you don't mind staying alone here for just an hour, do you? No, let's leave our 12-year-old alone in a hotel in a foreign country. That's totally a normal thing for parents to do. Huh? Not much of an answer, I'll admit, but her question caught me by surprise. I mean, it never occurred to me that my own parents would leave me all alone in a big hotel in a strange city where I didn't even know the language. I mean, how could they do that to me? This kid is so much more aware of how shit his parents are than all the other kids. No problem, I said. I'll be fine. I'll just watch TV till he comes. Ben's on his way already, Mom said. He and Sari will be here in no time. And I phoned down to the hotel manager. He said he'd have someone look in on you from time to time. Where's the bellhop? Dad asked, nervously pacing the door to the door and back. I called down there 10 minutes ago. Just stay here and wait for Ben, okay? Mom said to me, walking up behind the couch, leaning over and squeezing my ears. Squeezing your ears? Huh. For some reason, she thinks I like that. Don't go out or anything. Just wait right here for him. She bent down and kissed me on the forehead. I won't move, I promise. I'll stay right here on the couch. I won't go to the bathroom or anything. Can't you ever be serious, Mom asked, shaking her head. There was a loud knock on the door. The bellhop, a bent-over old man who didn't look as if he could pick up a feather pillow, had arrived to take the bags. Mom and Dad looked very worried, gave me hugs, and more final instructions, and told me once again to stay in the room. The door was closed behind them, and it was suddenly very quiet. Very quiet. I turned up the TV just to make it a little noisier. The game show had gone off, and now a man in a white suit was reading the news in Arabic. I'm not scared. McAfee, I'm never going to update you. Just stop. Scared, I said aloud. But I had kind of a tight feeling in my throat. It's an anxiety attack, I know those well. Walked to the window and looked out. The sun was nearly down. The shadow of the skyscraper, slanted over the street and onto the hotel. I picked up my Coke glass and took a sip. It was watery and flat. My stomach growled. I suddenly realized that I was hungry. Room service, I thought. Then I decided I'd better not. What if I called and they only spoke Arabic? I glanced at the clock. 7:20. I wished Uncle Ben would arrive. I wasn't scared, I just wished he'd arrive. Okay, maybe I was a little nervous. I paced back and forth for a bit. I tried playing Tetris on the Game Boy. I couldn't concentrate, and the light was very good. Sari is probably a champ at Tetris, I thought bitterly. Where were they? What was taking so long? I began to have horrible, frightening thoughts. I can't find the hotel. What if they get mixed up and go to the wrong hotel? What if they're in a terrible car crash and die? Oh my god, and I'm all by myself in Cairo for days and days. I know, they were dumb thoughts, but they're the kind of thoughts you have when you're alone in a strange place, waiting for someone to come. Kind of thoughts you have when you're having a panic attack. I glanced down and realized I had taken the mummy hand out of my jeans pocket. It was small, the size of a child's hand. You are a child. Is it the size of your hand? A little hand was wrapped in papery brown gauze. I had bought it at a garage sale a few years ago, and I always carried it around for good luck, as a good luck charm. The kid who sold it to me called it the summoner. He said it was used to summon evil spirits or something. I didn't care about that. I just thought it was an outstanding bargain for $2. I mean, what a great thing to find at a garage sale. I love garage sales. Side note, I love garage sales. Did you find books like this in garage sales all the time? And maybe it was even real. I tossed it from hand to hand as I paced the length of the living room. The TV was starting to make me nervous, so I clicked it off. But now, the quiet was making me nervous. I slapped the mummy hand against my palm and kept pacing. Where were they? They should have been here by now. I was beginning to think that I'd made the wrong choice. Maybe I should have gone to Alexandria with Mom and Dad. Then I heard a noise at the door. Footsteps. Was it them? I stopped in the middle of the living room and listened, staring past the narrow front hallway to the door. The light was dim in the hallway, but I saw the doorknob turn. That's strange. I thought Uncle Ben would knock first, wouldn't he? The doorknob turned. The door started to creak open. Hey, I called out, but the word choked in my throat. Uncle Ben would knock. He wouldn't just barge in. Slowly, the door squeaked open as I stared, frozen in the middle of the room, unable to call out. Standing in the doorway was a tall, shadowy figure. I gasped as the figure lurched into the room. I saw it clearly. Even in the dim light, I could see what it was. A mummy, glaring at me with round, dark eyes through holes in its ancient, thick bandages. A mummy, pushing itself off the wall and staggering stiffly towards me to the living room, its arms stretched out as if to grab me. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. What are we gonna bet it's the cousin? The mean cousin? I just like the idea of Spider-Man in every country. Yeah. What if camels originated from America and were an Ice Age animal? Ooh, interesting. However, the traits they used for survival, beneficial is hot, of the cold, were beneficial to the hot environment too. Interesting. That's really interesting. Bisexuality, 1999, The Mummy. 1999, The Mummy is one of those everyone is hot movies, you know? Yeah, I like Gabe so far. I was born and raised in the high desert, southern Arizona, and I can just imagine Egypt. You would need constant water intake. If you're thirsty, you should have had a drink 20 minutes ago. Yep, exactly. Yes, I almost forgot the end of our third birthday. Our emotions and emotional needs were locked away because we outgrew it. Yeah, they get taken one by one with the tooth fairy. So by the time you have all your adult teeth, you also don't have any emotions. Egypt was progressive back in the day. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, they still had gender roles, but yeah, that, like, anytime people are like, oh, well, people just didn't know that women were people back in the day. And it's like, that's not true because Egypt was a huge society and they understood that women deserve to, like, have, like, full personhood. My predator count of the late. should have built upon the traits of our modern society. Yeah, Cameron put it really well. I've read most of the Goosebump books. Yay, there. Just a few ones that I haven't read, like Curse of Camp Cold. Like, ooh, we're gonna read that one when we get to it. I know it's like further down this way in the series, but we're gonna get to it. As the kid becomes Moon Knight. The kid might be Moon Knight. Buharia is another word for witchcraft. Yes, I had heard that. Where did I hear that? I think I was just reading like a YA novel. Yeah, it was in the book I was reading. They were Cuban immigrants and they were into witchcraft. And so they called it brujeria. And I was like, oh, that's such a pretty word. Game Boy. Oh man, that makes me feel old. I know. I never had a Game Boy, but yeah, I also feel old. Oh look, a squirrel, Avery, during the stream. Yeah, sorry. Daddy, I want another squirrel. Parents are fucked up in Goosebumps. Yup. Oh, he has the light attachment for the Game Boy, right? I bet Gabe chose to take the damn Game Boy over a bottle of water. That's why his parents kept saying no, right? Mom, you don't need water. Water is for the weak. Kid, 10 hours later, almost said, Mom, see, you're fine. Yeah. Now the Bear in the Big Blue House is on Disney Plus. Are you going to react and review it? Yes. Yes. I'm sure I'll do more than one Bear in the Big Blue House video. I've got a bunch of pre-recorded videos that I'm getting through, and obviously just like October, like we go really hard into the Halloween vibes because it's Halloween. But I'm hoping for that to be one of the first videos I do in November. I'm really excited about it. I love Bear in the Big Blue House, and we love Jim Henson on this channel anyway. It's time to get rid of the parents. Yeah. Yeah. And to make the kids more heroic, because it gives the kids more not motivation, it gives them more conflict because their parents are so unhelpful. Would be cool if one of these Goosebump books had a different kind of dog. One of them must have, right? I know Monster Blood, there was a Cocker Spaniel. Was there a Cocker Spaniel in Say Cheese and Die? There was a Cocker Spaniel. Was it a Cocker? No, it wasn't a Cocker Spaniel in Welcome to Dead House, was it? I can't remember. There have been a lot of Cocker Spaniels. Away for starting to get rid of the parents. Oh, because they're leaving, yes. Those dog books have different types of dogs. Yes, they do. I used to have a Rottweiler. She's the best dog ever. Oh. Regarding library too soon. I'll never be over it. I'll never be over it. It's like, how did this happen? Would have been cool to see a dog like her in Goosebumps. Yeah. Parents, we've got bad news. Grandma called. Kid, is the dog okay? I know, right? It's like, is grandma okay? I mean, grandma called, so we know grandma's alive, but like, is she okay? Quietly in the other room. They just spoke Spanish, the three. And had to read tone and body language to see if we should hide. Yeah, I think I talked about this when I was recording the when we did box cutters. My mom we knew sign language from a pretty early age, and my mom knew this, and so she would reprimand us in sign language because then she knew she didn't have to be the parent yelling at her kids in public. Good times. Dad's dog was named Elvis. Oh. Regular Goosebump or a choose your own adventure Goosebump. This is a regular. This is book number 5 in the original Goosebump run. This is Curse of the Mummy's Tomb from 1993. We're trying so desperately to get away from his neglectful parents. I know, right? I think he's just trying to get out of that abusive situation. Uncle Ben all the way. Oh, great. Here comes the annoying kid. Yeah. Are you rotary phone old? I mean, no, we never had a rotary phone, but also it wouldn't have been weird if we had a rotary phone. We knew people that had rotary phones. We had like the wall phone, and we were like really proud of ourselves for having like the one that like mounts on the wall, and we're like, look, it has the buttons. And yeah, I remember this very well. As an answering machine, and it's digital. Memorial World Advance 2 on DS, nice. 90s video game references. Normally they take them out of reprints. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Well, this one is a reprint, but this one is not a reprint from like the reprints. Even the reprints are still like 2000s, I think. Let's see, copyright 1993. Where's the reprint copyright? It tells you. Usually it tells you when the book was copyrighted, but I think these are the 2000s reprints, so not like super new or anything. I feel like you just lost your taste and smell while I lost my life, right? I know he's the best adult. Oh, Gabe, it's Uncle Ben. Well, you're a piece of shit. I mean, Uncle Ben sounds like he's better than both the parents. The main character has wised up to the crummy parents. Yeah. His family can afford to go to Egypt. He can afford self-awareness and common sense. Maybe. Although they're there on business, right? So it's like I guess the company is like paying for them to be there. But yes, yeah, definitely. They give off very like upper middle class vibes, at least. Um Abandon our kid in another country. Yay. Um Oh, the hand. It took me a second. I was like, yeah, the hand is weird. I kind of assumed it wasn't a real hand, but God knows we can't put anything past R.L. Stine. Yeah, sometimes when I have anxiety attacks, I get to this place where I'm really, really sensitive to sound. So like I get the turning off the TV thing, but sometimes you also need something to distract you from the terrifying thoughts in your head. Gabe Hyde. Because he still hasn't had any water. He's drinking Coke, which is dehydrating. If you're dehydrated, you don't want to be drinking soft drinks. All right. I always imagine the mummy hand is to be the size of a toddler's hand. Ooh, that makes it even darker. Like in the it's like in the Out of the Box episode we covered, baby ghosts, and we're like, oh, that's dark. 30 warheads like me. Ooh, but have you had toxic waste? Toxic waste is the sourest shit I have ever had in my life. It is the epitome of sour stuff. My mouth is like watering a little bit just thinking about it. It's just like pain. 2 bags of Sour Patch Kids back to back, and my tongue was not happy with me. I once ate Sour Patch Kids and then like ate pineapple, and it felt like there was like a chemical reaction happening. Just sherry without the H. Oh my god, that's true. It's just like recycled names. And Gabe is like a recycled version of Greg, but he's less of an asshat. Maybe he wanted a do-over with the two characters. Miss Bear and the Big Blue House so much. Yeah, it's on Disney Plus now. It made me so happy. It was easy. Editing is hard. Yeah. Scholastic book fairs, and then I remember I'm an adult and can just go to bookstores, right? And cover. I just got a few more books for future streams, and some of them came in the mail. I haven't opened them yet, but some of them came in the mail today they were just like eBay buys, and like I'm like, look at me with my grown-up adult money buying children's books to read on stream. Living my dream, my best life. No, this is the reprint. This is different cover art, the original cover art. If you look at the what am I trying to say? You look at the thumbnail on the left. I've been doing the thumbnails. On the left is the original, and on the right is the 2000s reprint. Do not understand the obsession with sour candies. I like sour things, but they are pain. Like, I don't like it's the same way that a lot of people like spicy things because they like just like torturing themselves. I don't like spicy things, but I like sour things. Living my stream dream. Yep. The Goosebumps books happening in the same universe. Is there a GCU? I think we decided that there is a Goosebumps connected or slash creative universe. Yes. Yeah, because the Horrorland series is, well, I'll wait until we read those on stream, but those are more connected than any of the other arcs as far as I've seen. So yeah, I have to imagine that most of them connect. I disagree. Toxic waste wasn't that sour to me. Interesting. Maybe I got like a special kind of toxic waste. My brother and I were eating them, and we were just like, "Oh my god!" Like we eat sour stuff all the time. Like Sour Patch Kids, I can eat and not blink an eye. Toxic waste got me. Remember, Gabe, with great power comes great responsibility. I like spicy stuff. Ghost pepper chips are my favorite. Ooh, my brother loves spicy stuff. He was like the kid that would eat salsa with a spoon. Get on to chapter 3 because it's already 9:40. I took a step back and then another. Without realizing it, I'd raised my little mummy hand in the air as if trying to fend off the intruder with it. As the mummy staggered into the light, I stared into its deep, dark eyes and recognized them. Uncle Ben! I screamed. Angrily, I heaved the mummy hand at him. It hit his bandaged chest and bounced off. He collapsed backwards against the wall, laughing, that booming laugh of his. And then I saw Sari poking her head in the doorway. She was laughing too. They both thought it was hilarious, but my heart was pounding so hard I thought it was going to pop out of my chest. That wasn't funny, I shouted angrily, balling my hands into fists at my side. I took a deep breath and then another, trying to get my breathing to return to normal. I told you he'd be scared, Sari said, walking into the room, a big, superior grin on her face. Uncle Ben was laughing so hard he had tears running down his bandaged face. He was a big man, tall and broad, and his laughter shook the room. You weren't that scared, were you, Gabe? I knew it was you, I said, my heart still pounding, as if it were a wind-up toy someone had wound up too tight. I recognized you right away. You sure looked scared, Sari insisted. I didn't want to spoil the joke, I replied, wondering if they could see how terrified I really was. You should have seen the look on your face, Uncle Ben cried, and started laughing all over again. I told Daddy he shouldn't do it, Sari said, dropping down onto the couch. I'm amazed the hotel people let him come up dressed like that. Uncle Ben bent down and picked up the mummy hand I had tossed at him. You're used to me and my practical jokes, right, Gabe? Yeah, I said, avoiding his eyes. Secretly, I scolded myself for falling for his stupid costume. I was always falling for his dumb jokes, and always. And now, there was Sari grinning at me from the couch, knowing I was so scared that I practically had a cow. It's just therapy group for the Goosebumps kids. I talked about this. I'm like, I imagine all the Goosebumps kids, like, in, like, group therapy, like, comparing notes about how bad all of their experiences were. Oh, that's so cool. That's really cool, Cameron. Uncle Ben pulled some of the bandages away from his face. He stepped over and handed the little mummy hand back to me. Where'd you get that? He asked. Garage sale, I told him. I started to ask him if it was real, but he surrounded me in a big bear hug. The gauze felt rough against my cheek. Good to see you, Gabe, he said softly. You've grown taller. Almost as tall as me, Sari chimed in. Uncle Ben motioned to her. Get up and help me pull this stuff off. I kind of like the way you look at it, Sari said. Get over here, Uncle Ben insisted. Sari got up with a sigh, tossing her straight black hair behind her shoulders. She walked over to her dad and started unraveling the bandages. I got a little carried away with this mummy thing, Gabe, Uncle Ben admitted, resting his arm on my shoulder as Sari continued working. But it's just because I'm so excited about what's going on at the pyramid. What's going on? I asked eagerly. Daddy's discovered a whole new burial chamber. Sari broke in before her dad had a chance to tell me himself. He's exploring parts of the pyramid that have been undiscovered for thousands of years. Really? I cried. That's outstanding. Uncle Ben chuckled. Wait till you see it. See it? I wasn't sure what he meant. You mean you're gonna take me into the pyramid? My voice was so high that only dogs could hear it. But I didn't care. I couldn't believe my good luck. I was actually going inside the Great Pyramid, into a section that hadn't been discovered until now. I have no choice, Uncle Ben said dryly. What else am I gonna do with you two? Are there mummies in there? I asked. I mean, it's a pyramid. That's what they're for. They're tombs. You see actual mummies? Do you miss your mummy? Sari said, her lame idea of a joke. I ignored her. Is there treasure down there, Uncle Ben? Egyptian relics? Are there wall paintings? Let's talk about it at dinner, he said, tugging off the last of the bandages. He was wearing a plaid sports shirt and baggy chinos under all the gauze. Why am I stupid? I don't know exactly what that is. Come on, I'm starving. Race you downstairs, Sari said, and shoved me out of the way to give herself a good head start out of the room. We ate downstairs in the hotel restaurant. There were palm trees painted on the walls and miniature palm trees planted in big pots all around the restaurant. Large wooden ceiling fans whirled slowly overhead. The three of us sat in a large booth, Sari and I, across from Uncle Ben. We studied the long menus. They were printed in Arabic and English. Listen to this, Gabe, Sari said, a smug smile on her face. She began to read the Arabic words aloud. What a show-off. The white-suited waiter brought a basket of flat pita bread and a bowl of green stuff to dip the bread in. I ordered a club sandwich and French fries. Sari ordered a hamburger. Later, as we ate our dinner, Uncle Ben explained a little more about what he had discovered at the pyramid. As you probably know, he started tearing off a chunk of the flat bread. The pyramid was built some time around 2500 BC during the reign of the pharaoh Khufu, I believe. I think that's how I'm supposed to say it. Gesundheit, Sari said, another lame joke. Her father chuckled. I made a face at her. Her father I already read that sentence. It was the biggest structure of its time, Uncle Ben said. Do you know how wide the base of the pyramid is? Sari shook her head. No, how wide? She asked with a mouthful of hamburger. I know, I said, grinning. It's 13 acres wide. Hey, that's right, Uncle Ben exclaimed, obviously impressed. Sari flashed me a surprised look. That's one for me, I thought happily, sticking my tongue out at her. Thanks, Dad, for not giving me water, but giving me knowledge. Guess Uncle Ben is Moon Knight. And one for my dad's guidebooks. The pyramids were built at a royal burial place, Uncle Ben continued, his expression turning serious. The pharaoh made it really enormous so that the burial chamber could be hidden. The Egyptians worried about tomb robbers. I wonder why. It's not like any of their tombs have ever been stolen from ever. They knew that people would try to break in and take all the valuable jewels and treasures that were buried alongside their owners, so they built dozens of tunnels and chambers inside a confusing maze to keep robbers from finding the real burial room. Pass the ketchup, please, Sari interrupted. I passed her the ketchup. Sari's heard all this before, Uncle Ben said, dipping the pita bread into the dark gravy on his plate. Anyway, we archaeologists thought we'd uncovered all of the tunnels and rooms inside this pyramid, but a few days ago, my workers and I discovered a tunnel that isn't on any of the charts, an unexplored, undiscovered tunnel, and we think this tunnel may lead us to actual burial chamber of Khufu himself. Outstanding, I exclaimed, and Sari and I will be there with you to discover it? Uncle Ben chuckled. I don't know about that, Gabe. It may take us years of careful exploration, but I'll take you down into the tunnel tomorrow. Then you can tell your friends you are actually inside the ancient pyramid of Khufu. I think he's going to have a better story than that, or this wouldn't be a Goosebumps book. Longer in this one. one's much more, it's first person written and the longer chapters. This one feels more, not the vibe of Welcome to Dead House, but you know what I mean. Like, it's got those things in common with it. I've already been in it, Sari bragged. She turned her eyes to me. It's very dark. You might get scared. No, I won't, I insisted. No way. The three of us spent the night. Being afraid of the dark is completely normal. This is my biggest phobia. The three of us spent the night in my parents' hotel suite. It took me hours to get to sleep. I guess I was excited about going into the pyramid. I kept imagining that we found mummies and big chests of ancient jewels and treasures. Uncle Ben woke us up early the next morning, and we drove to the pyramids outside Al Jazah. The air was already hot and sticky. The sun seemed to hang low over the desert, like an orange balloon. There it is, Sari declared, pointing out the window. And I saw the Great Pyramid rising up from the yellow sand, like some kind of mirage. Uncle Ben showed a special permit to the blue uniformed guard, and we followed a narrow private road that curved through the sand behind the pyramid. We parked beside several other cars and vans in the blue-gray shadow of the pyramid. As I stepped out of the car, my chest was thudding with excitement. I stared up at the enormous worn stones of the Great Pyramid. It's over 4,000 years old, I thought. I'm about to go inside, something that was built 4,000 years ago. Your sneakers untied, Sari said, pointing back. She sure knew how to bring a guy back down to earth. I bent to the sand to tie my sneaker. For some reason, the left one was always coming untied, even when I double knotted it. My workers are already inside, Uncle Ben told us. Now, stick close together, okay? Don't wander off. The tunnels really are like a maze. It's very easy to get lost. No problem, I said, my trembling voice revealing how nervous and excited I was. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Gabe, Dad, Sari said. She was only 2 months older than me. Why did she have to act like she was my babysitter or something? Uncle Ben handed us both flashlights. Clip them onto your jeans as we go in, he instructed. He gazed at me. You don't believe in curses, do you? You know, the ancient Egyptian kind? I didn't know how to reply, so I shook my head. Good, Uncle Ben replied, grinning, because one of my workers claims we violated an ancient decree by entering this new tunnel, and that we've activated some curse. Why do people act like that's not a completely reasonable thing to be like, that is disrespectful? For sure. Someone's buried here. We're not scared, Sari said, giving him a playful shove towards the entrance. Get going. Get going, Dad. And seconds later, we were stepping into the small square opening cut into stone. Stooping low, I followed them through a narrow tunnel that seemed to slope gradually down. Uncle Ben led the way, lighting the ground with a bright halogen flashlight. The pyramid floor was soft and sandy. The air was cool and damp. The walls are granite, Uncle Ben said, stopping to rub a hand along the low ceiling. All of the tunnels were made of limestone. The temperature dropped suddenly. The air felt even wetter. I suddenly realized why Uncle Ben had made us wear our sweatshirts. If you're scared, we can go back, Sari said. I'm fine, I replied quickly. The tunnel ended abruptly. A pale yellow wall rose up in front of us. Ben's flashlight darted over a small dark hole in the floor. Down we go, Ben said, groaning as he dropped to his knees. He turned back to me. Afraid there are no stairs down to the new tunnel. My workers installed a rope ladder. Just take your time on it. Take it slowly, one rung at a time, and you'll be fine. They're 12-year-olds. He's got 12-year-olds down here. They're all gonna die. Oh my god. No problem, I said, but my voice cracked. Don't look down. Sari advised. It might make you dizzy, and you'll fall. Thanks for the encouragement, I told her. That really just felt like solid advice, honestly. I pushed my way past her. I'll go down first, I said. I was already tired of her acting so superior. I decided to show her who was brave and who wasn't. No, let me go first, Uncle Ben said, raising a hand to stop me. Then I'll shine the light up at the ladder and help you down. With another groan, he maneuvered himself into the hole. He was so big, he nearly didn't fit. Slowly, he began to lower himself down the rope ladder. Sari and I leaned over the hole and peered down, watching him descend. The rope ladder wasn't very steady. It swung back and forth under his weight, and he slowly, carefully made his way down. It's a long way down, I said softly. Sari didn't reply. In the shadowy light, I could see her worried expression. She was chewing on her lower lip as her dad reached the tunnel floor. She was nervous, too. That cheered me up a lot. Jesus. Okay, I'm down. You're next, Gabe, Uncle Ben called up to me. I turned and swung my feet onto the rope ladder. I grinned at Sari. See ya. I lowered my hands to the sides of the rope ladder. And as I slid them down, I cried out, "Ow!" The rope wasn't smooth. It was coarse. It cut my hands. I don't like sand. It's coarse and gets everywhere. I'm just starting to picture the kid as Anakin Skywalker. The sharp stab of pain made me lift my hands, and before I even realized what was happening, I started to fall. End of chapter. That was went exactly to the end of the page. Let's see. I see nothing but Uncle Ben jokes in our future. Yeah, same. Oh my gosh, Uncle Ben. Speaking of the Mummy in 1999, I'm picturing Uncle Ben as looking like Brendan Fraser in that movie, just because that movie is one of my favorites. I think that's what the new Goosebumps books are, all the main characters together at Horrorland. I haven't read any of the Horrorland books, but I do know that they are somewhat connected. And Sari has the same hair as Sherry. That's true. Very true. Do you think he just forgot to make new characters and went, and just like copy and pasted the write up for the previous characters and it was just like, yeah, this will work? It looks like the mummy. I know the mummy is supposed to look like a mummy, like these are like bones and stuff, but it just looks like mummy has black nail polish, and that's metal. I love that. The name, human character, and Transformers animated. Interesting. I know that. Sherry is mean in this book. Yeah. Yeah. Why am I not seeing further on the... That's interesting. Reconnect to this. Like, I know I'm not down to all the... I haven't read all the comments yet. Uncle Ben. There'd be a Stargate hiding the pyramid. Mummy's alive. Yes. Mummy's alive. Mummy's Alive was a fun video. I need to do more. I remember saying I would do more Mummy's Alive when I did that video, and that was like 2 years ago almost now. Waiting for the Brendan Fraser cameo. Same. Chinos are like khakis, I think. Okay. I imagined something like that, but I wasn't 100% sure. Description guy did come out and be like, every time she says, Tor's animated in my mind. Probably going to be 42 episodes. Uncle Ben's Egypt to rob the tombs of all their rice. God damn it. Yeah, there's two different kinds of people. The people making jokes where it's like, oh, Spider-Man, Uncle Ben, and then people reminding everybody that it's a brand of rice. I get the feeling that Sari is going to become nicer to Gabe. Yeah. I don't think she hates him. I think it's more of just a misunderstanding between them, you know? BTW, I'm so glad I found your channel. I'm glad you're here. I've been listening to your videos all this week during work. Thank you. That's so, so sweet of you. More wigs. They shave their head too, so it's cool. Nice. She has a great channel. Thank you, Justin. I see. Yeah, let's hope. So far, no kids have died. That seems to be the thing. People die around them, but not the kids. They have to murder people, but not the kids. Honestly, may have been a sexual awakening for me. That movie was an awakening for everybody, wasn't it? I was also thinking, yeah, it feels like if they made this into like a full movie, Brendan Fraser would play it, especially at this time when it was written. Back, what's happened? Has anyone died in the book? No one has died in the book. Plot has happened. They have now gone down into the creepy tomb. Wouldn't want to be in the pyramid with Gabe. Yeah, they're in the tomb, but no one has died yet. Last thing that happened, Gabe fell off of the rope ladder as he was climbing deeper into the thing. Oh gosh, yeah. If the brand Uncle Ben's is in universe to Spider-Man, I imagine poor Peter just like having a breakdown, just barring that from the house. I feel like it's like barred from Avengers Tower, you know? Yeah, that is true. Sometimes kids died on the show, so I assume kids must die in some of the books, but so far we haven't seen that. Not true. We had the dead ghost zombie kids, but they didn't die in the course of the book. They just were dead the entire time. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was a brand of rice. They did change it finally, didn't they? I think that's good that they changed it because it was it was questionable to say the least. Hi Natty C. We are reading The Curse of the Mummy's Tomb. Which is book 5, and we are on chapter 4. We are down in the characters are climbing down into a pyramid. They're going down far underground, I assume, and one of the kids fell off the rope ladder. Okay. Let's do the thing. Do. 2 hands reached down for mine. They shot through the air and grabbed my wrist. Hold on, Sari cried. She had slowed my fall just enough to allow me to grab back onto the sides of the rope ladder. See, she saved his life. Oh, wow, I managed to utter. That was the best I could do. I gripped the rope for dear life, waiting for my heart to stop pounding. I closed my eyes and didn't move. I squeezed the rope so hard my hands ached. Saved your life. Saved your life. He called down to me, leaning the I snatched you right out of the air. I love Cusco. Anyway, leaning into the opening, her face inches from mine. I opened my eyes and stared up at her. Thanks, I said gratefully. No problem, she replied, and burst out laughing. Laughing from relief, I guess. Why couldn't I save her life? I asked myself angrily. Why can't I ever be the big hero? What happened, Gabe? Uncle Ben called from the tunnel floor below. His booming voice echoed loudly through the chamber. The wide circle of light from his flashlight danced across the granite wall. The rope cut my hands, I explained. I wasn't expecting. Just take your time, he said patiently. One rung at a time, remember? Lower your hands, don't slide them, Sari advised, her face poking through the hole above me. Okay, I said, starting to breathe normally. I took a deep breath and held it. Then slowly, carefully, I made my way down the long rope ladder. A short while later, all three of us were standing on the tunnel floor, holding our lighted flashlights, our eyes following the circles of light. This way, Uncle Ben said quietly. He headed off to the right, walking slowly, stooping because of the low ceilings. Our sneakers crunched on the sandy floor. I saw another tunnel leading off to the right, then another tunnel on the left. We're breathing air that is 4,000 years old, Ben said, keeping his light aimed on the floor ahead of him. Smells like it, I whispered to Sari. She laughed. The air really did smell old, kind of heavy and musty, like someone's attic. I mean, it's literally been locked up in a tomb, so... Wait, this one, okay, yeah. I don't really remember this one. I just remember that I read it, which is, I guess, my only memories of these books. So far, it's pretty good so far. Um, Sorry, redemption arc, I guess. Ah, yeah, dancing flashlights. Um, the tunnel widened a little as it curved to the right. We're going deeper into the earth, Ben said. Does it feel like you're going downhill? Sari and I both muttered that it did. Dad and I explored one of these side tunnels yesterday. Sari told me. We found a mummy case inside a tiny room, a beautiful one, in perfect condition. Was there a mummy inside it? I asked eagerly. I was dying to see a mummy. The museum back home had only one. I'd stared at it and studied it all my life. No, it was empty, Sari replied. Why didn't the mummy have any hobbies? Uncle Ben asked, stopping suddenly. I don't know, I answered. He was too wrapped up in his work, Uncle Ben exclaimed. He laughed at us. He laughed at his own joke. Sari and I could only mutter weak smiles. Don't encourage him, Sari told me loud enough for her dad to hear. He knows a million mummy jokes, and they're all just as bad. Dad jokes. Every dad has a million dad jokes. That's just how that works. Um, Wait up, just a sec, I said. I bent down to tie my sneaker, which had come undone again. The tunnel curved and divided into two tunnels. Uncle Ben led us through the one on the left, which was so narrow we had to squeeze through it, making our way sideways, heads bent until it widened into a large, high-ceilinged chamber. I stood up straight and stretched. I felt so good not to be scrunched down. I stared around the large room. Several people came into view at the far wall, working with digging tools. Bright spotlights attached to a portable generator had been hung above them on the wall. Uncle Ben brought us over to them and introduced us. There were 4 workers, 2 men, and 2 women. Another man stood off to the side, a clipboard in his hand. He was an Egyptian, dressed all in white except for a red bandana around his neck. He had a mustache and straight black hair, slicked down and tied in a ponytail. His head, in a ponytail behind his head. He stared at Sari and me, but didn't come over. He seemed to be studying us. Not creepy at all. Ahmed, you met my daughter yesterday. This is Gabe, my nephew, Uncle Ben called to him. Ahmed nodded, but didn't smile or say anything. Ahmed's like, I don't know you, dude. Like, why are you bringing children to our workplace, our dangerous workplace? Ahmed is from the university, Uncle Ben explained to me in a low voice. He requested permission to observe us, and I said okay. He's very quiet, but don't get him started on ancient curses. He's the one who keeps warning me that I'm in deadly danger. I feel like you should have listened. Ahmed nodded, but didn't reply. He stared at me for a long while. Weird guy, I thought. I feel like he's the only one that knows something. Something's up. Like someone's about to die. I'd like it to not be me. Not that I get enough dad jokes in real life. My husband's best friend was king of the dad jokes. Before they had kids, very much, dude, just stop. My dad is the king of dad jokes, too. Ben's dad jokes, yeah. I wondered if he'd tell me about the ancient curses. I loved stories about ancient curses. Uncle Ben turned to his workers. So, any progress today? He asked. We think we're getting real close, a young red-haired man wearing faded jeans and a blue denim work shirt replied. And then he added, just a hunch. Ben frowned. Thanks, Quasimodo, he said. The workers all laughed. I guess they liked Uncle Ben's jokes. Quasimodo was the hunchback of Notre Dame, Sari explained to me in a superior tone. I know, I replied irritably. I get it. Oh, because it's a hunch. The dad jokes are so bad that I don't even get them at first. Jeez. Okay. I'm back. We could be heading in the wrong direction altogether, Uncle Ben told the workers, scratching the bald spot on the back of his head. The tunnel might be over there. He pointed to the wall on the right. No, I think we're getting warm, Ben, a young woman, her face smudged with dust, said. Come over here. I want to show you something. She led him over to a large pile of stones and debris. He shined his light where she was pointing. Then he leaned closer to examine what she was showing him. That's very interesting, Christy, Uncle Ben said, rubbing his chin. They fell into a long discussion. After a while, 3 other workers entered the chamber, carrying shovels and picks. One of them was carrying some kind of electronic equipment in a flat metal case. It looked a little like a laptop computer. I wanted to ask Uncle Ben what it was, but he still was in the corner, involved in his discussion with the worker named Christy. Sari and I wandered back toward the tunnel entrance. I think he's forgotten about us, Sari said sullenly. I agreed, shining my flashlight up at the high cracked ceiling. Once he gets down here with the workers, he forgets everything but his work, she said, sighing. I can't believe we're actually inside a pyramid, I exclaimed. I'd get so, I'm not claustrophobic, but the darkness, I think I'd be too scared of, working down there in the dark all day, you know? It'd be hard for me. Sari laughed. She kicked at the floor with one sneaker. Look, ancient dirt, she said. Yeah, I kicked up some of the sandy dirt too. I wonder who walked here last. Maybe an Egyptian priestess. Maybe a pharaoh. They might have stood right here on this spot. Let's go exploring, Sari said suddenly. Huh? Her dark eyes gleamed and she had a really devilish look on her face. Let's go, Gaby. Let's check out some tunnels or something. Don't call me Gaby, I said. Come on, Sari, you know I hate that. Sorry, she apologized, giggling. You coming? We can't. I insisted, watching Uncle Ben. He was having some kind of argument with the worker carrying the thing that looked like a laptop. Your dad said we had to stick together. He said he'll be busy here for hours, she interrupted, glancing back at him. He won't even notice we're gone, really. But sorry, I started. Besides, she continued, putting her hand on my shoulder and pushing me backward toward the chamber door, he doesn't want us hanging around. We'll only get in the way. Sorry. I went exploring yesterday, she said, pushing me with both hands. We won't go far. You can't get lost. All the tunnels lead back to the big room. Really. I just don't think we should. I said, my eyes on Uncle Ben. He was down on his hands and knees now, digging against the wall with some kind of pick. Let go of me, I told her. Really, and then she said what I knew she'd say, what she always says when she wants to get her way. Bars, okay? Someone keep tally of all the accidental R.L. Stine bars. There's been a lot of them. Are you chicken? No, I insisted. You know your dad said. That's what all these kids threaten each other with chicken. I guess we did when we were kids too, but it's a lot. You know, your dad said, chicken, chicken, chicken. She began clucking like a chicken, really obnoxious. Stop it, Sari. I tried to sound tough and menacing. Are you chicken, Gaby? She repeated, grinning at me as if she just won some big victory. Huh, Gaby. Huh, Gaby? Stop calling me that, I insisted. She just stared at me. I made a disgusted face. Okay, let's go exploring, I told her. I mean, what else could I say? But not far, I added. Don't worry, she said, grinning. We won't get lost. I'll just show you some of the tunnels I looked at yesterday. One of them has a strange animal picture carved on the wall. I think it's some kind of a cat. I'm not sure. Really? I cried, instantly excited. I've seen pictures of relief carvings, but I've never... It may be a cat, Sari said, or maybe a person with an animal head. It's really weird. Where is it? I asked. Follow me. We both gave one last glance back to Uncle Ben, who was down on his hands and knees, picking away at the stone wall. Then I followed Sari out of the chamber. We squeezed through the narrow tunnel, then turned and followed a slightly wider tunnel to the right. I hesitated a few steps behind her. Are you sure we'll be able to get back? I asked, keeping my voice low so she couldn't accuse me of sounding frightened. No problem, she replied. Keep your light on the floor. Oh, famous last words. There's a small chamber on the other end of this tunnel. That's kind of neat. We followed the tunnel as it curved to the right. It branched into two low openings, and Sari took the one to her left. The air grew a little warmer. It smelled stale, as if people had been smoking cigarettes there. This tunnel was wider than the others. Sari was walking faster now, getting further ahead of me. Hey, wait up, I cried. I looked down to see that my sneaker had come untied again. Uttering a loud, annoyed groan, I bent to retie it. Hey, Sari, wait up. She didn't seem to hear me. I could see her light in the distance growing fainter in the tunnel. Then suddenly, it disappeared. Had her flashlight burned out? No, the tunnel probably curved, I decided. She's just out of my view. Hey, Sari, I called. Wait up. Wait up. I stared ahead into the dark tunnel. Sari? Why didn't she answer me? Oh, boy. Dad jokes are a part of becoming a dad. Yeah. This book tonight, fuck yeah, a bit too loud. Yeah, so obviously we're not just going to read the Goosebumps books just until we're through all of them, because we have a lot of books that we want to read, and I'm trying to keep it mixed, but we're going to be reading a lot of these books, and I've talked about how I'm basically doing a project where I'm going to stream reading all of the 62 original books. And obviously we can do streams with the other books in the series too, but I want to stream these first because I want to do a big video afterwards for it to post on the channel about like a big video about all of the original Goosebumps books. And I'll probably be adding some clips here from this. When I finally do it, I'll probably pull some clips and mention some of the common things that Stream collectively thought. So yes, Return of the Mummy is coming up. It's just coming up in a while, because Return of the Mummy is like here. It's book number 23, so we've got some time, but yes, it's coming. Trust me, as someone who took an anthropology, yeah, never let kids near dig sites. It's so dangerous. It's literally a construction site. Sorry, I saw it. I know, sorry, I saw the decent video. Getting a bad feeling about... They would have headlights, probably. Stupid kids disturbing the dead. Stupid adults disturbing the dead. I just feel like people never learn. I'd be pissed if I was a mummy in that tomb. Can you imagine? Just like, aw, shit, not again. Get the fuck out of our tomb. I'm sorry, but what the fuck? Why would you even think about looking around and getting lost or even ruining stuff? I have no idea. They're kids, and I guess kids are stupid. Sure, let's get off exploring in an unknown mummy tomb. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Do I need to make gosh, we have so many like if I make merch one day situations, but do I need like a mug or a t-shirt or something with generic versions of like the big monsters from Goosebumps and it just says it's fine on it? I wouldn't have gone through those tunnels. Yeah. Would have told Sari to piss off. Yes. Nice. I'm not sure like what the rule is about like uh fan art that references things that are not my IP, but I'm sure like we could have like generic enough versions of some of these things that we don't get sued. If a lawyer from the future is watching this, I swear to God, I will be so sad if you sue me. Please don't sue me. Mm. All right, let's see. Woohoo! What that was, but woohoo! That was like I sounded like Mario. I was like, "It's a me, Chris Pratt." There's totally not toxic mold in. Oh, there totally are. There totally are. That's one of the non spooky scary skeleton version of the why so many people who excavated famous tombs died. Like it's some of them were probably like it's argued that some of them were probably mold because ooh, that's got to be toxic. But then do you remember they opened up that big tomb and they excavated like 20 something mummies and everybody was joking that like don't put them back, like put that thing back where it came from, or so help me, because that's gonna like unleash a curse. And then that was right before 2020 happened and everybody was like, yes, see, everybody was like joking about a mummy's curse. I didn't take a breath for nearly I waited way too long to take a breath and then I started running out of breath. All right. All right, chapter 5. Sorry. My voice echoed through. That's such a pretty name, by the way. I love that. My voice echoed through the long, curving tunnel. No reply. I called again and listened to my voice fading as the echo repeated her name, again and again. At first, I was angry. I knew what Sari was doing. She was deliberately not answering, deliberately trying to frighten me. She had to prove that she was the brave one, and I was the fraidy cat. Suddenly, I remembered another time, a few years before, Sari and Uncle Ben had come to my house for a visit. I think Sari and I were 7 or 8. We were outside to play. It was a gray day. Bars threatening the rain. Threatening rain. Sari had a jump rope and was showing off as usual, showing me how good she was at it. Then, of course, when she let me try it, I tripped and fell and she laughed like crazy. I've decided to get back at her by taking this deserted old house taking her to this deserted old house a couple of blocks up the street. The kids in the neighborhood all believed the house was haunted. It was a neat place to sneak in and explore, although our parents were always warning us to stay away from it because it was falling apart and dangerous. Wait, so that wasn't their Goosebumps experience? You sneak into a haunted house and that's not your Goosebumps experience, but then you end up looking for mummies and having your Goosebumps experience then. Oh my god. What I would have let and gone back to her dad and tell her that she left, right? Yeah. Went back for the moment. Welcome back, Patrick. It's all a dream. You really did get to sleep. Is she gonna be like that? I'm gonna be like that. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I can totally see that. Days where you're so tired and you go to bed and wake up 10 minutes later. Yes, that's my life. That's not days. That's that's my whole life. Pages. I'm not gonna spoil myself, but ooh, this one's 132 pages. 32 pages. Yep. Okay. So I led Sari to this house and told her it was haunted, and we sneaked in through the broken basement window. It got even darker out and started to rain, and was perfect. It was perfect. I could tell Sari was really scared to be alone in the creepy old house. I, of course, wasn't scared at all because I'd been there before. Well, we started exploring with me leading the way, and it somehow we got separated, and it started thundering and lightning outside. There was rain pouring in through the broken windows. I decided maybe we should go home, so I called to Sari. No answer. I called again. Still no answer. Then I heard a loud crash. Calling her name, I started running from room to room. I was scared to death. I was sure something terrible had happened. I ran through every room in the house, getting more and more scared. I couldn't find her. I shouted and shouted, but she didn't answer me. I was so scared I started to cry. Then I totally panicked and ran out of the house and into the pouring rain. Deja vu. I just had like the weirdest deja vu. Okay. I ran through the thunder and lightning, crying all the way home. By the time I got home, I was soaked through and through. I ran to the kitchen, sobbing and crying that I'd lost Sari in the haunted house, and there she was, sitting at the kitchen table, comfortable and dry, eating a big slice of chocolate cake, a smug smile on her face. And now, peering into the darkness of this pyramid, I knew Sari was doing the same thing to me, trying to scare me, trying to make me look bad. Or was she? As I made my way through the low, narrow tunnel, keeping the light aimed straight ahead, I couldn't help it. My anger quickly turned to worry, and troubling questions whirred through my mind. What if she wasn't playing a mean trick on me? What if something bad had happened to her? What if she had missed a step and fallen into a hole? In the hole? Always makes me think of the Tom Scott thing. The old skit. Hi, Tony. Like my Thursday night. I did find more Wishbone books. Yes, I did. Maybe one day, like when I have some time, I'll just like go through. Sorry, sidetrack. I'll get back to this in a second. I'll go through as I'm like cataloging all these books on Goodreads and just do like a middle day stream. And like if nobody watches it, that's fine. But like it'll still be, you know, everybody will. If people have nothing going on or want to be entertained during the workday, yeah, we can do that. Or I'd gotten herself trapped in a hidden tunnel, or I didn't know what. I wasn't thinking clearly. My sneakers thudded loudly over the sandy floor as I started to half walk, half jog through the winding tunnel. Sorry, I called frantically now, not caring whether I sounded frightened or not. Where was she? She wasn't that far ahead of me. I should have at least been able to see the light from her flashlight, I thought. Sorry? There was no place for her to hide in this narrow space. Was I following the wrong tunnel? No. I had been in the same tunnel all along. The same tunnel I had watched her disappear in. Don't say disappear, I scolded myself. Don't even think that word. Suddenly, the narrow tunnel ended. A small opening led into a small square room. I flashed the light quickly from side to side. I mean, the girl in the last book disappeared, but she was fine. It was fine. Sorry, no sign of her. The walls were bare, the air was warm and stale. I moved the flashlight rapidly across the floor, looking for Sari's footprints. The floor was harder, less sandy here. There were no footprints. Oh! I uttered a low cry when my light came to rest on the object against the far wall. My heart pounded. I eagerly took a few steps closer until I was just a few feet from it. It was a mummy case. A large stone mummy case, at least 8 feet long. Does anybody remember Under Wraps? We did that video a couple years ago, and the little kid that looked like he was like always amped up on coffee was just like a big mummy costume or coffin. Does he say coffin? I can't remember, but yeah, that's just what it made me think of. It was a large stone mummy case, at least 8 feet long. It was rectangular with a curved corners. The lid was carved. I stepped closer and aimed the light. Yes, a human face was carved on the lid. The face of a woman. It looked like a death mask, the kind we'd studied in school. It stared wide-eyed up at the ceiling. Wow, I cried aloud. A real mummy case. The carved face on the lid must have been brightly painted at one time, but the color had faded over the centuries. Now the face was gray, as pale as death. Staring at the top of the case, smooth and perfect, I wondered if Uncle Ben had seen it, or if I had made a discovery of my own. Why is it all by himself? by itself in the small room, I wondered. And what does it hold inside? I was working up my courage to run my hand over the smooth stone of the lid when I heard the creaking sound, and I saw the lid start to raise up. Oh, a hushed cry escaped my lips. I feel like if this wasn't a children's book, this is where you'd have the fuck. You'd have the oh fuck, but there's no swear word because it's a children's book. At first I thought that I had imagined it. It didn't move a muscle. It kept the light trained on the lid. The lid lifted a tiny bit more, and I heard a hissing sound coming from inside the big coffin, like air escaping a new coffee can when you first open it. Uttering another low cry, I took a step back. The lid raised up another inch. I took another step back and dropped the flashlight. I picked it up with trembling hands and shined it back on the mummy case. The lid was now open nearly a foot. I sucked in a deep breath of air and held it. I wanted to run, but my fear was freezing me in place. I wanted to scream, but I knew I wouldn't be able to make a sound. The lid creaked open, and another inch, and another. I lowered the flashlight to the opening, the light quivering with my hand. It said the light creaked open another inch, and it was just a weird way of saying it, and I wasn't ready for it. I lowered the flashlight to the opening, the light quivering with my hand. From the dark depths of the ancient coffin, I saw two eyes staring out at me. Chapter. For a second. I saw so when I'm reading, I'm reading, and out of my peripheral vision, I can just see chat moving. So like when something big happens in a book, it's funny because I'm just reading, and then I just see chat start going like this, and I'm like, oh, I can't wait to read that. Bucks for all, yeah. They dodged a bullet with that Goosebumps experience. Yeah, they're gonna meet some kid in the future in the Goosebumps support group, and like the Welcome to Dead House kids and the Say Cheese and Die kids are just gonna be like, "Oh, you lucky sons of bitches," you know. My sleepy time medicine takes forever to kick in. Yes, I found more Wishbone books. Guy Loki sounds like he has anxiety issues. He needs to go to therapy. Right? No, seriously. I was joking at first, but he really does, like, this really does seem like the kid has anxiety. And as a kid that had anxiety, well, as an adult that has anxiety, that was a kid that had anxiety. Poor kid needs some help and better parental figures. In the hole. I woke up and there was a hole. Yep. Your cousin is a huge blank. Yep. I don't know what to do about potential meme streams, Cameron, because the one time we tried to like just do like a casual meme stream at the end of the one, I got booted off stream for watching a Smosh video because they were like, this is copyrighted. And I was like, it's a Smosh video from 2006. I like this interaction. Anyone like Charmed? Which one? The original, obviously. Patrick is offended at the idea that the reboot of Charmed is likable. Bucks for all. Yep. Manually approving that one. First, I thought this was a choose your own adventure book. Yeah, a lot because there is the Diary of a Mad Mummy one. I think that's why I have that in my collection, but this is not that one. But you're not the only person that said that tonight. As soon as I heard the CW was doing a reboot, I noped out and didn't even bother. The CW rebooting things is just horrific. You get I just love that the comments keep making me. I have to manually approve Cameron's comments. Time to get the fuck out of there. Yeah. Reboot a chance. I watched the first 4 episodes and I was like, this sucks. Yeah, I can imagine. Book is immediately better when you narrate it, huh? Oh, thank you. I'm starting to get a little bit better at reading on stream, I think. Cat is blowing up, yeah. Oh, that kid is dead. Ooh, we have Charmed. Natty says, oh, I love Charmed. We have Charmed fans. Eventually, Avery will have to read Charmed books or watch the show or both. I could do both. Choose Your Own Adventure books are confusing. I used to love Choose Your Own Adventure books. I love reading something that's interactive with me. I'm always a sucker for that. We will do Choose Your Own Adventure book live streams. I actually have 2 books in the collection of read stream books, which anyway, Avery's Library of Forgotten Books has 2 Choose Your Own Adventure, like the brand Choose Your Own Adventure books, and then a whole bunch of Give Yourself Goosebumps books. There are Charmed books. I've learned new things. I've never read any of the books, yeah. To summarize the response to a CW reboot, I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot pole. That's correct. CW making things is kind of a trash fire, and then rebooting things is usually a trash fire. And when the CW reboots something, we should all be scared. Read the Charmed book and mailed it to me. Thank you, Patrick. That's my new thing. After I read books or I don't want any more, I send them to you. Thank you, Patrick. That's very sweet, and I very much appreciate it. I've heard of the Lone Wolf book. That sounds familiar, but I have not read those. Give Yourself Goosebumps. Yeah, it was basically Choose Your Own Adventure Goosebump books. He actually published like 40 something of them. There were a lot of them. Those were my first experience. I think actually I read more of those than I did actual like these regular Goosebumps, but I did read some of these. We can let the audience involve something for Choose Your Own Adventure live stream. Yeah, that would be fun. We could vote on it. Oh, CW should stop. Like, how are they still around? I have no idea. Don't watch Rain if you're in any way even a little bit an armchair historian. Oh, I've heard, yeah. Conniptions will be had and your husband will take away the remote. That's why I never watched Rain, is because I know that I am going to be like, that didn't happen, and then it's going to be annoying for everyone involved. When your product is bad, when even the CW calls it trash, cough, cough, Powerpuff Girls, cough, cough. So the funny thing about the Powerpuff Girls thing is, do you remember when the script got leaked? I'll get reading in a second, but do you remember when the script for the Powerpuff Girls pilot got leaked? And everyone was convinced that it was a meme. So I couldn't say this, and this was, you know, when did that happen? That might have been, no, that was before quarantine. But when that happened, I happened to know because I had been contacted about potentially, like, I think for like a second they were thinking about maybe I could stand in on that show, but then they realized everybody was too tall for me or something like that. But I had heard through the grapevine that they were making this thing, and I had friends that had worked on this pilot. And said friends, whose names shall be obscured for to protect the innocent, reached out to me and were like, okay, can I just tell you something? This is the wildest thing I have ever seen being filmed in front of my eyes. So when that leaked and everybody was like, no, it's definitely fake, I was just kind of sitting there like, wait till they find out. And then everybody found out that it wasn't fake. And I was like, oh dear God. Yeah, I can't even imagine. Should make a sign, Avery's home for misfit books. Avery's home for unwanted books. Yeah, I should. I wonder if there's anywhere I could put it in here. Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that. Consider it done, Patrick. Ooh, I'm gonna get artistic talents on the Avery's Home for Misfit Books sign. Apparently, the leaked script for the Powerpuff Girls is like bad. Yeah, I saw some parts of it, and I had heard some things that I honestly thought people were fucking with me when they were telling me, but they were like, "No, it's bad," and I was like, "What?" Let's see. I about died when the tea set came out. Understood. Oh, in Rain. The tea. Yeah. Oh my god, I would have died too. Hearing about that reboot and groaned, knowing the worst will happen and be the far worse than the animated reboot of Powerpuff Girls. This is how bad it was. They scrapped the pilot. People were working. Like, people lost jobs over this. It's actually really kind of depressing. People lost jobs over this because everybody was signed on to do this whole show. And then the script got leaked for the pilot and everybody was memeing them. They were like, oh, wait, this isn't going to be successful. And we were all like, no, who thought it was going to be? I still don't get it when people can't tell, right? Everybody's online giving our opinions about everything all the time. How do they not know when things aren't going to be successful anymore? I've not seen the Powerpuff Girls anime. Oof. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah. Yeah, it was, yeah. It was a big thing because everybody was like, it was filming here in Atlanta. And everybody was like, we got Powerpuff Girls, guys. And I was like, I remember hearing about it being like, oh boy, oh boy. I remember saying to my mom, do you think I'll get to stand in for Buttercup? We know she's my favorite. And then and then it shut down and nobody was like, everybody was like, what, guys, what happened? Where did it go? And then we realized that the script had gotten leaked online. We were like, oh, that happened. Oh, that's weird. Oh, it was mid. The show is going to be a lot worse than that 80s show. Oh god, yeah. Yeah. That 90s show. Oh god, that's a terrible idea. All right. Getting back to the book. Because that's what everybody's here for. Sorry, guys, I keep getting distracted. I uttered a silent gasp. I froze. I felt cold chill zigzag down my back. The lid slowly, I felt a cold chill zigzag down my back. Sorry, that didn't make any sense the way I said it. The lid slowly pushed open another inch. The eyes stared out at me, cold eyes, evil eyes, ancient eyes. My mouth dropped open, and before I realized it, I started to scream. Scream at the top of my lungs. As I screamed, unable to turn away, unable to run, unable to move, the lid opened all the way. Slowly, as if in a dream, a dark figure raised itself from the depths of the mummy case and climbed out. Sorry! A broad smile widened across her face. Her eyes glowed gleefully. What a commitment to a bitch. She laid down in an actual coffin? Oh my god. That wasn't funny, I managed to shout in high-pitched voice that bounced off the stone walls, but now she was laughing so hard, too hard to hear me. Loud, scornful laughter. I was so furious, I searched frantically for something to throw at her, but there wasn't anything, not even a pebble on the floor. Staring at her, my chest still heaving with fright, I really hated her then. She had made a total fool of me. There, I had been screaming like a baby. I knew she'd never let me live it down. Never. The look on your face, she exclaimed when she finally stopped laughing. I wish I had had a camera. I was too angry to reply. I just growled at her. Well, the kids in the last book have a camera. Maybe you could ask them. I pulled the little mummy hand from my back pocket and began rolling it around in my hand. I always fiddled with that hand when I was upset. It usually helped to calm me. But now I felt as if I'd never calm down. I told you, yeah, it's the anxiety issues. I told you I'd found an empty mummy case yesterday, she said, brushing the hair back off her face. Didn't you remember? I growled again. Just growled. Just her. I felt like a total dork. First, I'd fallen for her dad's stupid mummy costume, and now this. Silently, I vowed to myself to pay her back if it was the last thing I ever did. He's gonna come into contact with the real mummy, and then he's not gonna believe it's the real mummy, and then he's gonna die. Oh my god, she's gonna feel so guilty if that happens. She should feel guilty if that happens. Sari is a psycho. She was still chuckling about her big deal joke. The look on your face, she said again, shaking her head, rubbing it in. You wouldn't like it if I scared you, I muttered angrily. You couldn't scare me, she replied. I don't scare so easy. Ha! I do. That was the best comeback I could think of. Not very clever, I know, but I was too angry to be clever. I was imagining myself picking Sari up and tossing her back into the mummy case, pulling down the lid and locking it, when I heard footsteps approaching the tunnel. Glancing over at Sari, I saw her expression change. She heard them too. A few seconds later, Uncle Ben burst into the small room. I could see immediately, even in the dim light, that he was really angry. I thought I could trust you too, he said, talking through gritted teeth. Dad, Sari started, but he cut her off sharply. I trusted you not to wander off without telling me. Do you know how easy it is to get lost in this place? Lost forever. Dad? Sari started again. I was just showing Gabe this room I discovered yesterday. We were going to come right back, really. 3. There are hundreds of tunnels. I said 3. That wasn't what I said. There are hundreds of tunnels, Uncle Ben said heatedly, ignoring Sari's explanation. Maybe thousands. Many of them have never been explored. No one has ever been in this section of the pyramid before. We have no idea what dangers there are. You two can't just wander off by yourselves. Do you know how frantic I was when I turned around and you were gone? Sari and I both said in unison. Let's go, Uncle Ben said, gesturing to the door with a flashlight. Your pyramid visit is over for today. He's gonna bring them back? Oh gosh. We followed him into the tunnel. I felt really bad. Not only had I fallen for Sari's stupid joke, but I made my favorite uncle really angry. Sari always gets me into trouble, I thought bitterly, since we were little kids. Now she was walking ahead of me, arm in arm with her dad, telling him something, her face close to his ear. Suddenly, they both burst out laughing and turned back to look at me. I could feel my face getting hot. I knew what she told him. She told him about hiding in the mummy case and making me scream like a scared baby. And now they were both chuckling about it. What a jerk I was. I mean, it's kind of her being the jerk, right? Merry Christmas to you too, I called bitterly, and that made them laugh even harder. We spent the night back in the hotel in Cairo. I beat Sari in 2 straight games of Scrabble, but it didn't make me feel any better. She kept complaining that she had only vowels, and so the games weren't fair. Finally, I put my Scrabble set back in my room, and we sat and stared at the TV. The next morning, we had breakfast in the room. I ordered pancakes, but they didn't taste like any pancakes I'd ever eaten. They were tough and grainy, as if they were made of cowhide or something. What are we doing today? Sari asked Uncle Ben, who was still yawning and stretching after 2 cups of black coffee. I have an appointment. Maybe he's got ADHD. You know, coffee doesn't really help us. I have an appointment at the Cairo Museum, he told us, glancing at his wristwatch. It's just a couple of blocks away. I thought you two might like to wander around the museum while I have my meeting. Ooh, thrills and chills, Sari said sarcastically. She slurped up another spoonful of Frosted Flakes. The little Frosted Flakes box had Arabic writing all over it, and Tony the tiger was saying something in Arabic. I wanted to save it and take it home to show my friends, but I knew Sari would make fun of me if I asked her for it, so I didn't. The museum has an interesting mummy collection, Gabe, Uncle Ben said to me. He tried to pour himself a 3rd cup of coffee. We've all been there. But the pot was empty. You'll like it. Unless they climb out of their cases, Sari said. Lame. Really lame. I stuck my tongue out at her. She tossed a wet Frosted Flake across the table at me. When are my mom and dad getting back? I asked Uncle Ben. I suddenly realized I missed them. He started to answer, but the phone rang. He walked into the bedroom and picked it up. It was an old-fashioned black telephone with a dial instead of buttons. As he talked, his face filled with concern. Change of plans, he said a few seconds later, hanging up the receiver and coming back into the living room. What's the matter, Daddy? Sari asked, shoving her cereal bowl away. It's very strange, he replied, scratching the back of his head. 2 of my workers came down sick last night, some kind of mysterious illness. His expression became thoughtful, worried. They took them to a hospital here in Cairo. He started to gather up his wallet and some other belongings. I think I'd better get over there right away, he said. But what about Gabe and me? Sari asked, glancing at me. I'll only be gone an hour or so, her dad replied. Stay here in the suite, okay? In the suite, Sari cried, making it sound like a punishment. Well, okay, you can go down to the lobby if you want, but don't leave the hotel. The dad thing. You can wander around the building that I don't know with strangers in it, but just don't leave and go outside. A few minutes later, he pulled on his tan safari jacket, checked one last time to make sure he had his wallet and keys, and hurried out the door. Sari and I stared at each other glumly. What do you want to do? I asked, poking the cold, uneaten pancakes on my plate with a fork. Sari shrugged. Is it hot in here? I nodded. Yeah, it's about 120. We have to get out of here, she said, standing up and stretching. You mean go down to the lobby? I asked, still poking the pancakes, pulling them into pieces with the fork. No, I mean get out of here, she replied. She walked over to the mirror in the entryway and began brushing her straight black hair. But Uncle Ben said, I started. We won't go far, she said, and then quickly added, if you're afraid. I made a face at her. I don't think she saw me. She was busy admiring herself in the mirror. Okay, I told her. We could go to the museum. Your dad said it was just a couple of blocks away. I was determined not to be the wimp anymore. If she wanted to disobey her dad and go out, fine with me. From now on, I decided I'll be the macho guy. That just makes me think Kim Possible with the macho nachos thing. Yeah. No repeats of yesterday, ever again. The museum, she made a face. Well, okay, she said, turning to look at me. We're 12 after all. It's not like we're babies. We can go out if we want. Yeah, we can get lost in a foreign country at 12. It's totally possible. I mean, it is possible. But, like, we're basically adults at 12. Yes, we can, I said. I'll write Uncle Ben a note and tell him where we're going in case he gets back before we do. I went over to the desk and picked up a pen and a small pad of paper. If you're afraid, Gaby, we can just walk around the block, she said in a teasing voice and staring at me, waiting to see how I'd react. No way, I said. We're going to the museum unless you're afraid. No way, she said, imitating me. And don't call me Gaby, I added. Gaby, 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 she muttered, just to be annoying. I wrote the note to Uncle Ben. Then we took the elevator down to the lobby. We asked a young woman behind the desk where the Cairo Museum was. She said to turn right outside the hotel and walk 2 blocks. Sari hesitated as we stepped out into the bright sunshine. You sure you're up for this? What could go wrong? I replied. Famous last words. Don't ever ask what could go wrong, because something will go wrong. Chat's like, sorry, why? We've lost faith in movie producers ever since Cats was able to be released. Remember? Yeah, true. People looked at Rebel Wilson cat getting her skin ripped off and said, this is fine, right? Right? And it's like the funniest thing about that is that they released that before the Wicked movie because they were like, this will be more marketable. And then they completely lost like millions and millions of dollars. They were literally editing it like as it was going out the door, like I'm pretty sure day of the premiere. That's how little time they had. Like it was insanely like the poor animators were just not given enough time to do anything. It amazes me how much power the internet has given. Imagine if the internet existed during Batman 1989 time, because when news of Michael Keaton would play Batman, fans weren't happy. Yeah, that is true. Oh yeah, no, I've worked on sets where it's been very obvious that they're very worried about what the fandom is gonna do. It's a thing. Like I've definitely worked on sets where people like kind of read the script and look around and go, "What do you think the internet's gonna do?" Now that film is held up high, yeah. Already, why? I know, right? Sorry, never learns. Big blank. Well, I wish she would get karma. Yeah. I want Nightbot to yell at me again. Can you tell? Oh, most people have been yelled at by Nightbot and then kicks him out for 5 seconds. It's fine. It's a badge of honor at this point. That's another T-shirt. It's like I got kicked out. I got yeeted by Nightbot. I got yelled at by Nightbot. Heebie-jeebies about the whole mummy hand thing. Yeah, the whole thing's just kind of giving me heebie-jeebies. The mummy hand is pretty creepy, yeah. I think they should stop scaring him so much. Like, maybe that's why he has anxiety, right? It's trauma. Um, not scared so easy. Haha, sure, sorry, that's gonna be foreshadowing later. Yup. I mean, Uncle Ben is right. No, he's totally right. I can't even believe he's bringing children down here. Why are the kids there in the first place? Natty is thinking what I'm thinking. It's like, this is so dangerous. His cousin is such a bitch. They're a babysitter, Uncle Ben, right? At least Uncle Ben gives a shit. That's true, and he probably gives them water when they ask for it. What a low bar. Why not Mary Jane, right? Gabe's parents would have been like, meh, when the kids disappeared. Yeah. Oh, they're just being dramatic. They'll turn back up. So the uncle is okay with his daughter hiding in a mummy case. All right. He is a bad anthropologist, right? Like, I love you, Uncle Ben, but Jesus, that's a terrible idea for so many different reasons. Carl Ben R.L. Stein stole Uncle Ben from Spider-Man. Yeah. Stop being. Oh, good. Now we can go on that cruise and stop being pestered about dehydration. You're right, and I'm not an anthropologist. Yeah, it's just super like super dangerous, super bad idea for um just preserving, I almost said the evidence, the historic things that you find. Yes, Patrick, this has been, I moved this because this used to be on the wall. It's been here ever since I started filming in here, and I moved it because the Sandersons now have this wall. But yes, this is a poster from the 1930s first Nancy Drew movie that they made. I'm excited for you to do the Lucy show. Yes, I think actually off of that DVD that you sent, that's like episodes of the Lucy show and Dick Van Dyke show. I think I'm gonna do the Dick Van Dyke show first, just because I've been trying to get around to that. But yes, I will do both of them. Probably multiple episodes because there's multiple episodes. As long as I had a book, I would have been good. Yeah. I bet the mummy is in the museum. It's like a night at the museum thing, probably. Well, you shouldn't let family do stupid things alone. Exactly. Someone needs to be there to call 911. Exactly. Scene. And I feel like he's in an awkward position because he's gonna get in trouble either way, right? Because if she leaves and he stays there, it's why did you let your cousin leave alone? Now she's lost in the city that she doesn't really know. Well, she does know it better than him, but she doesn't live there full time. Um, why did you let her go by herself? What if something happens? And then if he goes, it's like, why did you leave? And told you not to. And it's like, well, she was gonna go. I got questions here. Heather's. Oh yeah, I love Heather's. Oh, the camera. Stop doing camera things, camera. Stop it. There's been some rebound for quality stuff as of late, so there's hope. Yeah, no, there have been some things that have come out where I'm like, that's really good. They feel Wicked needs to be 2 parts. I get it and I don't get it, because mostly I just feel like they're trying to milk the fact that they're doing a Wicked movie. But also, I do kind of understand, like, when they're like, well, what could follow, like, at Defying Gravity happens at the end of the first act. If something follows it directly, that's gonna mess up the pacing. And I'm like, okay, I get it. But, like, just do what Hamilton did and just have an actual, like, or maybe I'm remembering incorrectly and I just thought maybe they could do this, but, like, there was something had an intermission where the intermission came on and it just counted down. I don't know. I don't know, but yeah. It's like, yeah, I get it, but then, like, that first movie is gonna end, like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. CGI artists get unionized soon because all animators need the respect they deserve. That is correct. Blood and Honey aren't on the you'll get yeeted list anymore, Patrick. You're good. You've got to say the name. You've got to invoke the name of the yellow fruited beast. Everybody's been kicked out by Nightbot. I feel like I would have if it wasn't my stream. Winnie the Pooh is in the public domain. Yes. Hey, pizza. How are you? Yelled at. Must hide. In my nest of shame. The cone of shame. I do not like the cone of shame. These kids in the Goosebump books probably would have had a reality TV show, right? 10-second pause should do. Right? Just a pause. What I read, I think there was a planned Jekyll and Hyde movie, and I really want it. TBH, yes, I really want it. Will pale in comparison to the masterpiece of the musical, but yes, I really want it. Yes, it's such a fun song, right? Animation has been getting hit hard, and they basically carried Hollywood through the shutdown. All right. If you haven't been kicked up by Nightbot at least once, can you even be an Avery stan? Oh gosh, do I have stans? It feels like we're all just chilling out reading Goosebumps. You guys are the best. I appreciate you guys. All right, let's go on to chapter 7. We'll make this comment. So far, the pacing isn't very much better than Monster Blood, but the setting and the characters are, so it doesn't have the same, like, punch, you know? I'm not, like, as upset. Like, I'm very much enjoying this, even though the pacing is still a little wonky. But I'm really enjoying this one so far. Let's go this way, I said, shielding my eyes from the bright sunlight with my hand. It's so hot, Sari complained. What does Nancy Drew say? It's so hot out. I should get these to Shorty right away. There you go. The street was crowded and noisy. I couldn't hear anything over the honking of car horns. Drivers here lean on their horns the minute they start up their cars, and they don't stop honking until they arrive at their destinations. Sorry, just a car going down the street, and it just doesn't stop. Sari and I stayed close together, making our way through the crush of people on the sidewalk. All kinds of people passed by. There were men in American-style business suits walking alongside men who appeared to be wearing loose-fitting white pajamas. We saw women. That feels like a somewhat disrespectful way of saying they dressed in a different style culturally to what I'm used to, but I know what they. Okay. We saw women who would look right at home on any street in America, wearing colorful leggings and stylish skirts and slacks, women in jeans, followed by women dressed in long, flowing black dresses, their faces covered by heavy black veils. This sure doesn't look like back home, I exclaimed, shouting over the blare of the car horns. Yes, because you're not home. Stop being a 12-year-old right now, Gabe. I was so fascinated by all the interesting looking people crowding the narrow sidewalk that I forgot to look at the buildings. Before I knew it, we were standing in front of the museum. A tall stone structure loomed above the street behind the steeply sloping hills. Night, Patrick. Going out with a bang, I see. It's funny, my friend just said this yesterday, that the unpopular opinion that she's not big on Idina's voice. I love Idina. But she does have a very specific sound. His animation now, the Mr. Waternoose from Monsters Inc. Cameron. Feels like a 3-star book right now. Right now it's sitting squarely, yeah. It's very fun, but not like, wow, I'm blown away yet. We'll see. Yes, the holding down car horn thing happens in all major cities in the world. I was about to say, it just sounds like Atlanta. All right. Even though he is like kind of a dumb American kid about other cultures, it is kind of wholesome that he's like, wow, this is really cool. And he's like happy to be, I don't know. So don't like Patty LuPone's voice and think her iconic diva moment of yelling at someone for taking pics during a show is really something that shouldn't be praised. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. Feels like if anybody other than Patty LuPone did it, she would have definitely been canceled. You know what I mean? Um, in a tall stone structure looming over the street behind steeply sloping steps. We climbed the steps and entered the revolving door of the museum. Wow, it's so quiet here, I exclaimed, whispering. It was nice to get away from the honking horns, um, the crowded sidewalks, and the shouting people. Why do you think they honk their horns so much? Sari asked. Just a custom, I guess. No, it's because it's a big city and everybody drives like a maniac and there's a million people. In big cities, there's a million people, everybody drives like a maniac, so everybody in big cities will drive defensively like that. We stopped and looked around. We were standing in the center of an enormous open lobby. Tall marble stairways rose up on the far left and far right. Twin white columns framed a wide doorway that led straight back. An enormous mural across the wall to the right showed an aerial view of the pyramids and the Nile. We stood in the middle of the floor, admiring the mural for a while. Then we made our way back to the back wall and asked a woman at the information desk for the mummy room. She flashed us a nice smile and told us in perfect English to take the stairs to the right. Our sneakers thudded loudly on the shiny marble floor. The stairway seemed to go up forever. This is like mountain climbing, I complained halfway up. Yes, I'm sure it is exactly like mountain climbing. Race you to the top, Sari said. I was also a dramatic child. I shouldn't really speak. Sari said, grinning, and took off before I had a chance to reply. Of course, she beat me by about 10 steps. I waited for her to call me slowpoke or snail face or something, but she had already turned to see what lay ahead of us. A dark, high-ceilinged room seemed to stretch on forever. A glass case stood centered in the entryway. Inside was a detailed construction of wood and clay. Bars. I went up close to take a good look. The construction showed thousands of workers dragging enormous blocks of limestone across the sand toward a partially built pyramid. In the room behind the display, I could see huge stone statues, large mummy cases, displays of displays of glass and pottery, and case after case of artifacts and relics. We're getting to that part of books where things get listed, and this is where my ADHD is just like, well, what if we talked about something else? I think this is the place, I exclaimed happily, rushing over to the first display case. Ooh, what's that? Some kind of giant dog? Sari asked, pointing to an enormous statue against the wall. It's probably Anubis, right? The creature appeared to have a fierce dog's head and a lion's body. Its eyes stared straight ahead, and it seemed ready to pounce on anyone who came near it. They put creatures like that in front of tombs, I told Sari, to protect the place. Scare away grave robbers. Okay. Like guard dogs, Sari said, stepping up close to the ancient sculpture. Hey, there's a mummy in this case, I exclaimed, leaning over an ancient stone coffin. Look! Like, staring back at the enormous... Still staring back at the enormous sculpture, Sari walked up beside me. Yep, it's a mummy, okay? She said, unimpressed. I guess she's seen a lot more of them than me. It's so small, I said, staring at the yellowed linen wrapped tightly around the skinny head and body. Our ancestors were shrimps, Sari replied. Think it was a man or a woman? I glanced at the plaque on the side of the coffin. It says it's a man. Guess they didn't work out in those days. Oh my god, dragging a dead person. Jesus Christ. And laughed at her own remark. They did great wrapping job, I said, examining the carefully wrapped fingers on the hands, which were crossed over the mummy's chest. I was a mummy the Halloween before last, and my costume completely unraveled after 10 minutes. Sorry, tisk tisk. Do you know how they made mummies? I asked, moving around to view it from the other side. Do you know the first thing they did? They removed the brain. Yuck, stop, she said, sticking out her tongue and making a disgusted face. Don't you know about this? I asked, delighted that I had some truly gruesome information that she didn't. Please, enough, she said, holding up one hand as if to fend me off. No, this is interesting, I insisted. The brain had to come out first. Then they had this special tool. It was like a long, skinny trigger warning. This is gross. You haven't already heard this. I went through a mummy phase as a kid and always thought this was disgusting. They had this special tool. It was like a long, skinny hook. They'd push it up the corpse's nose until it reached the brain and then wiggled it back and forth until the brain became mush. Stop, Sari pleaded, covering her ears. Then they took a long spoon, I continued gleefully, and scooped the brain out a little at a time. I made a scooping motion with my hand. Scoop, scoop, then they scooped the brain out through the nose. Or sometimes they popped off an eyeball and scooped the brain out through the eyeball socket. Gabe, I mean it, Sari cried. She really looked like she was about to hurl. I feel like I'm about to hurl. Very squeamish. She was green. I loved it. I never knew that Sari had a squeamish bone in her body, but I was really making her sick. Perfect revenge, yeah. Always LMAO when I read it, yeah. Okay, it's now going way into Moon Knight on the museum. I haven't seen Moon Knight yet. I'm very behind on all the Marvel stuff right now. I've been so busy. I haven't gotten to see, like, anything new. Oh, that was a Spider-Man quote. Okay. Gravity. I remember this part always. R/pro revenge, right? Ah, gross. I almost got sick from that. Sorry. Wait, where was I? Here we go. Outstanding, I thought. I would definitely have to remember this technique. It's all true, I told her, unable to hold back a wide grin. Just shut up, she muttered. Of course, sometimes they didn't pull the brain out of the nose. Sometimes they just sliced off the head. Then they drained the brain out through the neck and put the head back on the body. They just bandaged it back on, I guess. Gabe? I'd been staring at her the whole time, checking out her reaction. She was looking sicker and sicker. She was breathing real heavy. Her chest was sort of heaving. I really thought she was going to lose her breakfast. If she did, I'd never let her forget it. That's really gross, she said. Her voice sounded funny, like it was coming from underwater or something. But it's true, I said. Didn't your dad ever tell you about how they made mummies? She shook her head. He knows I don't like... And you know what they did with the guts? I asked, enjoying the startled look. I hope nobody's eating anything right now. Enjoying the startled look on her face. They put them in jars, and I suddenly realized that Sari's startled look wasn't for me. She was actually staring over my shoulder. Huh? I turned around and saw why she had suddenly looked so surprised. A man had entered the room and was standing just in front of the first display case. It took me a few seconds to recognize him. It was Ahmad, the strange, silent Egyptian with the black ponytail who had stared at us in such an unfriendly manner down inside the pyramid. He was dressed the same in loose-fitting white trousers and shirt with red bandana around his neck. His expression was just as unfriendly, angry even. Sari and I both backed away from the mummy case, and Ahmad, his eyes darting from one of us to the other, took a step towards us. Gabe, he's coming after us, Sari whispered. Is this going to be one of those situations, is this going to be like a Home Alone situation where they're scared of the guy and then the guy ends up being a help, like a friend? She grabbed my arm. Her hand was cold as ice. Let's get out of here, she cried. I hesitated. Shouldn't we stop and say hello to him first? But something about the stern, determined look on Ahmad's face told me that Sari was right. We turned and began walking really fast away from him into the vast room, Sari a few steps ahead of me. I turned and saw that Ahmad was jogging after us. He shouted something to us, his voice angry, threatening. I couldn't make out the words. Run, Sari cried, and now we were both running. At full speed, our sneakers drumming loudly on the polished marble floor. We scooted around an enormous glass display case containing 3 upright mummy cases. Then we ran straight down the wide aisle between sculptures and shelves of ancient pottery and pyramid relics. Behind us, I could hear Ahmad shouting furiously, Come back! Come... He sounded really angry. His shoes clacked against the floor as he ran, the sound echoing in the vast empty museum chamber, like when extras or all their shoes echo and then makes all the directors and producers mad. It's really funny. Anyway, he's gaining on us, I called to Sari, who was still a few steps ahead. There's got to be a way out of here, she answered breathlessly, but I immediately saw that there wasn't. We were nearly to the back wall when we passed a gigantic sphinx, then stopped. There was nowhere to go. No doorway, no exit. A solid granite wall. We both turned and saw Ahmad's eyes grow wide with triumph. He had us cornered. Why are we chasing children through a museum? Bum, bum, bum. Come on, guys, that was nothing. I'm honestly shocked that Arlstein got away with some of these descriptions. Like the 3rd book, someone gets hacked to death with an axe. That was the 2nd one. It's Stay Out of the Basement, right? That's the 2nd one. And yes, they do. Goosebumps went hard. Let's see. I gotta take a sip of my drink first. As long as it isn't explicitly fully human and bloody, and blood is not red, anything goes. Yeah, it's true. Make the blood green or blue, you can put as much blood as you want. Doesn't matter if it's a kid's thing. And books get away with a lot because it's like, well, we're not showing it to them. We're just writing about it, you know? Like, I believe it's like one of those things where like there's no like rating system where it's like, oh, this is, you know, kids book, this is whatever. It's mostly just like they will market it to the group of people that they think it will sell best to. So that's why you see a lot of YA books that are like much more like kid friendly and some aren't. The daughter in that book did, I'd say her dad's did dad's arm to see his blood was red. Yeah, she did stab his arm to see if the blood was red. Yeah, that's true. All right, chapter 8. Ahmad stopped a few feet in front of us. He was panting like a dog, gasping for air, and holding his side. He glared at us angrily. Sari glared at me. She looked pale, really frightened. We both had our backs pressed against the wall. I swallowed hard. My throat felt tight and dry. Well, it was your idea to leave the hotel room, Sari. You left the suite. What is he going to do to us? Why did you run? Ahmad finally managed to say, still holding his side as if he had a cramp. Why? We didn't reply. We both stared back at him, waiting to see what he was about to do. I came with a message from your father, he told Sari, breathing hard. He raised the red bandana from his neck and wiped the perspiring forehead with it. Why did you run? A message, Sari stammered. Yes, Ahmad said. You know me. We met again yesterday. I don't understand why you ran. I mean, stranger danger, dude. They don't know you that well. They just, like, see you. They've just seen you twice. And you went chasing after children. Then they're gonna, of course, run. Gonna kick you out because you're not supposed to be here, dummy. Drink some water. For me, is that directed at me specifically? I'm drinking tea. It's got lemon and sugar in it. It's good for my voice. Mm. It's good for not losing your voice if you're talking for a long time. Like I do in these read streams. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Sari said quickly, glancing guiltily at me. We weren't thinking clearly, I said. Sari framed me, and I followed her. Gabe was telling me all the frightening stuff, she said, jabbing me hard in the side with her elbow. It was his fault. He scared me with all this mummy stuff, so when I saw you, I wasn't thinking clearly, and both of us were babbling. We both felt relieved that he wasn't chasing us, and, well, he was chasing you, but not, like, to harm you. He just had a message to give you. What was he going to tell your dad? I tried to give him a message, but they ran away from me at the museum. And so embarrassed that we had run away from him. Your father sent me to get you, Ahmad said, his dark eyes trained on me. I didn't think I'd have to chase you through the whole museum. Sari said. Sari and I said in unison. I felt like a complete jerk. My brain, because her name is pronounced, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, Sari. So saying sorry, my brain is just like messing that up every single time. Lemon water is very good for you. Hibiscus tea sounds good right now. Yeah. My mom has some strawberry hibiscus tea that she loves recently. I should try it. This is just black tea with lemon and sugar. Because the first couple times we did reading streams, I completely lost my voice. And as we started doing more reading streams, I started losing it more frequently. But I was like, I love reading on stream. What do I do? And I asked my dad, because my dad has history in being on the radio. So he was like, tea with lemon in it will help. I wish I had some gummies right now. Same. I wish I had candy just in general right now. I felt like a complete jerk. I'm sure Sari did too. Daddy came back to the hotel and saw Gabe's note? Sari asked, straightening her hair with her hand as she moved away from the wall. Yes, Ahmad nodded. He got back from the hospital awfully fast, Sari said, glancing at her wristwatch. Yes, Ahmad replied again. Come, I will take you back to the hotel. He is waiting for you there. We followed him in silence, Sari and I walking side by side a few steps behind him. This guy's like, this is why I don't have kids. Like, Jesus Christ. As we made our way down the long stairway, we glanced sheepishly at each other. We were both feeling really foolish for running away like that. A short while later, we were back on the crowded, noisy sidewalk, and an unending stream of cars honking past us, all moving in starts and stops. Drivers hanging out of car windows, shouting and shaking their fists. Ahmad, the thing that I get really bad car sickness, and the thing that makes it the absolute worst is start and stop traffic, and we have a lot of that in Atlanta, and I hate it. Sorry, unrelated. Ahmad checked to make sure we were with him, then turned right and began leading the way through the crowd. The sun was high over the buildings now. The air was hot and humid. Hey, wait, I called. Ahmad looked back but kept walking. We're going the wrong way, I called to him, shouting over the cries of the street peddler behind a cart of vegetables. The hotel is back that way, I pointed. Ahmad shook his head. My car is just up there. This is stranger danger. This is going back into stranger danger territory. We're driving back to the hotel? Sari asked, her voice revealing surprise. It's only 2 blocks, I said to Ahmed. Sari and I could walk back by ourselves if you want. You really don't have to take us. It is no trouble. Ahmed replied. He placed his hands firmly on my shoulder. On Sari's, he continued to guide us. One on my shoulder, one on Sari's, and continued to guide us to his car. Dude is sus. Is like, this is not my job description, chasing after him. Yeah, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, because not sure if it's supposed to be Ahmad or Ahmed. It has an E, so yeah. I just know that I mispronounce everything, and I'm like, oh no. Phoebe's voice. Oh no. Sounds good though. It is good. Become my go-to. The tea with lemon and sugar has been my go-to for drinking on stream. That is interesting, Texas. You're saying it right, don't worry. Okay. I've known people that have pronounced it both ways, so I was just like, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Zach. What was the dude's message? His message was, come get in my car, children. I will take you to your dad. Back and all I hear is a strange man bringing these 2 kids into his car. Not suspicious at all, right? Very weird place to come back to. You're saying Sari's name right. Okay. Law and Order music starts playing. Well, it's like in that last episode of Around the Twist I covered, the most recent episode of Around the Twist that I covered, where they were like, oh, remember that time that weird, crazy, wonky thing happened and made the 60-year-old woman have a crush on me, a 12-year-old child? And I was just like, uh-oh. That's not good. I think I just put the little dun-dun from Law and Order, and I was just like, uh-oh. Oh gosh, those kids better run. Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. We crossed the street and continued walking. The sidewalk grew even more crowded. A man swinging a leather briefcase accidentally clipped my shoulder with it. I cried out in pain. Sari laughed. You have a great sense of humor, I muttered sarcastically. I know, she replied. If we'd walked, we would have been at the hotel already, I said. Amon must have overheard because he said, well, he can't overhear. He's literally dragging you along. Ahmed must have overheard because he said the car's on the next block. We made our way quickly through the crowds. A short while later, Ahmed stepped at a small four-door station wagon. It was covered with dust, and the fender on the driver's side was crunched. He pulled open the back door, and Sari and I piled in. Ow, I complained. The leather seats were burning hot. The wheel is hot too, Ahmed said, climbing in and fastening his seatbelt. He touched the steering wheel a few times with both hands, trying to get used to the heat. They should invent a car that stays cool inside when it's parked. The engine started on the second try, and he pulled away from the curb and into the line of traffic. I don't want anything bad to happen to these characters, but if nothing of consequence happens, is this just R.L. Stine being like, yeah, kids, get into a stranger's car. It's probably fine. He's on the run, yeah. Lord High Executioner from Terror Tower vibes, yeah. Might need Moonlight or Yugi/Farah to help these kids, right? Or Spider-Man. And the Autobots, yeah. Immediately, he began honking the horn at the car in front of us. We moved slowly, stopping every few seconds through the narrow street. Is R.L. Stine just venting about his traffic frustrations in this book? I think that's what's happening. Every other line is just like, and then these people were driving like maniacs. The mummy just wants a hug. Oh, God. These books have a weird mix of real-world horror and made-up horror. Yes. I think that's kind of the beauty of Goosebumps. Every book is a different flavor of horror, you know? I wonder why Daddy didn't come to get us, Sari said to me, her eyes on the crowds passing by the dusty car window. He said he would wait for you at the hotel, Ahmed replied from the front seat. He made a sudden sharp turn onto a wider avenue Perry wants to come in and began to pick up speed. I'll let you in a second, Perry. It took me a long while to realize that we were heading in the wrong direction, away from our hotel. Oh, I have terrible directional skills. I probably would find out slower than the 12-year-olds. Ahmed, I think the hotel is back that way, I said, pointing towards the back window. I believe you are mistaken, he replied softly, staring straight ahead through the windshield. We will be there shortly. No, really, I insisted. One thing about me is I have a really good sense of direction. Mom and Dad always say they don't need a map when I'm around. I almost always know when I'm heading the wrong way. Sari turned to glance at me, an expression of concern beginning to tighten her features. Settle back and enjoy the ride, Ahmed said, staring at me through the rearview mirror. Have you fastened your seatbelts? Better do it right now. He had a smile on his face, but his voice was cold. His words sounded like a threat. Ahmed, we've gone too far, I insisted, starting to feel really afraid. Outside the window, the buildings were lower, more run down. We seemed to be heading away from the downtown area. Just settle back, he replied with growing impatience. I know where I'm going. Sari and I exchanged glances. She looked as worried as I did. We both realized that Ahmed was lying to us. He wasn't taking us to the hotel. He was taking us out of town. We were being kidnapped. On that very terrifying note, I'm going to let the cat in. Because everybody can hear Perry. Always ask the stranger what your parents' name is. Well, he works with their dad, so that wouldn't have worked. But you should have like a code for your kids, like a secret password. All right. My brother said yesterday she's like the most like anxious animal ever because she just walks around screaming at nothing in particular all of the time. There we go. All right. All right, Perry Cam. I know. Shh. Oops. Cam. Hello. Hi there. Cat. Hop in the car and I'll kidnap you. Scary. Yep, kitty break. Hi, Agent P. How are you doing today? Are you sad because you were missing out on all the fun? Want to say hi to everybody? Yeah, I know. She's kneading on my arm. Very careful, you have claws. You have knife mittens. It seems not suspicious, right? Less Perry. Must mute the stream again. Yeah, she does that. The air biscuits. Say hi. Look out there and say hi to everybody. Perry. I guess they'll escape with random bullshittery again, probably. Yeah, she's a good cat. She's a mess, but we love her. Perry, do you want to help me read? Perry, do you want to read? I need to go back to that other stream and get a shot from where it looked like she was reading. All right, let's read chapter 9, Perry. Oh gosh. Yeah, have a random secret phrase so that you'll know if they were really sent by your parents. Seeing Ahmed's eyes on me in the rearview mirror, I fiddled with the seatbelt, pretending to fasten it. As I did this, I leaned close to Sari and whispered in her ear, "Whoops, you're slipping, you're slipping. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Ah! Falling. Sorry, guys, hang on. Whoop. Harry. Okay, you want to just hang here? You can hang here. No, pet me, mother. Well, she's falling. Harry, what is the with the arm in the claws and okay? You know what? Perry be like, "Hello, my fellow fan." Perry thinks that everybody is here for her, and this is her channel, right? Everybody's so happy to see you. Yeah. Oh, Perry, don't bite this one. Pretending to fasten my seatbelt as I did this, I leaned close to Sari and whispered in her ear, "Next time he stops." First, she didn't get my meaning, but then I saw that she understood. We both sat tensely, eyes on the door handles. We both sat, waiting in silence. "Your father is a very smart man," Ahmed said, staring at Sari in the mirror. "I know," Sari replied, in a tiny voice. The traffic slowed. Yes, I'm gonna pet your head. It's okay. The traffic slowed and stopped. Now, I screamed. We both grabbed for the door handles. I pushed my door open and flung myself out of the car. Horns were honking in front of me and behind me. I could hear Ahmed's surprised shout. Leaving the car door open, I turned to see that Sari had made it to the street too. She turned to, yes, it's just the page turning. It's okay. It's not a real mummy. Me as she slammed her door shut, her eyes wide with fear. Without a word, we started to run. The car horns seemed to grow louder as we headed to a narrow side street. We were running side by side, following the narrow brick street. Oop, oop, what's happening? Okay. She's like, "I am not comfortable anymore, mother. I must get down." All right, fine. Hey, David. I'm G Cat. Hi. This is Youth Blood came to YouTube for sleep music and got so much better. Avery and Cat. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Stream might be chaotic, but hopefully you'll be able to get to sleep. I am the star of the stream, not the book. I'm gonna dip and go get a snack. Might miss the rest of the stream. Bye. Bye. Goodbye, Cat. Yeah, she comes and goes as she wants. This, I'm flinging myself out of a moving car. Yeah, basically. So, David, if you're just coming in, the kids are getting kidnapped. And so they realize they're being kidnapped, so they jump and tuck and roll out of the car. That's what we're just reading. When Perry decided that she was going to try tucking and rolling just out of the seat. And my camera is still kind of messed up. Hang on. There, that's better. Okay. I mean, yeah, valid. Yeah. Where was I? Where did I leave off? She turned to me as she slammed her door shut, her eyes wide with fear. Without a word, we started to run. The car horns seemed to grow louder as we headed into a narrow side street. We were running side by side, following the first narrow brick street as it curved between two rows of tall white stucco buildings. I feel like a rat in a maze, I thought. The street grew even narrower. Then it emptied onto a wide circle filled with small market of fruit and vegetable stands. Is he following us? Sari cried, a few steps behind me now. I turned back and searched for him, my eyes darting through the small crowd attending the market. I saw several people in flowing white robes, two women, Perry, I hear her clawing something. It's probably fine. Ambiance. Cat owner. POV, you're a cat owner. Trying to do a stream. I saw several people in flowing white robes. Two women entered market dressed in black, carrying a basket loaded high with bananas. Ooh, we've spoken the forbidden word. A boy on a bicycle swerved to keep from running straight into them. I don't see him, I called back to Sari, but we kept running just to make sure. I'd never been so scared in my life. Please, please, I begged silently, don't let him be following us. Don't let him catch us. Turning a corner, we found ourselves on a wide, busy avenue. A truck bounced past, pulling a trailer filled with horses. The sidewalk was crowded with shoppers and business people. Sari and I pushed our way through them, trying to lose ourselves in the crowd. Finally, we came to a stop near the entrance of what appeared to be a large department store. Breathing hard, I rested my hands on my knees, leaning forward and tried to catch my breath. We've lost him. Sari said, staring back in the direction from which we'd come. Yeah, we're okay, I said happily. I smiled at her, but she didn't return the smile. Her face was filled with fear. Her eyes continued to stare into the crowd. One hand tugged nervously at a strand of her hair. We're okay, I repeated. We got away. There's only one problem, she said quietly, her eyes still on the crowd bustling towards the sidewalk. Huh? Problem? Now we're lost, she replied finally, turning to face me. We're lost, Gabe. We don't know where we are. I suddenly had a heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I started to utter a frightened cry, but I forced myself to hold it in. I forced myself to pretend I wasn't afraid. Sari had always been the brave one. The winner, the champ, and I was always the wimp. But now I could see that she was really scared. This was my chance to be the cool one. My chance to show her who was really the champ. This is karma, is what this is. No problem, I told her, gazing up at the tall glass and concrete buildings. We'll ask somebody to direct us to the hotel. But no one speaks English, she said, sounding as if she were about to cry. No problem, I said a little less cheerily. I'm sure someone... We're lost, she repeated miserably, shaking her head. Totally lost. And then I saw the answer to our problem parked at the curb. It was a taxi. An empty taxi. Come on, I said, tugging her arm. I pulled her to the taxi. The driver, a thin young man with wide black mustache and stringy black hair falling out of a small gray cap, turned around in surprise as Sari and I climbed into the back seat. The Cairo Center Hotel, I said, glancing reassuringly at Sari. The driver stared back at me blankly, as if he didn't understand. Please take us to Cairo Center Hotel, I repeated slowly and clearly. He tossed back his head, opened his mouth, and started to laugh. Huh. Paula, welcome to stream. BRB. Okay, Hannah. And I'm not afraid every second of my life, so I feel you, book child. Right? We were all talking about it. This child obviously has an anxiety disorder, and everybody in his life is just like, he'll be fine. And it's just like, what? Let's scare him. Over and over and over again. I might just like pass out, so I may also miss the rest of the stream. That's fine. Gotta wake up early for work. Yeah, definitely get some sleep. Apparently they are releasing the definitive editions of the Lone Wolf series, but I can't remember when. Interesting. Let's see. Welcome, guys. Hello, everybody. All right, let's just keep on keeping on. We're on chapter 10. These chapters are much more normal in length than the last book. The last book 4 has the shortest chapters ever, and I don't dislike it, but like we got up to like these crazy high numbers of chapters. And it was just like, oh wow. So now it feels like we're behind because we're only on chapter 10, but we're like halfway through the book, but like we were at the same place as like the last book, but we were at like chapter 17. Sure, get one up on your cousin when you're fucking kidnapped and now lost. I mean, you take the wins where you can get them, you know what I mean? It's been through a lot this week. His parents denied him water. He got scared by his cousin in a mummy's tomb. It was a lot. The driver laughed till tears formed in the corner of his eyes. Sari grabbed my arm. He's working for Ahmed, she whispered, squeezing my wrist. We've walked right into a trap. Huh? I felt a stab of fear in my chest. I didn't think she was right. She couldn't be right, but I didn't know what else to think. I grabbed the door handle and started to leap out of the taxi, but the driver raised a hand, signaling for me to stop. Gabe, go! Sari pushed me hard from behind. Cairo Center Hotel, the driver asked, suddenly wiping his tears from his eyes with a finger. Then he pointed through the windshield. Cairo Center Hotel? Sari and I both followed his finger. There was the hotel, right across the street. He started to laugh again, shaking his head. I mean, they're kids, man. They don't know where they are. Thanks, I shouted, and climbed out. Sari scrambled out behind me with a relieved look on her face. I don't think that's funny, I told her. The cab driver has a strange sense of humor. I turned back. The driver was still staring at us, a broad smile on his face. Come on, she urged, tugging at my arm. We have to tell Dad about Ahmed. But to our surprise, our hotel room was empty. My note was still on the table where I had left it. Nothing had been moved or touched. He hasn't been back. I thought it was going to be another fake out. Like, he was actually taking you here the whole time. You just misjudged him. Hey, Miss Firing, how are you? He hasn't been back here, Sari said, picking up my note and crumpling it into a ball in her hand. Ahmed lied about everything. I flopped down on the couch with a loud sigh. I wonder what's going on, I said unhappily. I just don't get it. Sari and I both screamed as the door to the room flew open. Daddy! Sari cried, running to hug him. I was sure glad it was Uncle Ben and not Ahmed. Daddy, the strangest thing, Sari started. Uncle Ben held his arm around her shoulder as he led her across the room toward the couch. I could see that he had a really dazed expression on his face. Yeah, it's strange, he muttered, shaking his head. Both of my workers. Huh? Are they okay? Sari asked. No, not really, Uncle Ben replied, dropping onto the arm of the armchair, staring hard, but not really focusing on me. They're both in a state of shock. I guess that's how to describe it. They were in an accident. In the pyramid? I asked. Uncle Ben scratched the bald spot at the back of his head. I don't really know. They can't talk. They're both speechless. I think somebody or someone frightened them, scared them speechless. The doctors are completely confused. They said that Daddy, Ahmed tried to kidnap us. Sari interrupted, squeezing his hand. What? Ahmed? He narrowed his eyes, his forehead wrinkling up in confusion. What do you mean? Ahmed, the guy at the pyramid? The one who wears the white suits with the red bandana and always carries the clipboard? Sari explained. He told us you sent him to get us, I said. He came to the museum. Museum? Uncle Ben climbed to his feet. What were you doing at the museum? I thought I told you we had to get out of here, Sari said, putting a hand on her dad's shoulder, trying to calm him. Gabe wanted to see Mummy, so we went to the museum, but Ahmed came and looked us. See, I was saying it right, and then I questioned myself, and now my brain is broke. Came and took us to his car. I'm back. What did I miss? They escaped kidnapping, and now they're back, and the dad says that two of his workers are scared, speechless, like they can't speak. They're so scared. He has no idea what happened to them. And they're telling him about the kidnapping, potential kidnapping. You missed the kitty. She'll come back. She tends to wander. She's a cat. She does what she wants. Scrolled up and saw Perry had made an appearance. Yup. Back, what did I miss? Kitty? Yes. Yep, Perry made an appearance. I'm sure she'll be back. Like, you know, when people who go and, like, hang out at restaurants in LA hoping to see a celebrity, we're all just hanging out hoping that we'll see Perry. Oh, you bitch, blame your cousin. Who's your goddamn idiot, right? Nightbot. Texas is swearing. No, just kidding. Wait. But Ahmed came and took us to his car. He said he was taking us to you here at the hotel, but he was driving the wrong way, I continued the story, so we jumped out and ran away. Ahmed? Uncle Ben kept repeating the name as if he just couldn't believe it. He came to me with excellent credentials and references, he said. He's a cryptographer. That's how you say that word, I think. He studies ancient Egyptian. He's mainly interested in the wall writings and symbols we uncover. So why did he come for us? I asked. Where was he going to take us? Sari asked. I don't know, Uncle Ben said, but I certainly intend to find out. He hugged Sari. What a mystery, he continued. You're both okay? Yeah, what a mystery, Dad. Childhood trauma forever, but yeah, glad that you're entertained. I've got to get to the pyramid, he said, letting go of Sari and walking to the window. I gave my workers the day off, but I've got to get to the bottom of this. Clouds rolled over the sun. The room suddenly grew darker. I'll order up some room service for you, Uncle Ben said, a thoughtful expression on his face. Will you two be okay here until I get back tonight? No, Sari cried. You can't leave us here. Why can't we come with you? I asked. Yes, we're coming with you, Sari exclaimed before Uncle Ben had a chance to reply. He shook his head. Too dangerous, he said. Heard that in Charlie Brown's voice for some reason, where he's like, Christmas hasn't just become too commercial. It's become too dangerous. Sorry. He said, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at first me, then at Sari. Until I can find out what happened to my two workers in there. Oh, yeah, now it's dangerous. But Daddy, what if Ahmed comes back? Sari cried, sounding really frightened. What if he comes here? Uncle Ben scowled. Ahmed, he muttered. Ahmed. You can't leave us here, Sari repeated. Uncle Ben stared out the window at the dark at the darkening sky. I guess you're right, he said finally. I guess I have to take you with me. Yes, Sari and I both cried, relieved. But you have to promise to stick close, Uncle Ben said sternly, pointing the finger at Sari. I mean it. No wandering off. No more practical jokes. I realized I was seeing a whole new side of my uncle. Even though he was a well-known scientist, he had always been the jolly, practical joker of the family. But now he was worried. Seriously worried. No more jokes until the frightening mystery was cleared up. Hey kids, you've been chased around. You know what you want to do? You'll feel much safer in a dark tomb. Somehow, wait, my real life bullshit is making it into these books. Maybe he was just creepy. Maybe he accidentally kidnaps the children? Just like, oh no, I thought these were my children. Now I want a Sonic game with Egyptian mythology. Yeah. The kidnapping guy must be the villain. What if he's the mummy? That would be a sweet video game, Sonic. I'm still determined to get some of these old Scooby-Doo games working on my computer. If anybody knows how to get those old, like, late 90s, early 2000s Scooby-Doo games working on a modern computer, please let me know, because I desperately want to stream them, and I have no idea how to get them to run. They won't install. They just kind of hang at the installation page, and they just freeze up there, and they don't do anything. We had sandwiches downstairs in the hotel restaurant, then drove through the desert to the pyramid. Heavy clouds rolled across the sun as we drove, casting shadows over the sand, coloring the desert darkly in shimmering shades of blue and gray. Before long, the enormous pyramids loomed on the horizon, appearing to grow larger as we approached on the nearly empty highway. I remembered this first time I had seen it, just a few days before. Such an amazing sight. But now, watching it through the car windshield, I felt only dread. Uncle Ben parked the car near the low entrance and had discovered behind the pyramid he had discovered behind the pyramid. As we stepped out, the wind whipped at the ground, tossing the sand up, whirring across our legs. Uncle Ben raised a hand to stop us at the tunnel entrance. Here, he said. He reached into his supply pack and pulled out equipment for Sari and me. Clip this on. He handed each of us a beeper. Just push the button and it will beep me. Ooh, a beeper, he said, helping me clip mine to the belt on my jeans. It's like a homing device. If you push the button, it sends an electronic signal to the unit I'm wearing. Then I can track you down by following the sound levels. Of course, I don't expect you to use it because I expect you to stay close to me. That's how beepers work? That's not how beepers work. He handed us flashlights. Watch your step, he instructed. Keep the light down at your feet, a few yards ahead of you on the floor. We know, Daddy, Sari said. We've done this before, remember? Just follow instructions, he said sharply and turned into the darkness of the pyramid opening. I stopped at the entrance and pulled out my little mummy hand just to make sure I had it. What are you doing with that? Sari asked, making a face. My good luck charm, I said, slipping it back into my pocket. She groaned and gave me a playful shove into the pyramid entrance. A few minutes later, we were once again making our way carefully down the long rope ladder. Faces pass, walking fast, faces pass, and we're homebound. And into the first narrow tunnel. Uncle Ben led the way. The wide circle of light from his flashlight sweeping back. I don't know why I can't read the word flashlight tonight. Sweeping back and forth across the tunnel ahead of him. Sari was a few steps behind him, and I walked a few steps behind her. The tunnel seemed narrower and lower this time. I guess it was just my mood. Gripping the flashlight tightly, keeping the light aimed down, I dipped my head to keep from hitting the low curved ceiling. The tunnel bent to the left. Everything you want in a box. Sorry. Sloped downhill where they split in two paths. We followed the one to the right. The only sound was that of our shoes, scraping against the sandy, dry floor. Uncle Ben coughed. Sari said something. I couldn't hear what it was. I had stopped to shine my light on a bunch of spiders on the ceiling. Ew. And the two of them had walked several yards ahead of me. Following my light, it moved over the floor. I saw that my sneaker had come untied once more. Bars. Oh man, not again. I stopped to tie it, setting the flashlight on the ground beside me. Hey, wait up, I called. But they had started to argue about something, and I don't think they heard me. I could hear their voices echoing loudly down the long, twisting tunnel, but I couldn't make out the words. I hurriedly double-knotted the shoelace, grabbed up the flashlight, and climbed to my feet. Hey, wait up, I shouted anxiously. Where had they gone? I realized that I couldn't hear their voices anymore. This can't be happening to me again, I thought. Hey, I shouted, cupping my hands over my mouth. My voice echoed down the tunnel, but no voice came back. Wait up! Typical, I thought. They were so involved in their argument they forgot all about me. I realized that I was more angry than frightened. Uncle Ben had made such a big deal about us sticking close together, and then they walked off and left me alone in the tunnel. Hey, where are you? I shouted. No reply. I'm gonna sit back for a second because my back is hurting. I'm gonna take this and read messages this way. Different kind of beeper for emergency situations. Yeah. No idea how good it would work. If something fell in a pit. If someone fell in a pit inside the pyramid. Yeah, my brother and I used to have, you know, used to have like toy cell phones and stuff. Before toy cell phones, my brother and I had little toy beepers. Weren't like real beepers, but they were like, you could like send messages to them back and forth, but they looked like beepers. My mom probably still has them somewhere. Let's play piano. Your shoes untie this often, dude. You may need slip-ons or Velcro, right? Oh my god. Oh, it's midnight, guys. Happy midnight. Trying to find do. Why do I just every once in a while just start humming the Smurfs theme song? Na, 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 na. Just like scrolling back through chat looking for something, I just see all of the Uncle Ben CST. Oh, right, it's not midnight for everyone. It's midnight for me and everybody in my time zone. Sorry. I was like needing to unfocus for a second. Hey, Paolo. Because the Smurfs rule, figured you'd still be on. How's the book so far? Not bad. Not so far. Nothing true. Well, that's not true. Not the kids have been almost kidnapped. That's terrifying, but nothing like, oh my god, so horrifying. We got to hear about how mummies were made. That was gross. Um, okay. Okay. Ready to get back into it. The kid is now lost in an ancient tomb, so I feel like this is the scary part coming up, you know? I'm running into an issue because at some point in the night, I always want to like lean back like this. Like this is how it feels normal to sit right now. But also, I want you guys to be able to see the book. And I'm just like, so I'm like, I could do this, but I'm very kind of nearsighted. Do this, and then you could see half of the book. Sweet, a mummy book can't be worse than the mummy reboot. The one with Tom Cruise? Oh, it was so bad. They tried so hard to make that, like, universal extended horror universe a thing, and it just, like, they tried to make Fetch happen, and Fetch will never happen. Alright. Beaming the light ahead of me on the floor, I ducked my head and began jogging, following the tunnel as it curved sharply to the right. The floor began to slope upwards. The air became hot and musty smelling. I found myself gasping for breath. Uncle Ben, I called. Sorry. They must be around the next curve in the tunnel, I told myself. It hadn't taken me that long to tie my shoelace. They couldn't have gotten that far ahead. Hearing a sound, I stopped and I listened. Silence now. Was I starting to hear things? I had a sudden flash. Was this another mean practical joke where Sari and Uncle Ben were hiding, waiting to see what I'd do? Was this another lame trick of theirs to frighten me? Well, since they literally just got kidnapped, that'd be pretty fucked up. It's so funny that the Dark Universe literally died on arrival, yes. It could be. Uncle Ben, I knew, could never resist a practical joke. He had laughed like a hyena when Sari told him how she'd hidden the mummy case and scared about 10 years of my life. Were they both hiding in mummy cases now, just waiting for me to stumble by? My heart thumped in my chest, desperate, despite the heat of the ancient tunnel. I felt cold all over. No, I decided, this isn't a practical joke. Uncle Ben was too serious today, too worried. There's too much hair in my mouth, sorry. uh, too worried about his stricken workers, too worried about what we told him about Ahmed. He wasn't in any mood for practical jokes. I began making my way through the tunnel again. As I jogged, my hand brushed against the beeper at my waist. Should I push it? No, I decided. That would only give Sari a good laugh. She'd be eager to tell everyone how I'd started beeping for help after being in the pyramid for 2 minutes. I turned the corner. The tunnel walls seemed to close in on me as the tunnel narrowed. Sorry, Uncle Ben? No echo. Maybe the tunnel was too narrow for an echo? I thought I'd misread it, but no, it says no echo. The floor grew harder, less sandy. In the dim yellow light, I could see that the granite walls were lined with jagged cracks. They looked like dark lightning bolts coming down from the ceiling. Hey, where are you guys? I shouted. I stopped when the tunnel branched in 2 directions. I suddenly realized how scared I was. Yes, 2 directions. The sequel band to One Direction. Sorry. I suddenly realized how scared I was. Where had they disappeared to? They had to have realized by now that I wasn't with them. I stared at the two openings, shining my light first into one tunnel, then the other. Which one had entered? Which one had they entered? Which one? My heart pounding, I ran into the tunnel on the left and shouted their names. No reply. I backed out quickly, my light darting wildly over the floor, and stepped into the tunnel to the right. This tunnel was wider and higher. It curved gently to the right. A maze of tunnels. That's how Uncle Ben had described the pyramids. The pyramid. Maybe thousands of tunnels, he had told me. Thousands. Keep moving, I urged myself. Keep moving, Gabe. They're right up ahead. Well, don't keep moving. Stay where you are and let them backtrack to you. They'll figure out that you're gone in a second. They've got to be. I took a few steps ahead and called out to them. I heard something. Voices? Now it's getting spooky. I stopped. It was so quiet now. So quiet. I could hear my heart pounding in my chest. The sound again. I listened hard, holding my breath. It was a chattering sound, a soft chattering, not a human voice, an insect maybe, or a rat. Uncle Ben? Sari? Silence. Ah, yes, the rat voices. Rat voices would be a great name for a band. I took a few more steps into the tunnel. There were a few more. I decided I'd better forget my pride and beep them. So what if Sari teased me about it? I was too frightened to care. If I beeped them, they'd be right there to get me in a few seconds. But as I reached to my waist for the beeper, I was startled by a loud noise. The insect chattering had been a soft cracking sound. Oh God. I stopped to listen, the fear rising up to my throat. The soft cracking grew louder. It sounded like someone breaking saltines in two, only louder, louder. Right under my feet. I turned my eyes to the floor. I shined a light at my shoes. It took me so long to realize what was happening. He's like reflecting. He's like, yeah, I was a dumbass kid in a horror book. I know. The ancient tunnel floor was cracking apart beneath me. The cracking grew louder, seemed to come from all directions to surround me. By the time I realized what was happening, it was too late. I felt as if I were being pulled down, sucked down by a powerful force. The floor crumbled away beneath me and I was falling down, down. Three. He always likes the threes, Arlstein. An endless black hole. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. My hands flew up and grabbed nothing. I closed my eyes and fell down into the swirling blackness. Well, that sucks. I do recommend the invitation. Goals at the very, very end. Nice. Well, this could end well, right? Spooky, scary skeletons. Poor kid. Definitely gonna need therapy. Definitely gonna need so much therapy. Oh, look how short this chapter is, guys. I love when chapters are barely a page. Actually, really do. If you're a writer, make your chapters shorter. I swear, it makes me feel like I'm being more productive and I read more on average when the chapters are shorter. I heard the flashing clang against the floor, then I hit hard. I landed on my side, pain shot through my body, and I saw red. A flash of bright red that grew brighter and brighter until I had to close my eyes. I think the force of the blow knocked me out for a short while. When I opened my eyes, everything was a gray-yellow blur. My side ached, my right elbow throbbed with pain. I tried the elbow. It seemed to move okay. I sat up. The haze slowly began to lift, like a curtain slowly rising. Where was I? A sour smell invaded my nostrils, the smell of decay, of ancient dust, of death. The flashlight had landed beside me, on the concrete floor. I followed its beam of light towards the wall, and gasped. Oh, that's not the end of the chapter. Hang on. The light stopped. Wait. The light stopped on a hand. A human hand. Or was it? This hand was attached to an arm. The arm hung stiffly from an erect body. My hand trembling, I grabbed up the flashlight and tried to steady the light on the figure. It was a mummy, I realized, standing on its feet near the far wall. Eyeless, mouthless, the bandaged face seemed to stare back at me, tense and ready as if waiting for me to make the first move. Yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes. Kid, man. The mummy appeared. Yeah, it only took 83 pages. Well, let's give it 82. It took 82 pages for the monster in the Curse of the Mummy's tomb to appear. I guess we've seen the tomb a lot. So I guess that's the thing. Alrighty then. Yeah, right. Feels like, you know, when you were a kid and you had like a box of the box of cereal would have a prize at the end. That's the way the pacing in this book works. It's like all of this was not bad. Like it wasn't like Monster Blood, like, oh my god, this is a slog to get through. Like I'm enjoying the story, the characters are fine. I like the main character a lot. But like none of the actual monster horror stuff has happened until right now. So it's like now we're finally getting to the thing that I wanted to get to. Right up there with, hey, who turned out the lights, right? The mummy is a late bloomer, right? You know. The best of us always are, you know what I mean? All right, let's see. Chapter 13. I'm holding it like this, I guess you guys can see. So I get my back support and also... Or don't blink. Oh, God. Wait, why is Texas Casey so scared? What did I do? What did I do? Did I scare somebody? Still kind of on the fence between 3 stars and 4, but it feels like 3 out of 5. I mean, we'll hold our we'll reserve because we've still got like 50 pages left, so they can earn that 4th star in this last 50 pages. There's no way we're getting up to 5 stars, but maybe 4. Suddenly, Moon Knight. Book is working up to 4, yeah. I assume that's a reaction to the mummy being a mummy. And in that case, yes, I agree. This is a super long chapter. Chapter 13. Lucky number 13, you guys. Mummy? The light darted over its featureless face. I couldn't steady my hand. My whole body was shaking. Frozen in place, not able to move off the hard floor, I gaped at the frightened figure, suddenly realized I suddenly realized I was panting loudly. Trying to calm myself, I sucked in a deep breath of the putrid air and held it. Do the 5-7-8 method. Do the 5-7-8 method. Stared blindly back at me. It stood stiffly, its arms hanging at its side. Why is it standing there like that? I wondered. Taking another deep breath. The ancient Egyptians didn't leave their mummies standing at attention. Realizing that it wasn't moving forward to attack me, I began to feel a little calmer. Easy, Gabe. Easy. I said aloud, trying to steady the flashlight. I gripped so tightly in my hand. I coughed. The air was foul. So old. Groaning from the pain in my side, I climbed to my feet and began rapidly shining the light back and forth beyond the silent, faceless mummy. I was in an enormous high-ceiling chamber. Much bigger than the chamber Uncle Ben's workers had been digging in, and much more cluttered. Wow, I uttered a low cry as the pale light of the flashlight revealed an amazing scene. Dark, bandaged figures hovered all around me. The vast chamber was crammed with mummies. In the unsteady light, their shadows seemed to reach toward me. Shuddering, I took a step back. I moved the light slowly over the strange, hideous scene. The light burned through the shadows, revealing bandaged arms, torsos, legs, covered faces. There were so many of them. There were mummies leaning against the wall, mummies lying on stone slabs, arms crossed over their chest, mummies leaning at odd angles, crouching low or standing tall, their arms straight out in front of them like Frankenstein's monsters. Oh, R.L. Stine wants us to know that he knows the difference between Frankenstein and Frankenstein's monsters. Nice. Against one wall stood a row of mummy cases, their lids propped open. I turned, followed the path of my light. I realized that my fall had dropped me into the center of the room. Behind me, I could make out the amazing array of equipment, strange prong-like tongs I had never seen before, tall stacks of cloth, gigantic clay pots, and jars. Easy, Gabe, easy. Whoa, breathe slowly. Everybody take a cleansing breath in. Oh Lord, this is horrifying. Do I need to teach you guys how to do grounding techniques at the end of this chapter? I might. I took a few steps closer, trying to hold the flashlight steady. A few more steps. I walked up to one of the tall stacks of cloth linen, most likely the material used for wrapping mummies. Gathering my courage, that was a weird way that sentence was structured. Gathering my courage, I examined some of the tools. Not touching anything. I just staring at them in the wavering light of flashlight. Mummy-making tools. Ancient mummy-making tools. People don't really make mummies anymore, so they're probably ancient, but I could be wrong. People still might do mummifying, and that could just be me being unaware. I stepped away, turned back towards the crowd of unmoving figures. My light traveled across the room and came to rest on the dark square area on the floor. Curious. I moved closer, stepping around twin mummies lying on their backs, their arms crossed over their chests. Whoa, easy, Gabe. My sneakers scraped noisily along the floor is this a typo? I think this is a typo. My sneakers scraped noisily along the floor as I made my way hesitantly across the vast chamber. I feel like that's supposed to be made my way, but I could be wrong. The dark square on the floor was nearly the size of a swirling pool. I bent down at its edge to examine it more closely. The surface was soft and sticky, like tar. Was this an ancient tar pit? Was this tar used in the making of the mummies that hovered so menacingly around the room? I had a sudden chill that froze me to the spot. How could this tar pit be soft after 4,000 years? Why was everything in this chamber, the tools, the mummies, the linen, preserved so well? And why were these mummies, at least 24 of them, left out like this, scattered about the room in such a strange position? It's Toy Story, but with mummies. I realized that I had made an incredible discovery here. By falling through the floor, I had found a hidden chamber, a chamber where mummies had been made. I had found all of the tools and all of the materials used to make mummies 4,000 years ago. Once again, the sour smell invaded my nose. I held my breath to keep myself from gagging. It was the smell of 4,000-year-old bodies. I realized. Oh, I would have thrown up for sure. A smell that had been bottled up in this ancient hidden chamber until now. Ugh. Staring at the twisted, shadowy figures gazing back at me in faceless horror, I reached for the beeper. Uncle Ben, you must come quickly, I thought. I don't want to be alone down here any longer. You must come here now. One typo out of 5 books is pretty good. True. It's also funny, though, because this is a reprint, so this should be, like, the extra super revised version, but maybe that's just me. I pulled the beeper off my belt and brought it up close to the light. All I had to do, I realized, was push the button, and Uncle Ben and Sari would come running. Gripping the small square tightly in my hand, I moved my hand to the button and cried in alarm. The beeper was ruined, wrecked, smashed. The button wouldn't even push. I must have landed on it when I fell. It was useless. I was all alone down here, alone with the ancient mummy staring facelessly, silently at me through the deep, dark shadows. Move this arm up. How to Hoovian. Turn off light. Turn on the light. Someone screams, you found a Hoovian, right? Yeah, TARDIS sound effect on your phone and just see who comes running. Because I would definitely be there being like, where is it? Whatever you do, don't blink, Gabe. Just grab a cat. The cat will protect. Oh, look, a room full of MILFs. I feel like they're a little old for all of us. Oh, yes, your first Goosebumps typo. Is that a common thing? Are there a lot of typos in these books? Because he was just writing like 16 a year and he was just like, get it out to the masses. It's fine. It happens no matter how careful you are. It really does. In Lucille Ball's voice. Ooh, yeah. That's I can't really do impressions, but I can do the Lucille Ball. Ooh. All right, let's go. I love how Gabe didn't think to use the beeper until after he got trapped in the mummy room. No, see, he thought about it, but he didn't want to because he didn't want to be called a wimp by the people that were making jokes about him being scared. See, this is the thing. This is why they shouldn't have scared him so much. All right. Just gonna keep going. Want to hear my impression of the mummy? Are you like, is it you going, it's me, I'm the mummy? All right, all alone. Forgot about that part. Yup. Well, dang. Well done, young grasshopper. Thank you. Um. Year 2000. Okay. Let's keep. I'm just gonna keep going. All alone, I stared in horror I'm gonna pull this up because I'm not seeing super well on the. I'm lagging up here, so I'm gonna pull up the OBS so I can see better. Luigi's Mansion music. I'm so excited to do Luigi's Mansion streams. I have no idea when that's gonna happen, but I'm very excited. I stared in horror at the worthless beeper. The flashlight trembled in my hand, like all beepers nowadays. Well, actually, I think doctors still use beepers, but you know. Suddenly, everything seemed to move in on me. The walls, the ceiling, the darkness, the mummies. Huh? I stumbled back a step, then another. I realized I was gripping the flashlight so tightly my hand hurt. The light played over the faceless figures. They weren't moving. Of course they weren't moving. I took another step back. Oh, hi. Are you coming back to say hi? Where are you? Perry. He's kneading on the blanket under this chair. Perry, come here. Hi. You don't want to come say hi? You just want to sit on your blanket? All right. I think there was a mummy boss, if I remember correctly. I think there was. Here. What are you doing? You're just staring at me. Like, what if I don't want to? Come here. Come see your adoring public. Whoa. Ah. You're so slippery. Here we go. Okay. 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 Shh. Ah. Why? You're not gonna fall. Last time you sat the way that you wanted to sit, you fell. Yes. Yes, everything revolves around you. You guys hear her purring? Hello, Queen Kitty. Hi, Agent P. Did you come back from your super secret cat mission? Okay. Yes, hi. I took another step back. The sour odor seemed to grow stronger, thicker. I held my breath, but to grow stronger. But the smell was in my nostrils. Ugh, in my mouth. Ugh. I could. All right, we going down again? All right, fine. To you too. You're gonna sit under the table. Okay. Harry needs a tiny fedora. Yes. Oh, sweet little baby. She's chaos incarnate, but we love her. She's kneading on the blanket that's on the floor under the chair. I don't think the mic is sensitive enough to pick up her purrs. Probably not. I did turn it down too because it was a little loud the other day. Anyway, I will get back to this. You guys can't hear, but she's purring super loud right here. Hi, Perry. All right. I'm going off of the full camera. I could taste it. Taste the decay. Taste the four. That's a rejected Skittles slogan. Taste the decay. Okay, I'm sorry. You ever had zombie Skittles though? They're disgusting. Like all Skittles are pretty bad, but zombie Skittles are really bad. Sounds awful. LOL. Yeah. Taste the 4,000-year-old aroma of death. I tossed the worthless beeper on the floor and took another step back, keeping my eyes on the hovering mummies. What was I going to do? The smell was making me sick. I had to get out of there. Had to call Uncle Ben. Another step back. Help! I tried to shout, but my voice sounded weak, muffled by the heavy foul air. Help! Can anybody hear me? Watch kiss to earth. Come in, earth. A little louder. Tucking the flashlight under my arm, I cupped my hands around my mouth to form a megaphone. Can anybody hear me? I screamed. I listened, desperate for a reply. Silence. Where were Sari and Uncle Ben? Why couldn't they hear me? Because you're held really far. Why were they looking for me? Help! Somebody, please help! I screamed as loud as I could, tilting my head up to the hole in the ceiling, the hole I had fallen through. Can't anybody hear me? I shrieked. I could feel the panic grip in my chest, freeze my legs. The panic swept over me, wave after paralyzing wave. Help me, somebody, please. I took another step back, and something crunched under my sneaker. I uttered a high-pitched yelp and stumbled forward. Whatever it was slithered away. Eesh. I exhaled. After it crunched, I exhaled loudly, a long sigh of relief. You were relieved? Then I felt something brush against my ankle. I cried out, and then the flashlight dropped from under my arm and clattered noisily to the floor. The light went out. Again, something scraped silently against me. Something hard. Nope, don't like the darkness. Don't like the dark. I hate the dark. I heard soft scrabbling sounds. Scrabbling sounds. The sounds of the mummies playing Scrabble. Down on the floor. Something snapped at my ankle. I kicked hard, but it hit only air. Oh, help! There were creatures down there, a lot of them, but what were they? Again, something slapped my ankle, and I kicked wildly. Frantically, I bent down, grabbing for the flashlight in the darkness, and touched something hard and warm. Oh no! I jerked my head up with a startled cry. In the darkness, groping for the flashlight, I had the feeling that the entire floor had come to life. The floor was moving in waves, rolling and tossing, seething beneath me. Finally, I found the flashlight. I grabbed it up in my trembling hands. Ew, nope, I'm with Hannah. These taste super ashy. This is actually pretty unsettling. Yeah, it just got really real all of a sudden. I'm just like, okay, R.L. Stein, I see what you're doing here. It's Plant Daddy's tendril. No, not this again. Nope, so much nope. Yep, there's so much nope. Climbed to my feet and struggled to turn it back on. As I stepped backwards, something slid against my leg. It felt hard and prickly. I heard clicking sounds. Creatures bumping into each other. Spooky, scary skeletons. Panting loudly, my chest heaved, my entire body gripped with terror. I jumped up, tried to move away as I fiddled with the flashlight. Something crunched loudly beneath my sneaker. I danced away, hopping over something that scuttled through my legs. At last, the light flickered on. My heart thudding, I lowered... The chat's going crazy. I can see it in my peripheral. My heart thudding, I lowered the yellow beam of light to the floor and saw the scrabbling, snapping creatures. Scorpions! Ew, I had stumbled into a disgusting nest of them. Oh, help! He uses the word "oh" in a weird way. Like, "oh" to me is like, I would never say like, "oh," like in fear. I think I'd be like, "ah." But anyway, I also would say choice words that can't be said in this kind of book. But anyway. I didn't recognize my tiny, frightened voice as I cried out. I didn't even realize I had cried out. The light darted over the slithering creatures, their tails raised as if ready to attack, their claws snapping silently as they moved, crawling over each other, slithering past my ankles. Somebody help! I leapt backwards as a pair of claws grabbed at the leg of my jeans into another of the creatures whose tail snapped against the back of my sneaker. Yes, Perry, I know. It's very unsettling. Paws grabbed at the legs of my jeans into another of the creatures whose tail snapped against the back of my sneaker. Struggling to escape from the poisonous creatures, I tripped. No, please, no! I couldn't save myself. I started to fall. My hands shot out, but there was nothing to grab onto. I was going to plunge right into the middle of them. No! I uttered a frantic cry as I toppled forward and felt two hands grab me by the shoulders from behind. The scorpion daddy. Oh no. Wheezes. Oh no, not again. I thought the chat was done on the plant thing. Apparently not. We can't have mummy zaddy. What have I done? What have you done? Never. Dun dun dun. Guessing plant daddy is the name I see. Plant zaddy has something that could be gotta say it. I didn't want to say it. The euphemisms are even worse this time because it's in the voice. It's from the narrative of a child. We can't keep doing this, R.L. Stein. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Ah, it's a scorpion. No, just no. Oh, gosh, chat, no. I don't miss about Arizona. Oh, gosh. Run from the stinger. You'd think having the light back on would help, but also the room full of scorpions is significantly worse. Yeah. Well, he was always in the room full of scorpions. It's just a philosophical question. Do you want to know that you're in the room of scorpions or not? You know? Chat's reverted to their plant fetish again. It's God's plan. Look, Paulo, we tried. I tried. Chat's gonna chat, you know? Maybe they're friendly scorpions. All right, chapter 15. God has nothing to do with this. God has abandoned us a long time ago. First mention of plant zaddy. Always bring anti-venom to a pyramid. Yeah. Wheezes. Oh no. Alright, moving on. Chapter 15. A mummy, I thought. I said that really cheery. A mummy! Wow, look at that. Oh, Perry. Hang on. My cat wants to get out. Perry wants out. And she's gonna keep doing that until I stop. Here's the book. I'll leave it with you. I'll be right back. Alright. Bingo card. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the bingo card. I'll have to try to do it tomorrow. Thank you for saying bingo card. I will definitely do it. I wonder if somebody's already made a bingo card for Goosebump reading. Well, time to bring out the plot device in your pocket. Yeah. Oh, I'm if you're wondering why I'm leaning so far back, it's because scoliosis. I can feel a rib being pulled out of whack. Gonna stay back here where I have back support. There should be Goosebumps bingo. We've talked about making one, and I can definitely make one. I'm just now realizing as I'm saying it that someone may have made one already. So if that's true, we could just find that resource. But if not, I could definitely make one. with like all the tropes of the books. Oof, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. It's just a thing. The X-ray of my spine is basically a nest. And after a while, sometimes it's just like, I need a little bit more back support. um, Actually gonna go on full cam for right now since I'm completely out of view. With hits like asshole cousin and parents don't believe you. You could invest in a lumbar supported chair. I mean, I could. This chair is actually, it doesn't look it, but it's so, like, I love this chair. This chair, this chair was a chair that my mom was just not using, just gonna get rid of. And when I started filming in this room, I was like, hey, not only is it kind of matches everything in here, like, it kind of looks like I would have picked out this blue to go with, like, the browns and reds in here. But then also, and the orange, but then also, it's got this, like, really cushy back to it, and I love it. It's actually really comfortable. Ooh, neurotoxin. Ooh, that sounds awful. Alright, chapter 15. A mummy, I thought. My entire body convulsed with fear. The scorpion snapped and scrabbled. Scrabbled, huh? That's a verb we're using, okay. Scrabbled at my feet. The strong hands gripped my shoulders, pulled me hard. The ancient bandaged hands. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. Finally, I managed to spin around. Sorry, I cried. She gave me one more tug. We both stumbled backwards, claws snapping at us. Sorry, how? We moved together, now making our way toward the center of the vast chamber. Safe, safe from the disgusting nest of snapping scorpions. Saved your life, she whispered. Yuck, those are gross. Tell me about it, I said weakly. I could still feel the hideous creatures sliding along my ankles, still feel them slithering between my legs, crunching under my sneakers. I don't think I'll ever forget that crunching sound. Yeah, I hate this. I hate this so much. What are you doing down here? Sari cried impatiently, as if scolding a child. Daddy and have been looking for everywhere for you. I pulled her even farther from the scorpions into the center of the chamber. How did you get down here? I cried, struggling to calm my breathing, struggling to stop the pounding in my chest. She pointed with her flashlight to a tunnel in the corner that I hadn't seen. I was searching for you. Daddy and I got separated. Do you believe it? He stopped to talk to a worker. I didn't realize it. By the time I turned back, he was gone. I thought he let all the workers go home. Who's voluntarily still in the cursed mummy tomb? Then I saw the light moving around in here. I thought it was Daddy. You got lost too? I asked, wiping beads of cold sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand. I'm not lost. You're lost, she insisted. How could you do that, Gabe? Daddy and I were totally freaked. Why didn't you wait up for me? I demanded angrily. I called to you. You just disappeared. We didn't hear you, she replied, shaking her head. I was really glad to see her, but I hated the way she was looking at me, like I was some kind of hopeless idiot. Um, I guess we got in. I guess we got involved in our argument. We thought you were right behind us. Then when you turned around, you were gone, she sighed. She shook her head. What a day. What a day, I cried shrilly. What a day? Gabe, what did you do? Why did you do that? She demanded. You know we were supposed to stay close together. Hey, it wasn't my fault, I insisted angrily. Daddy's so mad, Sari said, shining her light on my face. I raised my arm to shield my eyes. Cut it out, I snapped. He won't be mad when he sees what I've discovered. Look. I shined my light onto a mummy crouching near the tar pit, then moved it to another mummy, this one lying down, then to the row of mummy cases against the wall. Wow, Sari mouthed the words silently. Her eyes grew wide with surprise. Yeah, wow, I said, starting to feel a little more like normal. The chamber is filled with mummies, and there are all kinds of tools and cloth and everything you need to make a mummy. It's all in perfect shape, like it hasn't been touched in thousands of years. I couldn't hide my excitement, and I discovered it all, I added. This must be where they prepared the mummies for burial, Sari said, her eyes darting from mummy to mummy. But why are some of them standing up like that? I shrugged. Beats me. She walked over to admire the stacks of neatly folded linen. Wow, this is amazing, Gabe. Outstanding, I agreed. And if I hadn't stopped to tie my sneaker, I never would have discovered it. You're going to be famous, Sari said, a smile spreading across her face. Thanks to me saving your life. Sorry, I started, but she had moved across the room and was admiring one of the upright mummies close up. Wait till Daddy sees all this, she said, suddenly sounding as excited as me. We have to call him, I said eagerly. I glanced back at the scorpion nest and felt a chill tighten in the back of my neck. People were so tiny back then, she said, holding her flashlight up close to the mummy's covered face. Look, I'm taller than this one. Sorry, use your beeper, I said impatiently, walking over to her. Yuck, there are bugs crawling on this one's face, she said, stepping back and lowering the light. She made a disgusted face. Gross. Come on, use your beeper. Call Uncle Ben, I said. I reached for the beeper at her waist, but she pulled away. Okay. Why didn't you use yours? She eyed me suspiciously. Suspiciously? I couldn't say that. You forgot about it, didn't you, Gabe? She accused. No way, I replied sharply. Mine broke when I fell into this place. She made a face and pulled the beeper off her belt loop. I shined my light on it as she pushed the button. She pressed it twice just to make sure, then clipped it back onto her jeans. We stood with our arms crossed, waiting for Uncle Ben to follow the radio signals and find us. It shouldn't take him long, Sari said, her eyes on the tunnel in the corner. He wasn't far behind me. Sure enough, a few seconds later, we heard the sounds of someone approaching in the tunnel. Uncle Ben, I called excitedly. Look what I found. Sari and I both started to run to the tunnel, our lights zigzagging over the low entrance. Daddy, you won't believe, Sari started. She stopped when the stooped figure leaned out of the darkness and straightened up. We both gaped in horror, our flashlights making his mustached face glow eerily. It's Ahmed! Sari cried, grabbing my arm. Scoliosis sounds miserable. So does a scorpion sting. As far as I've never been stung by a scorpion, but I can attest that my scoliosis, honestly, my scoliosis is, I mean, scoliosis, but it's honestly, it could be worse. Like some people have it way worse than me. Like I've never had to like wear a brace or anything like that. It's just like when you kind of get an X-ray of my spine, it's just like up here by my neck is just kind of curved like this, and then down it's just like it's kind of like a little S, it's fine. And then there are some vertebrae that also are not just out this way but this way. I can't think of the words. Crunchy, yucky, I know, right? So yeah, sometimes when it's really bad, it can pull your pelvis kind of out of whack, and that's painful. And it can also pull your ribs a little out of whack, and your sternum by extension of that, which is also painful, but it's fine. It's really not as bad as it could be. Hurt most of the night, and I couldn't sleep because my leg was possessed. Oh, that sounds awful. I'm so sorry. Crunchy. Having a phobia of bugs. I can't on the whole bugs crawling. Yuck. Sorry, Hannah. I know. I was like, oh, warning. Sorry. Venom is super scary. Yeah, Venom is super scary. But it's the guy who kidnapped the kids. It was indeed. Bugs and whatnot, but I don't love a scorpion room. Scorpion room sounds bad. That's done when I was very little, I think. Baking soda paste involved in the aftermath. I mean, I think I've never gotten stung by an arachnid, just a jellyfish, which I still have a scar from because it wrapped its whole tentacle around my arm. I love them still. Arachnids are bad enough when they're dangerous on both ends. There's a whole new nope. Yeah, that's a true like hell world situation. Yeah, it's a folk cure. I don't know if they work. Nana poured vinegar on my foot. My mom poured vinegar onto my arm, and maybe it was just placebo, but it felt a little bit better. Wonder if it helps to ease the symptoms until you get a better treatment. Maybe. Nah, your uncle will take all the credit. Yep. Sorry, that's a child. They're both children. They're both 12. Jesus Christ, this little beep, 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 beep. Oh gosh. I vote sacrifice Sari. Feel a twist coming. Well, time to throw him into the scorpion pit. Yeah. I want to see a mummy come to life. This mummy better come to life. I mean, I know he does. There's 7 mummy. I don't know if they're all about the same mummy, but you know. These chapters I'm coping with doing a painting. That's good. Yes, wait, Trick or Trick. Trick or Treat, like the movie with from 2007. I have seen it, and that's one of my favorite Halloween movies. It will in the last chapter. Yeah. Yes. Yes, it's one of my favorite Halloween movies. It's so campy and great. I love it so much. My brother and I make a point to watch it at least once every year around Halloween. Worst thing I've ever been stung by was a yellow jacket. Ooh, my brother got stung by a yellow jacket, and he's terrified of bees to this day. It was when he was little. Mine also. I am gonna cover it. Probably not before this coming Halloween, since we're so close to Halloween, and I have other videos planned. But definitely soon, because I'm not gonna wait. I'll probably not wait until next Halloween. I'll probably just be like, yeah, it's Halloween. What are you gonna do about it? This, you know where you are. You know what channel you're on. Ooh, wasps also hurt. Yeah. Those calls with underground nests while mowing. Ooh, yikes. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it. I swallowed hard. Sari and I stared at each other. I saw her features tighten in fear. Ahmed. He had tried to kidnap us, and now he had us all alone down here. He stepped forward, a flaming torch held high in one hand. His black hair glowed in the flickering flames. His eyes narrowed at us in menace. Ahmed, what are you doing here? Sari called, grasping my arm so hard I winced. What are you doing here? He asked softly, his voice as cold as his eyes. Holding the torch in front of him, he stepped into a chamber. His eyes went around the room, as if inspecting it, making sure that nothing had been moved. My dad will be here in a second, Sari warned. I just beeped him. I tried to warn your father, Ahmed said, staring hard at Sari. The flickering orange light from the torch made him grow bright, then fade into shadow. Warn him, Sari asked. About the curse, Ahmed said without emotion. Uncle Ben mentioned some kind of curse to me, I said, glancing nervously at Sari. I don't think he takes that kind of thing seriously. He should, Ahmed replied, screaming the words, his eyes glowing with an anger in the torchlight. Sari and I stared back at him in silence. Where is Uncle Ben? I wondered. What's keeping him? Hurry, I urged silently. Please, hurry. The curse must be carried out, Ahmed said softly again, almost sadly. I have no choice. You have violated the priestess's chamber. The priestess, I stammered. Sari was still squeezing my arm. I tugged it away. She crossed her arms resolutely over her chest. This chamber belongs to the priestess Kala, Ahmed said, lowering the torch. This is a sacred preparation chamber of the priestess Kala, and you have violated it. Well, we didn't know, Sari snapped. I really don't see what the big deal. What's the big deal, Ahmed? She's right, I said quickly. We didn't touch anything. We didn't move anything. I don't think. Shut up, you fools! Ahmed screamed. He swung the torch angrily, as if trying to hit us. Ahmed, my dad will be here any second, Sari repeated, her voice trembling. We both turned our eyes to the tunnel. It was dark and silent. No sign of Uncle Ben. Your father is a smart man, Ahmed said. It is too bad he wasn't smart enough to heed my warnings. Warnings? Sari asked. I realized she was stalling for time, trying to keep Ahmed talking until Uncle Ben arrived. I frightened the 2 workers, Ahmed confessed to Sari. I frightened them to show your father that the curse was alive, that I was prepared to carry out Kala's wishes. How did you frighten them? Sari demanded. He smiled. I gave them a little demonstration. I showed them what it might feel like to be boiled alive. Eee. He turned his eyes to the tar pit. They didn't like it, he added quietly. But Ahmed, Sari started. He cut her off. Your father should have known better than to return here. He should have believed me. He should have believed in the priestess's curse. But you were bringing the priestess's curse. Like, you're doing the thing. You have done the thing without knowing that you did the thing. Now you must die. Yeah. The priestess cursed all who violate her chamber. But come on, you don't really believe, I started. He raised the torch menacingly. It was described by Kala more than 4,000 years ago that this sacred chamber would not be violated, he cried, gesturing with the torch, leaving a trail of orange light against the darkness. Since that time, from generation to generation, descendants of Kala have made sure that the priestess's command was obeyed. But Ahmed, Sari cried, it has come to me, he continued, ignoring her as if speaking directly to the priestess up in the heavens. It has come to me as a descendant of Kala to make sure the curse is carried out. I stared past Ahmed to the tunnel. Still no sign of Uncle Ben. Was he coming? Had Sari's beeper worked? What was keeping him? I volunteer to work for your father to make sure that Kala's sacred sanctuary was not violated. Ahmed continued, shadows flickering over his menacing face. When he would not heed my warnings, I had to take action. I frightened the two workers, then I planned to take you away, to hide you until he agreed to stop his work. He lowered the torch, his face filled with sadness. Now I have no choice. I must carry out my sacred duties. I must keep the ancient promise to Kala. But what does that mean? It's 1 o'clock where I am. Ahmed repeated, what does it mean? Wait. Sari cried. The orange torchlight revealed her frightened expression. What does it mean? Ahmed repeated. He gestured to the torch. Look around you. He gestured with the torch, sorry. Look around you. We both turned and glanced quickly around the chamber, but we didn't understand. The mummies, he explained. We still didn't understand. What about the mummies? I managed to stammer. They were all violators of the priestess's chamber, Ahmed revealed. The thin smile that formed on his face could only be described as a proud smile. You mean they're not from ancient Egypt? Sari cried, raising her hands in horror to her face. A few of them, Ahmed replied, still smiling. That frightening cold smile. A few of them were ancient intruders. Some are quite recent, but they all have one thing in common. They all became victims of the curse, and they were mummified alive. Eee. No, I screamed without realizing it. Ahmed ignored my terrified outburst. I did that one myself, he said, pointing to a mummy standing stiffly at attention at the end of the tar pit. It was terrifying. Oh, how awful, Sari cried, her voice trembling. I stared hopefully at the tunnel opening behind Ahmed. But there was still no sign of Uncle Ben. Today I must go to work again, Ahmed announced. Today there will be new mummies, new trophies for Kala. You can't do that, Sari shrieked. I grabbed her hand. To my horror, I understood perfectly now. I understood why some of the mummies were in such good condition. They were new. All of the tools, the tar, the linen, they had all been used by descendants of Kala, descendants like Ahmed. Since the time of Kala, anyone who had entered the chamber that we are now standing in, had been mummified, alive. Brings a new meaning to mummies alive. And now Sari and I were about to become mummies too. Ahmed, you can't, she screamed. She let go of my hand and made angry fists at her side. It is the will of Kala, he replied softly, his dark eyes glowing in the light of the torch. I saw a long-bladed dagger appear in his free hand. The blade caught the light from the torch. Sari and I both took a step back as Ahmed began moving towards us with quick, determined strides. Scooby-Doo twist, right? This is one crazy Scooby-Doo twist. Yup. My typing stinks on a phone. Oh no, you're good. Like me, but yellow jackets are kind of moody. I've never been stung. Well, now that I say that, I haven't been stung by a bee yet. They seem to just kind of leave me alone because I leave them alone, and we kind of have an understanding. But it's gonna happen one day. Got stung by a wasp and it was hell. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was on a lawn tractor, long gone before they knew what happened. Oh, well. I think he's after the plot device. I jumped out of the car. School pickup line because a yellow jacket flew in through the window. The other parents did not fault me. Yeah, I would have done the same thing. I knew somebody whose spider phobia was so bad that they jumped out of their car on the highway because there was a spider in their car. I got stung on the lip, hurt so bad, swelled up huge. Oh, I'm so sorry. Uncle Ben, no. Looks like Uncle Ben won't be the first one to die this time. My brother ziplined into a hornet's nest. It was not. Oh, that sounds awful. Yeah, this guy is a serial killer. He's insane. Now Spider has to bite Gabe and get superpowers. Yeah. Guy is trying to warn the kids, yet he tried to kidnap them. Don't trust him at all. Yeah. Can Spider-Man pass on his powers if he bites someone else? You know, I'm gonna be thinking about that all night now. I'm just gonna be up in the middle of the night staring at the ceiling, being like, it's called murder, not a curse. Yeah, so far there's no curse, just murder. Only murders in the building. Gee, were-spider. Yeah, right? He's a were-spider! I think he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Kids are dead, so dead. If you don't use the plot device in your pocket. Oh, yeah. You caught that too, huh? Got a lot more murdery than I expected. Yeah. It's getting scary. Yep. I don't know how you mummify or your mummifier alive when the lobotomy probably does you in. Yeah, I don't know. Jesus, man. Should they be desecrating a tomb? No, but should they be I mean, they're kids, yeah. Quick roll out of the way. Don't be silly. There's no such thing as a were-spider. You don't happen to know anything about the werewolf were community personally, would you, Paolo? All right. Here, I'm going to switch back to the desk cam. Nope, definitely not. Gotta get to work early tomorrow. Gotta sleep. Go to sleep, guys. Anybody who needs to get anywhere early tomorrow, the VOD will be waiting for you when you're not sleep deprived. As Ahmed approached Sari, and I shrank back to the center of the chamber. Run, I thought. We could run away from him. My eyes searched frantically for a place we could escape, though, but there was no way out. The tunnel in the corner appeared to be the only opening, and we'd have to run right past Ahmed to get to it. Sari, I saw, was frantically pressing the beeper at her waist. She glanced at me, her features tight with fear. Yow! I cried out as I suddenly backed into someone. I turned and stared into the bandaged face of a mummy. With a loud gasp, I lurched away from it. Let's make a run for the tunnel, I whispered. Wait, we're just gonna gloss over that? The mummies are alive, for real now. You don't desecrate a tomb or two. How are we gonna learn about our past? And again, they can plead 12 years old. They're 12. You can't lobotomize a 12-year-old. It's fucked up. Wait, I lost my place. What was the last sentence? How did it start? Where were we? Okay. Let's make a run for the tunnel, I whispered to Sari, my throat so dry and tight I could barely make myself heard. He can't get both of us. Sari stared back at me, confused. I don't know if she heard me or not. There is no escape, Ahmed said softly, as if reading my thoughts. There is no escape from Kala's curse. Did they just back up into a mummy that's not yet alive? No, they backed into the mummy. Okay, I was like, why are we glossing over the mummy part? All right. There is no escape, Ahmed said softly, as if reading my thoughts. Well, you're saying it. He's reading your words. There is no escape from Kala's curse. He's going to kill us, Sari screamed. You have violated her sacred chamber, Ahmed said, raising the torch high, holding the dagger at his waist. He stepped nearer. I saw you climb into the sacred sarcophagus yesterday. Yeah, that was kind of fucked up. I saw you two playing in Kala's holy chamber. It was then that I knew I had to carry out my sacred duties. Sari and I both cried out as something dropped from the chamber ceiling. All three of us looked up to see a rope ladder dangling from the hole I had fallen through. It swung back and forth as it was lowered nearly to the floor. Are you down there? I'm coming down, Uncle Ben shouted to us. Uncle Ben, no, I screamed, but he was already moving down the ladder, making his way quickly downtown, walking fast, faces passing his homebound. Sorry. The ladder steadying under his weight. Halfway down, he stopped and peered into the chamber. What on earth? He cried, his eyes roaming over the amazing scene. And then he saw Ahmed. Ahmed, what are you doing here? Uncle Ben cried in surprise. He quickly lowered himself to the floor, jumping down the last 3 rungs. Merely carrying out Kala's wishes, Ahmed said, his face expressionless. Now, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. Kala, the priestess? Uncle Ben wrinkled his features in confusion. He's going to kill us, Sari cried, rushing up to her dad, throwing her arm around his waist. Daddy, he's going to kill us, and then he'll turn us into mummies. Uncle Ben held Sari and looked over her shoulder accusingly at Ahmed. Is this true? The chamber has been violated. It has fallen to me. Well, there's 3 against 1 now, so y'all can take him out. It has fallen to me, Doctor, to carry out the curse. Uncle Ben put his hands on Sari's trembling shoulders and gently moved her aside. Then he began to make his way slowly, steadily, toward Ahmed. Ahmed, let us get out of here and discuss this, he said, raising his right hand as if offering friendship. Ahmed took a step back, raising the torch menacingly. The priestess's will must not be ignored. Ahmed, you're a scientist, and so am I, Uncle Ben said. I couldn't believe how calm he sounded. I wondered if it was an act. That scene was so tense. We were in such terrifying danger. But I felt just a little bit calmer, knowing that my uncle was here, knowing that he'd be able to handle Ahmed and get us out of here. Alive. I glanced reassuringly at Sari. Who was staring hard, biting her lower lip in intense concentration, as her father approached Ahmed. Ahmed, put down the torch. Uncle Ben urged, his hand extended. The dagger too, please. Let's discuss this. Scientist to scientist. What is there to discuss? Ahmed said softly, his eyes studying Uncle Ben intently. The will of Kala must be carried out, and this has been, as it has been for over 4,000 years. That cannot be discussed. As scientist to scientist, Uncle Ben repeated, returning Ahmed's stare as if challenging him. The curse is ancient. Kala has had her way for many centuries. Perhaps it is time to let it rest. Lower your weapons, Ahmed. Let's talk about this. Scientist to scientist. It's going to be okay, I thought, breathing a long sigh of relief. It's all going to be okay. We're going to get out of here. Uh-oh. But then Ahmed moved with startling quickness. Without warning, without a word, he gripped the torch handle with both hands and, still holding the dagger, swung the torch as hard as he could at Uncle Ben's head. The torch made a loud thunk as it connected with the side of Uncle Ben's face. The orange flames danced up a swirl of bright color, and then shadows. Uncle Ben groaned. His eyes bulged with wide with surprise, with pain. The torch had set him aflame, but the blow knocked him out. He slumped to his knees, then his eyes closed, and he dropped limply to the floor. Oh, the torch hadn't set him aflame. I was like, what the fuck? Ahmed raised the torch high, his eyes gleaming with excitement, with triumph, and I knew we were doomed. Very good. Hi, Milo. Back from roller derby practice. Welcome back. Chat's going nuts right now. So, fun story, the bot is not going to yeet you for bad words. The YouTube automatic chat might try to hold it and then make me manually okay it. But really things that chat will yeet you for are using too many, or I think I turned off the caps lock or turned it way down, but like I think it's like if you use too many all caps, if you use too many emojis, if you use like a lot of symbols and things. Basically, it's trying to detect whether or not you're a bot. Hey, that rhymed. And so bots have all of those, like a ton of emojis, and they're always like repeating words, and they're like all caps, and so those are the things that'll get you yeeted. What exact date does grave robbing become archaeology? Yeah, it's a fair question. How old does the grave have to be before we're just like, this person can be disturbed? Here's a it's for history now. Use the plot device or it's the scorpion pit. Ask Milo from Awful Archaeology. See you later, suckers. Bye. Uncle Ben, no! Get those kids out of there! The archaeologist. Oh, he should know. True. Actually, I've never watched this channel. Yeah, we're almost done, but we're still going, Milo. Let's do the time warp again. Yes. Back from roller derby practice. Mate, you're just an insane murderer. If you kill him first, he can't kill you. You got here just in time for things to go crazy, Milo. Yeah. Scientist to scientist. Oh, fuck. Yeah. these messages in order. Oh, fuck. What? Ah! Oh my god! How? I thought he was going to I don't know how to pronounce that word, I'm sorry. Kick his ass, Uncle. Ben, we all pictured you as Brendan Fraser. Kick him out. Back from the store with my mixed sour gummies. Nice. Stream's still going. Almost done, but still going. I fucking swear that the mummies does. I fucking swear if the mummy doesn't save the kids right now, what a plot twist that would be. Yeah, it's basically fan detection. And because Nightbot is Nightbot, I can set it up with like extra words that are like I just don't want to see. So basically if there are words that like were to trigger me or, you know, if any kind of like harassment or anything, I could also filter that. And I've only used it, it's only in use right now for the word bananas. Don't make me use it for anything else. So yeet spammers then. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it does. I mean, I could set it up if this was like a very like G or PG rated channel. I could set it up to be to yeet you if you swore, but I didn't because we're always swearing over here. Many people have a bad history of grave robbing and culture getting taken from museums. My Indiana Jones is banned in my house late into my youth. Yeah, yeah. I just watched the John Oliver piece on antiquities. It was really heartbreaking just to realize, because things are constantly getting stolen from cultures, but like to realize that like actively there's so much stuff that needs to be returned to cultures for sometimes for practical use, and they just still haven't gotten them back. That really sucks. No, he's not on fire. I got things have gotten better, so to speak. Yeah. Better. Yeah, I get you. And knowledge roller derby. It's stuff I saw on TV in the 90s. We do today. At least you can control what words get detected by it. Yeah. Power of Nightbot has only slightly gone. Well, the thing has only slightly gone to my head. Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing, right? So YouTube should be dealing with this. We shouldn't have to go offsite for something like Nightbot to fix the problem. But the YouTube is notoriously bad at keeping up on it. But like if somebody were to say something egregious, um okay, I'm going to use this as an example because this just happened, and I think this is a perfect example of why YouTube is terrible at this. YouTube's built-in filters will not catch spam that is genuinely spamming like illegal websites and all this shit and like all this stuff. But now I have to manually approve Cameron's message because he said white man, and it was like, oh dear, we wouldn't want you to bully white people. I think that's the only thing I can think of, and it's like that is so stupid. That's so stupid that I have to manually approve that. We had to make replicas of our totem poles for the white men so we could keep our originals. I didn't realize that. That's actually that's just genius, actually. The story is definitely entering 4-star territory. Yeah. It's really upsetting in my local areas the fact that totem poles have been stolen and put into museums. Yeah, that happens a lot, and it's really it's something that like as a kid you never thought about because it's normalized, but then you're like start learning real history and you're like, oh shit, why is this a thing? The people who carve them totem poles are alive. They have spirits. So to steal them from a family and display them so people can see is real upsetting. It's really upsetting. There's a lot of like I was just watching the John Oliver thing where I believe it was like a little it was a statue used in religious ceremonies, and when it was returned to I can't remember which country it belonged to, but when it was returned, they immediately put it back into practice for like religious ceremonies. And it's like that thing is like made and is finally being used again for what it was made to do instead of sitting behind glass for people to pay too much money to see. YouTube tends to overreact over nothing too, yeah. We might try blocking genders and body descriptions to try and block ads. Yeah, there's so many things they could do to block all of those like bots that are like hot singles, blah 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 blah. That one that we always get attacked by. It's Nightbot's finally eating most of them, but like yeah. Arrangement we had so our stuff was still with us and get it to them to gawk at behind glass. Fascinating. That's shitty that that was something that had to be done, but yeah. I think that history is the possibility that some of it might be skewed by the writers. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sure there's a lot. I'm sure. For sure. The way that we teach history in schools is sometimes not even history. This is sweet. Educational YouTube gets hit left and right. These 5-minute crafts can endanger lives all they please. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, like Ask a Mortician just got their video age restricted, even though it was literally just this really well made documentary about a piece of history that nobody knows about. And they were like, "Oh, you used graphic depictions of violence without an intent to educate." It's like it's a documentary. The whole thing, the whole channel has intent to educate. I heard a story of an elder who recognized a pole that once stood by a neighbor longhouse. Security guards had the audacity to yell at her for getting close. Oh my god, yeah, that sucks. That's awful. I see the genuine benefits of preservation of artifacts, but the overall history behind it is scummy. Yeah, I mean, preservation I can get behind for sure, but like there needs to be a way for, in my opinion, and I don't know anything about this, but it seems to me that the people who the culture belongs to should have the right to preserve it and figure out what to do with it for themselves, and like we shouldn't be taking it. Like the idea of like taking it and being like we'll hold on to it for you is scummy. Yeah. The book is almost over. We have like 2 chapters left, but we did a side, we swerved, and we're talking about the ethics of antiquities because of the nature of the book. I'm gonna cross it read on it. That pisses me off. Yep. Bigger channel that I love gets censored a lot by YouTube. Fire of Learning does historical documentaries. Yeah, all those get really censored because they're like, this isn't family friendly content. It's like, well, history isn't always family friendly, guys. Get over it. Like, yes, if you're talking about Ask a Mortician, no, she does not want anybody to take Twitter. But yes. Second video about US history got taken down. He dared to mention World War II. Ah, I see. Readmission to museums. I feel like that's the least that can be done if part of your culture has been stolen into said museums. Remembering heroes, we should all remember, honor, needed activists who language treatment of Native America. Yes, yes, I just learned about this. I did not know about this until like literally 3 weeks ago, I think, and it was yeah, it's just horrifying um how she was treated. Yes. She passed recently. We should remember to give her spirit blessings. Yes. That just got real. It's really sad how terrible people can be. Yeah, sorry. We'll finish the book in a second, but I think this is important to talk about while we're here. Um, what happened with Ask a Mortician was BS2. I only knew about the video because I already subscribed. Yeah, I didn't even see the video, but I saw her post the video that was like, did we really break community guidelines? And it's just like, that's bullshit. And when she was like, we're not a big enough channel for them to care about us. It's like, you have over 1 million subscribers. What do you mean? Like, they don't care about you. Imagine how much they don't care about everybody, I guess. That sucks on YouTube's behalf. Wrote the end of the books because they kind of fell flat at the end. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of talk about the potential use of ghostwriters, but we'll never know. He swears he never used ghostwriters. Try to keep the good ones close. Yeah. And Little Feather was so strong with the fact she had to be was so sad. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. We should not hide. Yeah. Yeah, we can't hide the things that suck, you know? It's like YouTube especially is like, "Oh, that's not brand safe." And it's like, "Okay, sometimes you need to talk about stuff that isn't brand safe, you know? That's how people are educated, and then things hopefully get better from that education." All right, I'll get back to the book. I'll get back to the book. We're almost done. Um, where were we? The dad got knocked unconscious and not set on fire, but he's unconscious and there's scorpions and the guy wants to mummify them alive. Okay. Um, Daddy! Sari rushed to her father and knelt at his side, but Ahmed moved quickly, thrusting the torch toward her, holding the dagger ready, forcing her to back away. A thin trickle of blood glowing darkly in the light of the fire rolled down the side of Uncle Ben's face. He groaned but didn't stir. I glanced quickly at the mummies scattered around the room. It was hard to believe that we would soon be one of them. Ooh, what a thought. I thought of leaping at Ahmed, trying to knock him over. I imagined grabbing the torch, swinging it at him, forcing him against the wall, forcing him to let us escape, but the blade of the dagger glowed as if warning me to stay back. I'm just a kid, I thought. Thinking I could beat a grown man with a knife and torch was just crazy. Crazy. The whole scene was crazy and terrifying. I suddenly felt sick. My stomach tightened, and a wave of nausea swept over me. Let us go now, Sari screamed. At Ahmed. To my surprise, he reacted by swinging back the torch and heaving it across the room. It landed with a soft plop in the center of the tar pit. Instantly, the surface of the tar burst into flames. The flames spread, leaping up towards the chamber ceiling until the entire square was aflame. As I stared in amazement, the tar popped and bubbled beneath the orange and red covering of flames. We must wait for it to boil, Ahmed said calmly, the shadow cast by the flames flickering across his face and clothing. The chamber grew thick with smoke. Sari and I both started to cough. Ahmed bent down and put his hands under Uncle Ben's shoulders. He began to drag him across the floor. Leave him alone, Sari screamed, running frantically towards Ahmed. I saw that she was going to try to fight him. I grabbed her shoulder and held her back. We were no match for Ahmed. He had already knocked Uncle Ben unconscious. There was no telling what he would do to us. Holding on to Sari, I stared at him. What did he plan to do now? It didn't take long to find out. With surprising strength, he pulled Uncle Ben across the floor to one of the open mummy cat cases against the wall. Then he hoisted him over the side and shoved him into the case. Not even the slightest bit out of breath, Ahmed slid the lid closed over my unconscious uncle. Ooh, this one's getting like real. This one's like real horror. You know what I mean? This one's like horror in a like, this is just fucked up real world shit. Ahmed slid the lid closed over my unconscious uncle. Then he turned to us. You two, into that one. He pointed to an enormous mummy case, a tall pedestal next to Uncle Ben's. It was nearly as tall as I was and at least 10 feet long. It must have been built to hold a mummified person and all of his or her possessions. Let us go, Sari insisted. Let us out of here. We won't tell anyone what happened, really. Please climb into the case. Ahmed insisted patiently. We must wait for the tar to be ready. We're not going in there, I said. I was shaking all over. I could feel the blood pulsing at my temples. I didn't even realize I was saying what I was saying. I was so scared I didn't even hear myself. I glanced at Sari. She stood defiantly, with her arms crossed tightly over her chest. But despite her brave pose, I could see her chin trembling and her eyes beginning to tear. Oh, I read that as tear, and the tearing and eyes shouldn't be something that is next to each other. Sorry for putting that into your head. Into the coffin, Ahmed repeated, to await your fate. Bars? Murder bars. Allah will not be kept waiting. The ancient curse will be carried out in her name. No, I cried angrily. I stood on tiptoe and peered into the enormous mummy case. It smelled so sour in there, I nearly hurled. The case was made of wood. It was warped and stained and peeling inside. In the flickering light, I was sure I saw dozens of insects crawling around in there. Get into the case now, Ahmed demanded. Yikes, yikes, yikes. This doesn't seem good. No, this does not seem good. And Bluetooth speaker disconnected on me. It reconnected and I had to refresh the stream. Oh, I'm sorry. Eat that oxygen. Sound plan. Yeah. I do not want to go into the sarcophagus, right? That's it. Time to bring out the mummies. Yeah. Sarcophagus can make you cough. Oh, because it's a sarcophagus. Sorry. The dad jokes are strong. That's the running theme of this stream tonight, in case anybody's wondering. Dad jokes. All right. Chapter 19. Wow. How many more chapters? We have, like, a couple. Okay. Sari climbed up over the side and lowered herself into the ancient mummy case. She always had to be first at everything, but this was one time I didn't mind. Yeah. I hesitated, resting my hand on the rotting wood of the side of the case. I glanced at the case next to it, the case with Uncle Ben inside. It was carved out of stone, and the heavy stone lid was closed, sealing it up tight. Did Uncle Ben have any air in there, I wondered, gripped with fear. Was he able to breathe? And then I thought glumly, what difference does it make? All three of us are going to be dead soon. All three of us are going to be mummies, locked away in this hidden chamber forever. Get in now, Ahmed ordered, his dark eyes burning into me. I'm just a kid, I cried. I don't know where the words came from. I was so scared. I really didn't know what I was saying. Jesus, this got dark. An unpleasant sneer formed on Ahmed's face. Many of the pharaohs were your age at death, he said. I wanted to keep him talking. I had the desperate idea that if I could keep the conversation going, I could get us out of this mess. But I couldn't think of anything to say. My brain just froze. Get in, Ahmed ordered, moving toward me menacingly. Feeling totally defeated, I slid one leg over the side of the rotting coffin, raised myself up, and then dropped down beside Sari. She had her head bowed and her eyes shut tight. I think she was praying. She didn't glance up even when I touched her shoulder. Jeez. The coffin lid began to slide over us. The last thing I saw were the red flames leaping up over the pit of tar. Then the lid closed us into complete blackness. Gabe, Sari whispered a few seconds after the lid was closed. I'm frightened. For some reason, her confession made me snicker. She said it with such surprise, as if being frightened was a startling new experience. I'm too frightened to be frightened, I whispered back. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it. Her hand was even colder and clammier than mine. He's crazy, she whispered. Yeah, I know, I replied, still holding onto her hand. I think there are bugs in here, she said with a shudder. I can feel them crawling on me. Oh, God. Oh my God. Ew, I hate that. Sorry, Hannah. Sorry, everybody who had to hear that. Me too, I told her. I realized I was gritting my teeth. I always do that when I'm nervous. And now I was more nervous than I thought I was. Humanly possible. Poor Daddy, Sari said. The air in the coffin was already beginning to feel stuffy and hot. I tried to ignore the disgusting sour smell, but it had crept into my nostrils and I could even taste it. I held my breath to keep from gagging. We're going to suffocate in here, I said glumly. He's going to kill us before we can suffocate, Sari wailed. Ow. I could hear her slap at a bug on her arm. Maybe something will happen, I told her, pretty lame, but I couldn't think of what else to say. I couldn't think, period. I keep imagining how he's going to reach in and pull my brain out through my nose, Sari wailed. Why did you have to tell me that, Gabe? It took me a while to reply. Then all I could say was, sorry. I began to picture the same thing, and another wave of nausea swept over me. We can just sit here, I said. We have to escape. I tried to ignore the thick, sour smell. Huh? How? Let's try to push up the lid, I said. Maybe if we both push together. I counted to 3 in a low whisper, and we both flattened our hands against the coffin top and pushed up as hard as we could. No, the lid wouldn't budge. Maybe he's locked it or put something heavy on top of it, Sari suggested with a miserable sigh. Maybe, I replied, feeling just as miserable. We sat in silence for a while. I could hear Sari breathing. She was sort of sobbing as she breathed. That's called hyperventilating, I think. I realized my heart was racing. I could feel my temples throbbing. This got, like, insanely crazy. Sounds like she's bugged out. Dude, no. Oh my god. I bet the supernatural is actually gonna save them. What if there is no supernatural in this one? Who am I kidding? There's always supernatural. I pictured the long hook that Ahmed would use to pull our brains out of our heads. Ugh, I tried to force the thought of my mind out of my mind, but it wouldn't go away. I remembered being a mummy 2 Halloweens ago and how the costume unraveled in front of my friends. Little did I know that I'd soon have a mummy costume that would never unravel. Time passed. I don't know how long. I realized I'd been sitting with my legs crossed. Now they were beginning to fall asleep. I uncrossed them and stretched them out. The mummy case was so big, Sari and I could both lie down if we wanted to, but we were too tense and terrified to lie down. I was the first to hear a scrabbling sound. The mummy's playing Scrabble, I'm telling you. That's a t-shirt, mummy's playing Scrabble. Like something climbing quickly around the side of the mummy case. At first, I thought it was Sari, but she grabbed my hand with her icy hand, and I realized she hadn't moved from in front of me. We both listened so hard. Something near us, something right next to us, bumped the side of the case. A mummy? Was there a mummy in the case with us? Moving? Oh, Jesus. I heard a soft groan. Sari squeezed my hand so tightly it hurt, and I uttered a sharp cry. Another sound closer now. Gabe, Sari whispered. Gabe, Sari whispered, her voice tiny and shrill. Gabe, there's something in here with us. Can I just say, I was about to say, oh, this one actually ended up not being that scary, and then the last 50 pages have been absolute nightmare fuel. A sarcophagus can make you cough, I guess. Oh, I like it. That's bars. I like that a lot. Dad jokes are real problems is the theme. Dad jokes and real problems is the theme of the stream. Yes. Well, you won't be mummies. No one has mummified you. Yeah. I think he's been to catch you up. Anyone who sets foot in the sacred tomb, he murders and then mummifies them, or starts the mummifying process with them alive. I don't know how far he gets into the mummifying process before they're dead, but he's going to mummify them. Gonna have to take off. I'll come back and listen to the end later. Bye, Basilius. Oh yeah, I read every WoW in Owen Wilson's voice proudly. He'll be skeletons eventually. Yeah. Facing his own mortality at the ripe old age of 12. Just like King Tut. Okay, if it's true that most of the pharaohs died prepubescent. I know Tutankhamun was about 14, but IDK, if that was generally true to all of them. I mean, I think life expectancy was obviously shorter back then. But yeah, I don't think he said many of the pharaohs died at Europe. But yeah, I don't know how many of them actually died at that young of an age. I think that might be a myth, as I was so repeatedly told in that one video, like similar to Marie Antoinette was a teenager when she died, that kind of myth. Oh, ew. Oh, damn. But the supernatural is actually going to save them. Sounds like she's bugging out, dude. No, that's what. CO2 poisoning. Ah, jeez. When you think about it, getting to that old elderly age is basically your body rotting alive. Oh, I didn't want to think about it like I've never thought about it like that before. Jeez. I would like to remind you that I'm 40. 40 is not old. I may not sleep tonight. Thanks, R.L. Stein. No, this is terrifying. Like, I forgot. I thought that I would be reading these and being like, wow, I can't believe these ever scared me as a kid in this project. I've been terrified, like, truly terrified by most of these books so far. In different ways, every single time. Like, even Monster Blood, which sucked, was still, like, grossed me out and gave me this sense of dread. You know what I mean? In The Mummy with Brendan Fraser. I think he can get far enough into the mummification process to be horrifying. Yeah. Yep. Guess I'll die. Not really, because villains' weaknesses are always kids. Yep. Wrong with mine. I know. Wait. What was wrong with yours? Wait, I'm not sure what that's referring to. Sorry. I think I'm tired. Tell that to my knees. Look, my knees. My brother and I joke that we're gonna be the most insufferable old people, assuming that we live to be genuine, like very old, because we're like, we're always walking around like, ah, my back hurts, ah, my hips out, my knees hurt. My dad joke. Oh no, your dad jokes were great. I think that I misread the comment up here. The theme of the stream is real problems, dad jokes, and real problems, meaning like real life issues, and then also telling dad jokes to each other. And the dad jokes are great. I love the dad jokes. I'm done. This asshole wants to kill kids over a dumb curse, right? The fuck? But also, life expectancy on an average was affected by like infant death rates, was it not? It was. It definitely was. I'm not like well researched enough to know like how long the average person actually lived back then. Much of the books I'm listening to in streams, Dead House was like depressing. Then Monster Blood had my anxiety on the animals, and now this. Yeah. They all creep you out in their own special ways, and I think that's the beauty of Goosebumps is there's so many different books. It's sort of like Twilight Zone. Like everybody has at least one that creeps them out. Old. You mean like 260, right? Because you're already like what 141, Paolo? Jokes. You seem more like mummy jokes. Mum jokes. Who gets karma because this is insane. I know, right? Make more dad jokes than my own dad nowadays. Me too. And he makes a lot of dad jokes. Older siblings. No. My dad. Yeah. My dad too. There's no dead dog in this. There is no dead dog in this one, as far as we know, unless they get a call from Nana. It's like, oh, the Cocker Spaniel, he's dead all of a sudden. 160. Gotcha. Well, me and my older sis have basically taken on the trait which annoys our older sibling. That's funny. I hope this villain, it's an Indiana Jones style villain death. Yes, that's what they deserve. I did say this was a room. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's almost 2 o'clock again. I'm gonna have to start the streams earlier. Hopefully I'll be able to do that tomorrow. Maybe we'll read a Scooby-Doo book tomorrow, you know? Just a nice, calming, breather Scooby-Doo book in the middle of all this horror. It's not a mummy, I told myself. It can't be. It's a bug. A very large bug moving across the coffin floor. It's not a mummy. It's not a mummy. The words repeated in my mind. I didn't have to long to think about it. Whatever it was crept closer. Hey, a voice whispered. Sari and I both shrieked. Where are you guys? Where are you guys? We recognized the voice immediately. Uncle Ben, I cried, swallowing hard, my heart pounding. Daddy, Sari lunged over to me to get her to her father. But how? I stammered. How did you get in here? Easy, he replied, squeezing my shoulder reassuringly. Hey, I don't believe it. Sari wailed. I couldn't see the blackness of the closed coffin, but I think she was crying. I'm okay, he repeated several times, trying to calm her down. How did you get out of the case? And into this one? I asked, totally confused and amazed. There's an escape hatch, Uncle Ben explains. A small opening with a doorway. The Egyptians built hidden doorways and escape hatches into many of their mummy cases for the corpse's soul to be able to leave. Wow, I said. I didn't know what to say. Ahmed is so caught up in his ancient curse mumbo-jumbo he's forgotten about this little detail. Uncle Ben said. I felt his hand on my shoulder again. Come on, you two, follow me. But he's out there, I started. No, Uncle Ben replied quickly. He slipped away. When I climbed out of my case, I looked for him. I didn't see him anywhere. Maybe he went somewhere else while he's waiting for the tar to get hot enough, or maybe he decided to just leave us in the mummy cases to suffocate. I felt a bug slither up my leg. I slapped at it, then tried. What bug slither? I don't like to think about that. Eee. I tried to pull it out from inside the leg of. I slapped at it, then tried to pull it out from the inside by the leg of. Let me try that again. Tried to pull it out from inside the leg of my jeans. Out we go, Uncle Ben said. I heard him groan as he turned in the enormous coffin. Then I could hear him crawling to the back. I saw a small rectangle of light as he pushed open the hidden door in the back of the case. It was a very small escape hatch, just big enough for us to squeeze through. Followed Uncle Ben and Sari, flattening myself to crawl out of the small opening, then dropping onto all fours on the chamber floor. It took a while for my eyes to adjust to the brightness. The red flames still danced over the pit of bubbling tar, casting eerie blue shadows on all four chamber walls. The mummies stood as before, frozen in place around the room, shadows flickering over their faceless forms. As my eyes began to focus, I saw that Uncle Ben had an enormous dark bruise on the side of his head. A wide ribbon of dried blood streaked down his cheek. Let's get out of here before Ahmed comes back, he whispered, standing between us, one hand on each of our shoulders. Sari looked pale and trembly. Her lower lip was bleeding from her chewing on it so hard. Uncle Ben started towards the rope ladder in the center of the chamber, but then stopped. It'll take too long, he said, thinking out loud. Come on, to the tunnel. And then Ed Sheeran starts to play in the middle, and all the mummies start dancing to it. Sorry. To the tunnel, hurry. All three of us started jogging towards the tunnel in the corner. Looking down, I saw that my stupid shoelace had come untied again. There was no way I was going to stop and tie it. We were about to get out of there. A few seconds before, I had given up all. If this kid stopped to tie his shoe right now, I think I would lose my mind. We were about to get out of there. A few seconds before, I had given up all hope, but now here we were, out of the mummy case and heading to freedom. We were just a few yards in front of the tunnel entrance when a tunnel suddenly filled with orange light. Then, from out of the tunnel, Ahmed emerged, holding a new torch in front of him, the flames revealing a startled look on his face. No! Sari and I cried in unison. All three of us skidded to a halt right in front of him. You cannot escape, Ahmed said softly, quickly regaining his composure, his startled expression tightening to anger. You will not escape. Camera, stop it. Stop. Where was I? He thrust the torch toward Uncle Ben, who was forced to fall backwards, out of reach of the hissing flames. He landed hard on his elbows and cried out in pain. His cry brought a grim smile to Ahmed's lips. You have made Kala angry, he announced, raising the torch above his head and reaching for the dagger sheathed in his waist. So much therapy these kids will need. They don't die. You will not join the other violators of this chamber. Whew, I breathed a sigh of relief. Ahmed had changed his mind. He wasn't going to turn us into mummies after all. Ooh, it's worse than that. 3 of you will die in the tar pit, he declared. Sari and I exchanged horrified glances. Uncle Ben had climbed back to his feet and put his arms around us. Ahmed, can't we talk about this calmly and rationally as scientists? He asked. You tried this, sir. To the tar pit, Ahmed ordered, thrusting the flaming torch angrily at us. Ahmed, please, Uncle Ben cried in a whimpering, frightened tone I never heard from him before. Ahmed ignored Uncle Ben's desperate pleas. Pushing the torch at our backs and gesturing with the long-bladed dagger, he forced us to make our way to the edge of the pit. Holy god. Oh my god. The tar was bubbling noisily now, making an ugly popping and sucking sound. He likes the gross out sounds, R.L. Stein. The flames across. I'm gonna go full screen because the camera's starting to do the camera things. And also, I just am gonna lean back. There's a giant mummy that comes out of nowhere. Just give me a warning, you know? Don't worry, there's a secret hatch in the tar pit. The flames across the top were low and red. I tried to pull back. It smelled so bad, and the steam coming out of it was so hot it made my face burn. One by one, you will jump, Ahmed said. He was standing a few feet behind us as we stared down the bubbling tar. If you don't jump, I will be forced to push you. Ahmed, Uncle Ben began. But Ahmed brushed the torch. I'm saying the 3 of them could take him. I know 2 of them are 12, but Jesus Christ. Uncle Ben began, but Ahmed brushed the torch against Ben's back. It has come to me, Ahmed said solemnly, the honor of carrying out Kala's wishes. The tar fumes were so overwhelming, I thought I was going to faint. The pit started to tilt in front of me. I felt very dizzy. I shoved my hands into my jeans pocket to steady myself, I guess, and my hands closed around something I had forgotten about. The summoner. The mummy hand that I carry around everywhere. I'm not sure why. Here we go, guys. We're going. Plot device. Good night, Justin. Good night, live stream. Oh my god, it's almost 2. Almost done, guys, I swear. I cannot thank you guys for still hanging here. Definitely getting better as the series gets its footing, yeah. The mummy hand that I carry around everywhere. I'm not sure why. I wasn't thinking clearly at all, but I pulled out the little mummy hand. I spun it around quickly. I held the mummy hand up high. I can't really explain what was going through my mind. I was so terrified, so overwhelmed with fear that I was thinking 100 things at once. Maybe I thought the mummy hand would distract Ahmed, or interest him, or confuse him, or frighten him. Maybe I would just love to hear him just keep naming off feelings that Ahmed could feel right now. Or allure him. Or, surprise him. Anyway, maybe I was just stalling for time. Or maybe I was unconsciously remembering the legend behind the hand that the kid at the garage sale had told me. The legend of why it was called the Summoner. How it was used to call up ancient souls and spirits. Or maybe I wasn't thinking anything at all. But I spun around, gripping it by its slender wrists, held the mummy hand up high, and waited. Ahmed stared at it, but nothing happened. Oh, finally. Fuck yeah, plot device, yeah. Where did I leave off in chat? I might be able to be there tomorrow. If not, no worries. Yes, Scooby-Doo, please. I can't do it. We need a break, and we need to return to Scooby-Doo. We've only read 10 of the 24 Scooby-Doo books that we have. He's a ghost and has been the whole time, probably. I don't think that's a thing. Call it artistic liberty. Oh, the hatch in the back? Someone look it up if that's a thing. Shoe is important. It's stuff. To tie a shoe. Oh my god. No, he's gonna trip on the lace and it's gonna get caught on something. He's a little ant. Hey, mummies, now's a good time to take out the villain. Yeah, please. Love to tie a shoe. Dude, there's a hole in the ceiling with a ladder, so yeah, there is an escape. Quickly get to the ladder, you idiots, right? There's a secret hatch in the tar pits. It's so fucking funny. You just have to pull the plug at the bottom. I guess he gets thrown into the tar pit. I hope so. I bet they feel. Definitely getting better as the series goes. Gets its footing. Yeah. Yeah, plot device. Oh, finally. The mummy hand. Shoved my hands in my pockets to steady myself. I guess. All coming together. Welcome back. Would the Goosebumps Scooby Doo crossover be called Scooby Goo or Deuce Bumps? I like Scooby Goo just because I feel like R.L. Stine would like the idea of goo. So where we are, they're all about to be pushed into a tar pit by a crazy man, and the kid is trying to summon a fleet of mummies, and we have one chapter left. So I can't wait to see how this all resolves in 8 pages. Every book is like this. Like, he uses the last word up to the last word to get that story in. I waited, standing there like the Statue of Liberty with the little hand raised high above my head. It seemed as if I were standing like that for hours. Sari and Uncle Ben stared at the hand, lowering the torch a few inches. Ahmed squinted at the mummy hand. Then his eyes grew wider, and his mouth dropped open in surprise. He cried out. I couldn't understand what he was saying. The words were in a language I'd never heard, ancient Egyptian, maybe. He took a step back, his surprised expression quickly replaced by a wide-eyed look of fear. The hand of the priestess, he cried. At least that's what I think he cried, because I was suddenly distracted by what was going on behind him. Sari uttered a low cry. Here we go, baby! Mummies! Let's see if the camera wants to work again. Sorry, it was kind of doing its thing. Do. Laser. A legion of MILFs, the comment has been held for review. A girl mum. Well, that'll do it. A girl mummy. Hashtag feminist, right? All 3 of us stared over at Ahmed's shoulder in disbelief. A mummy propped against the wall appeared to lean forward. Another mummy, lying on its back, slowly stood up, creaking as it raised itself. No, I cried, still holding the mummy hand high. Sari and Uncle Ben were gaping as the vast chamber filled with motion. As the mummies creaked and groaned to life, the air filled with the odor of ancient dust and decay. In the shadowy light, I saw one mummy, then another, straighten up, stand tall. They stretched their bandaged arms above their featureless heads, slowly, painfully, staggering, moving stiffly. The mummies lumbered forward. I watched, frozen in amazement, as they climbed out of mummy cases, raised themselves from the floor, leaned forward, took their first slow, heavy steps, their muscles groaning, dust rising up from their dry, dead bodies. It is a pretty good way to use the it is a pretty good find at a garage sale. I will give the kid that. They're dead, I thought. All of them. Dead. Dead for so many years. But now they were rising up. And the guy's like, oh no, I killed like these guys just like last week. Was this a feminist from Sonic? Now they were rising up, climbing from their ancient coffins, struggling towards us on their heavy, dead legs. Their bandaged feet scraped across the chamber floor as they gathered in a group. Scrape, scrape, scrape. For a second, I thought we would get no actual supernatural stuff, and I was like, nah, it's not a Goosebumps book if there's nothing supernatural happening. A dry, shuffling sound I knew I'd never forget. Scrape, scrape. The faceless army approached. bandaged arms outstretched, they lumbered towards us, creaking and groaning, moaning softly with ancient pain. I don't want to hear it, chat. Ahmed caught the astonishment in our faces and spun around. He cried out again. In a strange language, he saw the mummies advancing on us, scraping so softly, so deliberately, across the chamber floor. And then, with a furious scream, Ahmed heaved the torch at the mummy in the lead. The torch hit the mummy in the chest and bounced to the floor. Flames burst from the mummy's chest immediately. A fire mummy. Fire mummy would be a great name for a band. Down, spreading over the arms and down the legs. But the mummy kept advancing, didn't slow, didn't react at all to the fire that was quickly consuming it. Gaping in open... What's happening? What's happening? Okay. For a second, I was very, very confused because it looked like I had just completely cut out. And I was like, nope. Not today, Satan. Where was I? Gaping in open-mouthed horror, babbling in an endless stream of words in that mysterious language, Ahmed tried to run, but he was too late. The burning mummy lunged at him. The ancient figure caught Ahmed by the throat, lifting him high above its flaming shoulders. This is so metal. Oh my god. Ahmed uttered a high-pitched shriek of terror as the other mummies lumbered forward, moaning and wailing through their yellowed bandages. They moved in to help their burning colleague. They raised Ahmed high above their moaning heads and held him over the burning tar pit. Squirming and kicking, Ahmed uttered a piercing scream as they held him over the boiling, bubbling, steaming tar. I closed my eyes. The heat and tar fumes swirled around me. I felt as if I were being swallowed up, pulled down into the steaming blackness. When I opened my eyes, I saw Ahmed fleeing to the tunnel, staggering clumsily, shrieking in terror as he ran. The mummies remained by the pit. Wait, enjoying their victory. Wait, how did he get away? I'm so confused. He got away. I realized I was still holding the mummy hand over my head. I lowered it slowly and gazed at Sari and Uncle Ben. They were standing beside me, their faces filled with confusion and relief. The mummies, I managed to utter. Look, Sari said, pointing. I followed the direction of her gaze. The mummies were all back in place. Some were leaning, some were propped at odd angles, some lying down. They were exactly as they had been when I entered the chamber. Huh? My eyes darted rapidly around the room. Had they all moved? Had they raised themselves? Stood up and staggered toward us, or had we imagined it all? No, we couldn't have imagined it all. Ahmed was gone. We were safe. We're okay, Uncle Ben said gratefully, throwing his arms around Sari and me. We're okay, we're okay. We can go now, Sari cried happily, hugging her dad. Then she turned to me. You saved our lives, she said. We are eternally grateful. She had to choke out the words, but she said them. I make jokes when I'm terrified. Then Uncle Ben turned his gaze on me and the object I still gripped tightly in front of me. Thanks for the helping hand, Uncle Ben said. Dad joke. Dad joke to the end. Dad joke in the face of murder. We had an enormous dinner at a restaurant back in Cairo. It's a miracle any of us got any food down since we were all talking at once, chattering excitedly, reliving our adventure, trying to make sense of it all. I was spinning the summoner around on the table. Uncle Ben grinned at me. I had no idea how special that mummy hand was. He took it from me and examined it closely. Better not play with it, he said seriously. We must treat it carefully. He shook his head. Some great scientist I am, he exclaimed scornfully. When I saw it, well, you did let your kid climb in the sarcophagus, so, you know. When I saw it, I thought it was just a toy, some kind of reproduction. But this hand may be my biggest discovery of all. My good luck charm, I said, handling it gently as I took it back. You can say that again, Sari said appreciatively. The nicest thing she'd ever said to me. I think "you saved our lives" might have been the nicest thing she ever said, but anyway. Back at the hotel, I surprised myself by falling asleep instantly. I thought I'd be up for hours thinking about all that had happened, but I guess all the excitement had exhausted me. The next morning, Sari, Uncle Ben, and I had a big breakfast in the room. I had a plate of scrambled eggs and a bowl of frosted flakes. Talking about food after talking about all the gross stuff we just talked about is a weird whiplash sensation. As I ate, I fiddled with the little mummy hand. All three of us were feeling good and happy that our frightening adventure was over. All right, how's the twist gonna end? How's it gonna end? Um, all three of us were feeling good, happy that our frightening adventure was over. We were kidding around, teasing each other, laughing a lot. We all deal with trauma in our own ways, you know? After I finished my cereal, I raised the little mummy hand eye. Oh, summoner, I chanted in a deep voice. I summon the ancient spirits. Oh god, come alive! Come alive again! Stop it, Gabe. Sari snapped. She grabbed for the hand, but I swung it out of her reach. That isn't funny, she said. You shouldn't fool around like that. Are you chicken? I asked, laughing at her. Which made me enjoy my little joke even more. Keeping it away from her, I raised the hand high. I summon thee, ancient spirits of the dead, I chanted. Come to me now. And there was a loud knock at the door. All three of us gasped. Uncle Ben knocked over his juice glass. It clattered onto the table and spilled. I froze with the little hand in the air. Another loud knock. We heard the scrabbling at the door, the sound of ancient bandages, fingers struggling with the lock. Sari and I exchanged horrible glances. I slowly lowered the hand as the door swung open. Two shadowy figures lumbered into the room. Mom and Dad, I cried. I'll bet they were surprised at how glad I was to see them. Damn. The end. Oh my god. I'm exhausted. Not just because it's 2:10 a.m. Why are mummies brought back to life not considered zombies? I don't know, because they were a cultural establishment before zombies, I guess. I don't know. King of the Damned, some of the characters were very ancient, had some very strange and interesting perspective on mummification. I have not read that. Sounds interesting, though. The mummy being hit by the torch, going, owie! But just because I'm a. It doesn't mean I. Oh, yeah. The main difference is being a mummy isn't contagious. True, zombies come from a specifically, it's the dead walking virus. Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah. I haven't seen that movie either. But yes, I'm sure she was the only good thing about it. Like, what the heck? Laser's just like, what did I walk into? Now here, it's terror time in my head now. It's terror time again. Man, burning mummies. Now I've seen everything, and now we need to be called the Burning Mummies Squad. I understood that reference. Oh, come on, Uncle Ben. Kid was like, Moon Knight after all. He can summon mummies. I know, right? So somebody figure out how old the Moon Knight comics are. Did R.L. Stine is a really big comic book fan, I know. Did he read Moon Knight comics? I have to figure this out. A twist after a satisfied ending. Come on, R.L. Stine. Sorry, just like a heinous person or something. She's basically kind of just like I don't know. I guess she kind of is like the bullying cousin. I don't know. She's kind of complicated. Finally, a good ending. Okay, I'm heading off to bed. Great stream, Avery. Yeah, I'm getting off too. We can write the review for this tomorrow. What a ride. Sari went through a character arc and now she is not an asshole. Yeah. I like Sari now. I think that was a really strong book. Now I really want to be buried in mummy wrap so that if there is ever a zombie apocalypse, there will be at least one mummy shambling. I love this idea to confuse everyone. I think Moon Knight is a younger comic. And R.L. Stine is just like, they stole it from me. You know, little mummy monster action is in the book, like Monster Blood, except here it was passable due to entertainment and keeping our attention. So interestingly enough, I'll say this, and I'm going to get off in 1 second. We'll write the review for it tomorrow. I'll just log that we read it. Maybe tomorrow I'm going to read a Scooby-Doo book. We'll write the review, and then I'll log some of the books that I own that we haven't read yet on the stream, right? And it can just be a little bit of a catch-up stream, maybe? Hey, people, just woke up. We're about to get off, but the VOD will be available if you feel like hearing this book read back. But it's very good to see you. It is interesting how this is basically in, like, from a technical standpoint, from a framing standpoint of the book, this is a lot like Monster Blood, but this is like an alternate universe where Monster Blood is good because the story is actually good. So even though the action is all saved for the end, it tells a good story and it entertains us until we get there. And then the end is truly horrifying. It's not just like a blob monster brought to life by an evil cat witch. It's like there's actually like a story there. Like this one I feel like is very strong. This one was very strong. I really liked this one. A harrowing tale. Yeah, so I guess let's think about what we want to rate this and what we want to say in our review for tomorrow, but I will sign off because I was trying not to end the stream at 2 again, and now it's 2:15, 2:14. So I will say goodnight. 1975, who knew? Is that when first appeared in Werewolf by Night? Wait, is that how old, I'm confused, is that how old Moon Knight is? I'm probably just really confused. Thank you for the video. Hope everyone has a great night. Yes, thank you all for being here. I so appreciate you guys. I will see you tomorrow. We're going to do a Scooby-Doo stream and just kind of write the review for this book. And maybe since Scooby-Doo books are shorter, we can just log some books that we haven't read yet, but that we want to, that I have in the collection on Goodreads. So that'll be fun, hopefully. Someone. Night. Good night. Good night, Daniel. Nightbot, don't time out Hale. I know we're getting off, but don't time him out for 5 seconds. He didn't do anything. I don't think. Good night, you guys. I appreciate you. You guys are the best. I will see you tomorrow. Nightbot, God. Curse you, Nightbot. Good night, guys. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow with a Scooby-Doo stream, so we don't have to be terrified. Good night.